Chapter 56, 56 Diamond Tier Lord Talent, Peace and Prosperity. 56 Diamond Tier Lord Talent, Peace and Prosperity. Lord Talent, 100% drop rate, Legendary Tier, Gnome Alchemy Workshop, Green Bronze Tier, Monster Ranch, White Silver Tier, Insight Defection, Black Iron Tier, Peace and Prosperity, Diamond Tier. My fifth Lord Talent. A smile appeared on Jojo's face. Then, he immediately opened the details of the talent. Lord Talent, Peace and Prosperity, Diamond Tier. Peace and Prosperity, a territory folk customs type. Your territory is safe and peaceful, and the lives of your subjects are stable and happy. All your subjects are very satisfied with their current lives, so they revere and love you. Your subjects will have a baseline of their loyalty to you. The loyalty of your subjects will gradually increase the longer they stay in the territory. Specific Talent Effect 1, your subjects' loyalty to you is 71 points. Specific Talent Effect 2, subjects with loyalty between 71 and 80 points. For every day that your subjects live in your territory, their loyalty to you will increase by 1 point. Specific Talent Effect 3, subjects with loyalty between 81 and 90 points. For every day that your subjects live in your territory, their loyalty to you will increase by 1 point. Specific Talent Effect 4, when the number of subjects with loyalty of 90 points and above reaches 1,000, your territory will become famous. Many living beings will know that your territory is a peaceful territory, slightly increasing the probability of foreign life forms coming to join you. Current number of people who meet this criteria, 15/1000. After Jojo finished reading, there was only one thought in his mind. What an abnormal Lord Talent. Chapter 57, 57 2,290 soldiers. Entering the time ruins again. 57 2,290 soldiers. Entering the time ruins again. Jojo's eyes were filled with surprise. Generally speaking, the loyalty of the subjects was an attribute that could only be slowly increased by a lord who was slowly managing the territory well. When the loyalty of the subjects were high, the territory would be peaceful, and the crime rate of the subjects would also greatly decrease. Moreover, subjects who listened to the orders of the Lord could also play a role in assisting the development of the territory. It could even greatly increase the probability of triggering missions or even hidden missions. Once the loyalty of the subjects was low, then all kinds of bad things might happen. The disobedience of their subjects alone could cause many industries in the territory to stagnate. The soldiers would not listen to the Lord's orders to attack the monsters around the territory. It was a serious matter. The subjects might rebel and choose to overthrow or even murder the lords. Jojo had heard of such things while diving in the World Channel. Some of the lords became lustful towards the women in his territory and wanted to force themselves on these women. In the end, this matter spread. The loyalty of the subjects who heard about this greatly decreased. The next day, this lord's friend realized that the name in his friend list had already dimmed. Given no food crisis, the lords would basically not die with the protection of the novice lord's barrier. If they died, it was because of only one possibility: the lord was killed by his or her subjects in the territory. This was the consequence of a decrease in loyalty. However, this Peace and Prosperity Lord Talent could actually quickly increase his subjects' loyalty. Moreover, it could be increased to 90 points at most. 90 loyalty points was already quite high. This loyalty was already equivalent to a pseudo-dead loyal subject. Such a subject would basically not betray the Lord unless he encountered an extraordinary matter. Comparatively, the slightly higher probability of foreign life forms coming to seek refuge was less eye-catching. However, Jojo considered the matter. I now have nearly 2,000 subjects in my territory and most of their loyalty is between 70 and 80 points. That means I should be able to make my territory a livable territory in the eyes of outsiders in no more than 40 days. Jojo thought. It was a little more than a month, which was neither long nor short. He was not in a hurry and could afford to wait. After that, Jojo stood up and prepared to recruit the elemental archers and the 13 elven elemental archers. At the same time, the soldiers and subjects in Blazing Sun City suddenly felt that Blazing Sun City had a bright future just as Jojo had just obtained the Diamond Tier Lord Talent. Even though Blazing Sun City was only newly built and looked relatively simple, at that point their eyes were filled with expectations for the future. Our Blazing Sun City has so many soldiers, and the number of soldiers is increasing at a visible speed every day. I feel at ease living here with these soldiers around. His lordship is also very good to us. He gives out high-level ingredients like monster meat for free and lets us eat our fill every day. I've never been so extravagant in the Aurora Kingdom. Of course. His lordship is the best lord on the high continent. Even though this place is still very simple and is a desert territory, it will definitely be the richest and most famous territory in the entire high continent in the future. Even a dragon is willing to be the pet of our lord. What's impossible? I even saw wood elves today. They are the subjects of the Elven Empire, but even they are respectful to the lord. The wood elves are so beautiful. I can definitely marry a wood elf in the future. The subjects discussed animatedly, their faces were filled with smiles. Jojo walked out of the lord's courtyard when he saw this scene. He froze for a bit before he reacted. That was the effect of peace and prosperity. Jojo looked at their smiles and felt a smile appear on his own face. Perhaps the effects of this diamond-tier lord talent could not be seen in the short term, but it would definitely have a profound impact on the subjects and territory in the long run. He stopped thinking about it. Jojo came to the gate of summoning and threw the 394 elemental archer recruitment books into it. Soon, the first elemental archer walked out. He was wearing fiery red armor, carrying a fiery red bow and arrow on his back, and a fiery red short sword hanging from his waist. Invisible fire elemental energy circled and gathered around him. Ordinary people would feel a faint heat and an inexplicable might just by approaching him. Jojo opened his personal information. Subject, Xiaolan. Territory, Blazing Sun City. Soldier type, Elemental Archer, Fire. Strength level, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade. Ability overview, accidentally obtained an Elemental Archer class change certificate when he was out hunting with his elders when he was young. He therefore changed his profession to an Elemental Archer. When he grew up, he underwent specialized soldier quality training. He also experienced 23 small-scale battles and had rich experience as an Elemental Archer. Skills, Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade Flame Meditation Technique, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Fire Elemental Control, Black Iron Tier Elemental Archery, Fire, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Charged Shot, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Triple Shot, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Flame. Arrow, Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Double Flame Arrow, yet to master. Loyalty, 71. Potential, White Silver Tier Advanced Grade. Jojo clicked his tongue in wonder. He remembered that when Bai Yi was promoted to a Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Beginner Poison Crossbow Soldier, she only had 5 professional skills in her skill bar. At that time, Jojo was already very surprised. Xiaolan, this high-level elemental archer, already had a total of 7 professional skills even though he was only at the Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade. He would definitely master more professional skills when he advanced to Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. This is what it means to be a high-level soldier. Jojo sighed. In the time that followed, elemental archers walked out of the gate of summoning one after another. 15 minutes later, 394 elemental archers walked out and stood in front of Jojo. Jojo looked at their fire elemental armors and could not help but fall into deep thought. Why are all the elemental archers I recruited a fire element? Is it because the elemental archer recruitment books came from the fire demon Fog Wolf? He gave it some thought. This seemed to be the only reason. Jojo was not disappointed though. Fire elemental archers were not bad either. They were definitely lethal, if anything. After that, Jojo recruited 13 elven elemental archers. Greetings, my lord. The 13 elven elemental archers said respectfully. Jojo acknowledged and studied them. He realized that these 13 elemental archers were dressed roughly the same way as the wood elves he had seen in the Time Ruins. They were all wearing emerald green military equipment. Bows or short swords at their waists, etc. were all emerald green. The outfit looked lively. The surrounding subjects and soldiers immediately exclaimed when they emerged. Jojo ignored them. Instead, he began to check their personal information. Soon, Jojo knew that they comprised 1 green bronze tier intermediate grade elemental archer and 12 green bronze tier elemental archers. They were of the same strength level as Nadia and the others. Moreover, their potential was at least at the yellow gold tier elementary grade. The one with the highest potential was diamond tier intermediate grade, which was from the green bronze tier intermediate grade elf. Jojo opened the interface information of the strongest elf. Subject, Monica. Territory, Blazing Sun City. Soldier type, elemental archer, wood. Strength level, green bronze tier intermediate grade. Ability overview, a centurion of the 12th Elemental Legion of the Elven Empire. She has 5 years of combat experience and has mastered a rich array of elemental archer combat skills. She can skillfully maximize her advantage on the battlefield. Bloodline, Wood Elf Bloodline. Skills, extraordinary tier intermediate grade Tree of Life meditation technique, green bronze tier intermediate grade wood elemental control, green bronze tier intermediate grade elemental archery, wood, green bronze tier intermediate grade charge shot, green bronze tier intermediate grade 5. Consecutive shots, green bronze tier intermediate grade poison blood arrow, green bronze tier intermediate grade silent arrow skill, green bronze tier intermediate grade wood vine strangle arrow, green bronze tier intermediate grade agility technique, green bronze tier intermediate grade invisibility technique. Loyalty, 72. Potential, diamond tier intermediate grade. He read about her potential as well as the unique bloodline column. Zhou was silent. The elves had much higher potential than the humans indeed. However, Zhou was not discouraged. He had a 100% drop rate. Zhou was confident that he could build a human army that surpassed the living beings of all races in the world. I have more than 2,000 soldiers now. To be precise, 2,290 people. Zhou suddenly realized that his army force had crossed another huge milestone. A moment later, Zhou distributed the 200 fire demon fog wolf sets he had obtained from the Time Ruins to the 97 soldiers who followed him to the Time Ruins. The rest were temporarily saved as military merit rewards in the future. An hour later, Zhou brought Nazario and the soldiers into the Time Ruins again. Chapter 58, 58 Trading Equipment. Zhou's Anticipation. 58 Trading Equipment. Zhou's Anticipation. In the Time Ruins. When Zhou entered, he realized that they began at the same starting position. However, he had asked Nazario to pay attention to this situation before they entered this time so the embarrassing incident previously would not happen again. They did not waste any time and ran straight to where Nadia and the others were. On the back of Nazario the dragon. Zhou could not help but open the mission interface. As he had expected. This time, there were only 2 missions. The third hidden mission did not appear. The fire demon fog wolf lord probably wouldn't appear this time. Zhou felt that it was a pity. It would be awesome if he could farm the fire demon fog wolf lord once a day. He just did not know what would happen when 2 identical lord talents collided. What happened next was exactly the same as last time. They saved the 13 elves and began to clean up the surrounding fire demon fog wolves. Nadia cried again because she had left in her town and could not protect the residents. Eve comforted her. Zhou looked at this scene thoughtfully. Nadia. He suddenly called out. Lord of the Blazing Sun, what's the matter? Nadia wiped her tears and looked at Zhou in a daze. Eve was also stunned. You've done a good job. Don't blame yourself too much. Zhou said. But I couldn't save any of the residents of Under. Nadia's eyes filled with tears. Zhou looked at her and suddenly walked forward. He reached out and gently wiped her tears. At the same time, the scene of the real Nadia's tears turning into flames when she was promoted to a hero appeared in his mind. Don't cry anymore. I've already saved everyone here for you. Zhou said. Nadia looked at Zhou in a daze. Then, her small face suddenly turned red, and steam emitted from her head. A series of light laughter and teasing sounds came from behind her. The heat above Nadia's head increased. Zhou quickly retracted his hand. He smiled and did not explain further. Then he did his old job, retrieving the loot. During this period, Nazario went to the location of the fire demon fog wolf lord. However, it returned in disappointment in the end. After Zhou found out that this lord tier monster had really disappeared, he only sighed that he had not taken advantage of it. He then continued to retrieve the loot. In addition, Bai Yi had finally broken through to the green bronze tier intermediate grade during the battle. Other than Bai Yi, Zhang Tsang, and the other 5 green bronze tier elementary grade soldiers were also close to breaking through. They would probably be able to successfully break through after clearing the monsters in the monster ranch tomorrow morning. More than an hour later, all the loots had been extracted. He obtained a total of 4,926 black iron tier mist cores and 20 green bronze tier mist cores. 121 sets of black iron tier elementary grade fire demon fog wolf sets. 35 sets of black iron tier intermediate grade fire demon fog wolf set. 43 sets of black iron tier advanced grade flame demon fog wolf set. 1 green bronze tier elementary grade fire demon fog wolf set. 110 duplicate sets. 384 elemental archer recruitment books. Jojo was very satisfied with them. The time ruins would automatically reset every time they entered it. These gains would become a fixed daily income in the future. If an ordinary lord owned this time ruins, he would not have obtained so much daily gains. However, Jojo had a 100% drop rate. The gains from entering once were almost equivalent to the gains from the other lords entering the time ruins 100 times. It's a pity that I can't bring the fire demon fog wolves out. Otherwise, I can use the monster ranch to protect them. Jojo thought regretfully. After that, he bade farewell to the elves and left the time ruins with all the loot. Blazing Sun City. After Jojo came out, he went to the Gate of Summoning and used the 384 elemental archer recruitment books to summon 384 elemental archers at the black iron tier elementary grade. Then, he summoned 13 elemental archers from the elves. He now had a total of 2,687 soldiers under his command. I should be able to have a total of 3,000 soldiers after we clean up the monster ranches tomorrow. At that time, it shouldn't be a big problem to face the Sandman Lord and his 1,000-odd monster subjects. Jojo thought to himself. He then gave it some thought and changed his previous intentions. He distributed all the 301 sets of equipment that he had originally planned to use as military merit rewards to his soldiers. It was lent out to the soldiers in name, but the military merits needed for this fire demon fog wolf set would be deducted from the military merits obtained by the soldiers in the future. Jojo's actual idea was to use these sets of fire demon fog wolf equipment to minimize the casualties that might occur when attacking the Sandman Lord tomorrow. They were facing the faction of a regional Scarlet Lord, so it was not the time to be stingy. Jojo's decision quickly caused the soldiers to cheer. Higher-level equipment meant stronger combat strength and life-saving ability. The soldiers were naturally very happy. Jojo quickly saw a large number of notifications that his subjects' loyalty had increased. Maybe I don't need 40 days before my territory becomes famous for its peace and prosperity. Jojo thought to himself when he saw this scene. Then, Jojo, who had obtained 400 sets of black iron tier elementary grade military equipment, opened a marketplace and set up a transaction. Trade name, deal with the Blazing Sun Lord. Trade goods, 400 sets of second-hand black iron tier elementary grade military equipment, no weapons. Trade requirement, each second-hand black iron tier elementary grade equipment, no weapons, for 300 units of basic materials. Each lord can trade up to 5 sets. Remarks, you can privately message me for a private transaction if you have a special treasure. Current trading view ranking, 3, 715, 215, 45 th. Jojo took a look and confirmed that there was no problem. Then, he chose to announce the deal. The lords soon discovered this deal. Then, the ranking of this deal that had just been announced began to increase at an unbelievable speed. Soon, it occupied the first place in the transaction viewership. The World Channel was also discussing the new deal with the Lord of the Blazing Sun with gusto. The Lord of the Blazing Sun has issued a new deal. This is the first time I've seen a lord sell so much equipment. Familiar formula, familiar taste, familiar. High prices. How else would the Lord of the Blazing Sun deserve his profiteering reputation? 300 units of basic materials in exchange for a set of military equipment without weapons. Actually, it's not bad. I'm envious. I only have 20 soldiers while he is already selling 400 second-hand equipment. The difference is so great that it's terrifying to think about it. I feel that Big Boss Blazing Sun has already grown beyond the current version of the game. At Supreme Will, can you lower the settings? How else can we play it? The Supreme Will expresses that you should not blame the version of a game if you are a noob. This transaction has just been announced. Is there a possibility that Big Boss Blazing Sun is reading our chat? I'm suddenly a little nervous. Big Boss Blazing Sun, I'm sorry for hiding it from you for so long. Actually, I'm not human. I'm a type of seashell by the sea. I am your darling one. Previous poster, I'm actually not a human either. I'm a kind of eagle, called Diet 2, Doghead. Show me the diet. Tsundere face. Have a good chat while I secretly buy Big Boss Blazing Sun's equipment. Jojo, who was diving. Why is this batch of lords so stupid? 15 minutes later. All the second-hand equipment was sold. He obtained a total of 120,000 units of basic materials. Among them were 36,000 units of wood, 42,000 units of stone, 18,000 units of metal, and 24,000 units of fine sand. After Jojo put them away, he walked out of the Lord's courtyard and asked someone to call Bai Yi over. A moment later. In the living room. Jojo and Bai Yi sat opposite each other. This is for you. Jojo flipped his right hand, and the Hero Inheritance Secret Manual appeared in his hand. He placed it in front of Bai Yi. Bai Yi picked it up curiously and was immediately stunned. This. She stuttered as she looked at Jojo. Shock, disbelief, surprise, trance. All kinds of expressions appeared on her face. It was no wonder that she was so shocked. The word hero was really too legendary. This form of address often appeared in the legends told by the elderly to the children. It could be said that most of the living beings in the High Continent had grown up listening to the legends of heroes. It was the same for Bai Yi. The greatest dream of every child in the High Continent was to become the hero of their race and famous in the High Continent. However, it was too difficult to become a hero. Even the huge Aurora Kingdom only had 3 heroes after hundreds of years of development. That was how difficult it was to become a hero. And now, a chance to become a hero actually appeared in front of her. She was so surprised that she was even a little terrified. Bai Yi felt that this was not something she deserved. She hesitated and was about to say something when she saw her lord opposite her looking hard at her. Our territory will face a huge crisis in 2 days. My territory needs a hero now. I think you can do it. Take it. Be a hero. Jojo said seriously. Bai Yi was stunned. She looked at Jojo's confident gaze and the hesitation in her heart gradually turned into determination. She suddenly understood. She was indeed the most suitable person to use it at the moment. She was undoubtedly the strongest in the current territory, other than the Lord's pet, after all. The newly recruited elves were strong, but they had only followed the Lord for a short period of time and had not obtained the Lord's trust. It was not the time to be pretentious and terrified. As the strongest soldier under the Lord, I have to bear the responsibility of protecting the Lord and the territory before the crisis arrives. Bai Yi became even more determined after she thought it through. I won't let you down, my lord. Bai Yi stood up and said firmly. Jojo acknowledged. Then, he let Bai Yi return to her residence to use it. It would take quite some time to accept the inheritance of a hero. While it was fine for her to use it in his house, it was still more or less inconvenient for men and women. I won't have to wait too long for my very first hero. Jojo was filled with anticipation. Chapter 59, 59 The sixth day starts. Summoning the subjects. 59 The sixth day starts. Summoning the subjects. Spiritual Medicine Lord, Big Brother Blazing Sun, good night. Jojo was thinking about what else he had to do today when Linger sent him a message. Lord of the Blazing Sun, good night. Jojo replied. Then, he looked at the dialogue box and thought for a long time before sending 2 more messages. Lord of the Blazing Sun, you don't have to call me Big Brother Blazing Sun in the future. Lord of the Blazing Sun, if you're willing, just acknowledge me as your big brother and call me that. I'll also treat you as though you are my biological little sister. Jojo did not know if it was because of his bad luck, but he had lived 2 lives, yet he never had any relatives. He could almost see all the life forms of the High Continent in a mere few days from his sudden arrival in the High Continent. He still felt a little lonely sometimes even though he was used to living alone. After this period of getting to know one another, Jojo felt that the other party was someone whom he could deepen his relationship with, even if he put her legendary tier lord talent aside. That was why he suggested recognizing her as his little sister. Linger saw the message immediately, but she was in disbelief. So she only replied a moment later. Spiritual Medicine Lord, Big Brother. Lord of the Blazing Sun, yes, little sister. Spiritual Medicine Lord, Big Brother, can Linger chat with you in the future? Lord of the Blazing Sun, sure. Spiritual Medicine Lord, Big Brother, can Linger share some things in the territory with you in the future? Lord of the Blazing Sun, yes. Spiritual Medicine Lord. It feels like a dream. Thank you, Big Brother. Lord of the Blazing Sun, there's no need to be polite since we're siblings. I'll give you a greeting gift as your big brother. Jojo set up a red packet one and filled it with 200 Sword Shield Soldier Class Change Certificates and 100 Poison Crossbow Soldier Class Change Certificates. Then, he sent them to her. She did not accept it immediately. Instead, she replied. Spiritual Medicine Lord, Big Brother, Linger will supply you all herbs you need in the future. You don't have to trade anymore. If you want anything, just tell Linger. If I don't have it, I'll buy seeds first and plant them now. They'll grow quickly. Linger had the legendary Tier Lord talent, the Divine Herb Garden. She could therefore say this confidently. Jojo smiled and did not refuse. Lord of the Blazing Sun, all right, feel free to let Big Brother know if you need help in the future. I have too many class change certificates at the very least. Spiritual Medicine Lord, hee, thank you, Big Brother. Only then did she accept the red packet. Spiritual Medicine Lord, wow. Poison Crossbow Beginner Soldier. This is the first time I've heard of such a soldier type. Lord of the Blazing Sun, you will see all kinds of soldier types in the future. It's getting late. Rest early. Spiritual Medicine Lord, yes. Good night, Big Brother. Lord of the Blazing Sun, good night, little sister. After the conversation ended, Jojo looked at the conversation between the two of them and could feel that Linger's tone and attitude were much more natural than before now that they had a better relationship. This was exactly what he wanted. He stopped thinking about it. After confirming that there was nothing to do, he returned to the master bedroom to sleep. The next morning. In the master bedroom, Jojo, who was lying in bed, opened his eyes. It's the 6th day. We will welcome the Novice Lord test in less than 2 days. His expression was more serious. He felt that his strength had already surpassed most lords and that it should not be a problem for him to pass the Novice Lord test. However, he still felt uneasy until he really faced it. He opened the World Channel. The bright blood-colored countdown stood at the top of the World Channel. Countdown, 47 hours, 38 minutes, 11 seconds. Time passed by the second. The lords were also discussing it. This countdown is like F*King urging our deaths. Stop chatting. Hurry up and develop your territory in the last 2 days. Develop my *SS. Only 2 days left. How far can it develop? Brothers, I want to give up. I'll start giving up right away. Fellow Cerulean Planet family members, this is the last time we'll talk here. I can't take it anymore. In a while, I'll give up my status as a lord and change my profession to an adventurer to join a local faction. Coincidentally, there's a human gathering place called the Wind Whisper Valley near my territory. Let's meet again if fate allows. Adventurers might not necessarily be weaker than lords. Both of them can increase their strengths, but adventurers need to kill the fog monsters with their own hands. Even though the risk is a little higher, who says we won't meet the top lords again when we become godlike ourselves? Stop talking about it. I'm already fantasizing about sitting and drinking tea with Big Boss Blazing Sun, the Dragon Lady, and the others after becoming a top adventurer. I'll persist just a little longer. Can any big shot give me a hint on what else I can do in the last 2 days? Can I only rely on killing fog monsters to increase my strength? Lord of the Blazing Sun, Glory of the Pioneer, you should mainly try to increase the strength of military professions. If you have spare energy, you can try building a wall to strengthen the territory's defense. F*CK. Big Boss Blazing Sun spoke. Building a wall can indeed greatly reduce the pressure of the monster's attacks. There are only 2 days left. I suggest you build a smaller wall. Hee, Big Boss Blazing Sun and I have the same thinking. I've been building a wall for the past 2 days. Jojo looked at the comments of the Cerulean Planet Lords. He said those words on account that they were fellow citizens of the Cerulean Planet. He would not make any suggestions at all if it was a foreign race lord. As for other forms of help, how many billions of Cerulean Planet Lords were there? Jojo understood that he did not have the ability to help the lords of the entire Cerulean Planet. What he could do would be to save himself and the people he cared about. Zhou stopped thinking about it. He got up from the bed and walked out of the Lord's courtyard. He did not summon his subjects. Instead, he went to Bai Yi's residence immediately. As soon as he arrived, he saw 2 soldiers guarding both sides of the door. "Greetings, my lord." When the 2 soldiers saw Zhou, they immediately said respectfully, "How's Bai Yi?" Zhou asked. "Captain asked us to guard the door when she returned last night. She said she should not to be disturbed by anyone other than the Lord or until she came out. We've been on guard all night. But the captain has no intention of coming out yet. My lord, shall I call the captain?" The soldier on the left said respectfully. "No, thanks. Just continue to stand guard here. Inform me immediately when Bai Yi comes out." Zhou said. "Yes, my lord." The 2 of them said respectfully. Zhou looked at the door for the last time. He had a mental strength talent so he could vaguely feel Bai Yi sleeping inside. Moreover, her mental energy was also strengthening at a stable speed. It had already far exceeded his. Is a hero that strong? Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. He was not jealous. Bai Yi was dead loyal to him. The stronger she was, the better she could protect her lord and help the development of the territory. He did not stay any longer and came to the gate of summoning. A text notification appeared. Prompt: do you want to summon immediately? Yes. Zhou said expectantly. From today onwards, he could summon 44 subjects a day. The next second, the gate of summoning suddenly lit up with a brighter white light, and 44 people walked out. "Greetings, my lord. X44". After the 44 of them came out and saw Zhou, they immediately knelt down and said respectfully, "Welcome to Blazing Sun City." Zhou smiled and nodded. Then, he opened their personal information and began to check them. Chapter 60, 60 Great Increase in Military Strength. First time hearing of the Conqueror's Blast Furnace. 60 Great Increase in Military Strength. First time hearing of the Conqueror's Blast Furnace. Zhou looked at the 44 people. Among them were 22 male subjects and 22 female subjects. The distribution of men and women was very balanced. There were 7 professionals among them. The 5 professionals were subjects that the Gate of Summoning could definitely summon. The other 2 professionals were naturally subjects summoned by the Gate of Summoning based on their own probabilities. Among the 7 professionals, there was a green bronze tier elementary grade cavalryman, a green bronze tier architect, 2 black iron tier advanced grade sword shield soldiers, a black iron tier intermediate grade tailor, a black iron tier elementary grade blacksmith, and a black iron tier elementary grade carpenter. The cavalryman was the first of his soldier type. His name was Zhang Xiang. He was wearing cavalry equipment. There was a spear and a sword on both sides of his horse's back, and under him was a green bronze tier elementary grade cloud horse. Under Zhou's inquiry, he told his lord that the cloud horse was a warhorse type mount that could be raised artificially. They were good horses that could be used in war. There was a yellow gold tier regional territory called Cloud Gallop City in the Aurora Kingdom. That was the Aurora Kingdom's horse breeding base specially used to raise cloud horses. Apparently, they even had a horse raising lord to enhance these effects in Cloud Gallop City. He was valued by the current king of the Aurora Kingdom because of this. The king completely entrusted the heavy responsibility of nurturing cavalry mounts to him. After Zhou heard this, he opened his information. He realized that the cavalry was the same as the poisonous crossbowmen. They were both beginner soldiers. Zhou was not surprised. Each cavalryman with the warhorse under them could fight against 2 ordinary soldiers. This was definitely stronger than basic soldiers. However, he did not know how much combat strength the cavalrymen would have left if they did not have their warhorses. His skills were similar to the sand cavalryman he had summoned with the Emperor of Sand's spatial ring. However, he did not have sand soldier racial skills like the sand body, sand revival, and sand stealth technique. Other than this cavalryman, the other life professionals such as architects, tailors, blacksmiths, and carpenters were all necessary life professionals in his territory. Naturally, the more the better. Therefore, Zhou was quite satisfied with this summoning. After that, he arranged the placement for these 44 new subjects and the 7 professionals naturally went to their respective professional venues. As for the remaining 37 subjects, Zhou arranged for the female subjects to help in the kitchen while the remaining male subjects went to help Elder Zhao build buildings. Bai Yi was still in a deep slumber after making arrangements for them. On the other hand, the cartographer, Wu Tu, called all the members of the reconnaissance team and prepared to go to Fish Spring Town to redraw the regional map of Fish Spring Town. Zhou told him to be careful and not expose his identity. Wu Tu received the order and left with his men. Seeing this, Zhou also called for Nazario. Then, he found Zhang Tsang and asked him to bring all the soldiers, including the 26 elemental archers recruited yesterday, to the monster ranches to clean up the monsters. In front of the monster ranches. Zhou looked at the monster ranches in front of him. Sandmen wandered around the monster ranch. There was no internal conflict, nor was there any hostility towards Zhou and the soldiers outside the fence. They looked abnormally obedient. Yes, my lord. 750 desert fog lizards, 750 black-tailed fog scorpions, and 750 sandmen have all been nurtured. Mugu said respectfully. Zhou acknowledged. He clicked his tongue. There were a total of 2,250 monsters in these 3 monster ranches alone. This was already more than the number of Sandman subjects under the regional Scarlet Lord. How many green bronze tier elementary grade monsters have you nurtured? Zhou asked curiously. A total of 11 green bronze tier elementary grade desert fog lizard leaders, 18 green bronze tier elementary grade black-tailed fog scorpion leaders, and 13 green bronze tier elementary grade sandman leaders. Mugu replied. Zhou acknowledged. He was very satisfied. From today onwards, his monster ranches would be able to provide him with green bronze tier elementary grade products. Let's begin. Zhou said. Then, he looked at Nazario, who was not far away. Nazario and Zhou were telepathic. It immediately spread its dragon wings when it saw Zhou's gaze. Then, it suddenly flapped its wings and flew above the monster ranch as it stirred up a violent wind. Roar. An earth-shattering dragon roar. Accompanied by an irresistible dragon might. All the sandmen were immediately stunned by the dragon might and could not move. Many sandmen fainted. Same old rules. The soldiers who feel that they are about to break through should go in and kill these fog monsters first. Come out after breaking through and give up the place to other soldiers. Zhang Tsang immediately began to make arrangements. The soldiers obeyed and immediately began to move. Soon, the first batch of soldiers who were about to break through entered the Sandman's monster ranch and began to kill monsters to break through. Among them were 5 green bronze tier elementary grade soldiers, including Zhang Tsang. They were already close to breaking through after emerging from the time ruins yesterday. Now, they could use this opportunity to enter the green bronze tier intermediate grade. With the help of Nazario's dragon might, the efficiency of the soldiers killing monsters had increased by at least 10 times. Soon, the 750 sandmen in the monster ranch were cleaned up. There was only one black iron tier elementary grade sandman left in the small fence. Not surprisingly, Zhang Tsang and the others successfully broke through to the green bronze tier intermediate grade. After that, they used the dragon might to clean up the desert fog lizards and black-tailed fog scorpions in the other 2 monster ranches. After cleaning everything, a total of 15 soldiers broke through from black iron tier advanced grade to green bronze tier elementary grade, 88 soldiers broke through from black iron tier intermediate grade to black iron tier advanced grade, and 256 soldiers broke through from black iron tier elementary grade to black iron tier intermediate grade. After that, Zhou got someone to drip a drop of golden corpse water on the corpses of these monsters as he began to retrieve the loots of the 2,250 fog monsters. It took more than 3 hours. Zhou had just finished extracting the loots of the more than 2,000 fog monsters. Among them, monster flesh, water bags, sand stealth skill book, sand trap skill book, sand form skill book, sand summoning series skill book, black-tailed fog scorpions poison sac, antidote formula, blood cleansing pill formula, and black scorpion poison crossbow. All dropped a lot. Other than that, there were still 8,635 black iron tier mist cores, 84 green bronze tier mist cores, 981 sword shield soldier class change certificates, 344 sword shield soldier recruitment books, 756 poison crossbowman class change certificates, 454 poison crossbowman recruitment books, 1,827 kilograms of sand crystal. Even though looking at the loots all over the ground was a very blissful thing. However, Jojo was also so tired that he doubted his life. Those kingdoms and empires. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of soldiers will die in one battle. How did they extract the loot from these many corpses? Jojo stood up and shook his sore hands. He could not help but ponder about this problem. He thought for a moment. He called Zhao Changshu over. Soon, Zhao Changshu came in front of Jojo. "Greetings, my lord," he said respectfully. "Elder Zhao, you're always welcome." Jojo acknowledged. Then, he raised his hand and pointed at the small sand crystal mountain not far away. These sand crystals and nearly 500,000 units of basic materials in the territory. Elder Zhao, if possible, use them to build a wall around the territory today. There shouldn't be enough sand crystals. After the sand crystals are used, we can use the basic materials to build an ordinary wall first. When the sand crystals are available in the future, we can replace the original ordinary wall. Jojo suggested. Time is tight now. This is the only way. Yes, my lord. However, I need a lot of help if I want to build the wall by today. Zhao Changshu said solemnly. After we deal with that regional Scarlet Lord today. You can mobilize all the soldiers in the territory. Jojo waved his hand and made a decision. Zhao Changshu was immediately relieved. He naturally knew that there were more than 2,000 soldiers in the territory alone. With the help of these 2,000 people and his own ability, the chances of building the wall before tomorrow were very high. Elder Zhao. Do you know how the Aurora Kingdom retrieved the loot from the corpses after the war? Jojo asked. Generally speaking, there are two ways. The first is to use golden corpse water to extend the time the corpse can be preserved. Then, we can slowly extract the loot from the corpse with human strength. The second is to quickly retrieve the loot with an item called the Conqueror's Blast Furnace. However, I don't know much about such items. I only know that this Conqueror's Blast Furnace shouldn't be a rare item. At least it's not as precious as Aurora crystals. In the Aurora Kingdom, many large mercenary groups, adventure associations, and some large factions will more or less have some conquistador blast furnaces. Zhao Changshu said. Jojo made a mental note. After that, he led Nazario and the soldiers into the time ruins and obtained another 384 elemental archer recruitment books and the loyalty of 13 elves. After he threw all 384 elemental archer recruitment books, 344 sword shield soldier recruitment books, and 454 poison crossbow soldier recruitment books into the gate of summoning to recruit soldiers. The number of soldiers under his command had already reached 3,882. He looked at the soldiers who were almost filled with sand in front of him, including Jojo. Everyone was shocked. Who would have thought? This was only the power of a territory that had been established for 6 days. Just as Jojo was becoming ambitious, a soldier quickly ran over and came to his side. My lord. The captain is out of the room. Jojo's eyes lit up. He asked Zhang Tsang to take over these soldiers for the time being. Then, he immediately walked towards Bai Yi. Chapter 61, 61 Blood Fire Arrow Elf Bai Yi. The Blazing Sun Army is established. 61 Blood Fire Arrow Elf Bai Yi. The Blazing Sun Army is established. Jojo quickly encountered Bai Yi, who was rushing over. Greetings, my lord. Bai Yi said respectfully immediately after seeing Jojo. Her face was still filled with excitement. He was clearly very surprised by his gains. Jojo looked at Bai Yi in a daze. At this moment, Bai Yi's hair had changed from black to blood-red long hair. Her skin had also become as fair as milk. Her big eyes had also turned pure blood red. Flame marks that looked like tears appeared on both sides of her face. Not only did it not damage her looks, but it also added to her wild beauty. Her height had increased, and her legs were even longer. Her figure had also become taller. She was wearing blood-red military equipment and carrying a blood-red bow and arrow on her back. Wisps of fire elemental energy, wood elemental energy, and a blood-colored energy surrounded her, as if the other party was a favorite of these three elements. This was not the most important thing. The most shocking thing was that Jojo could feel the other party's vigorous blood energy and mental strength just by standing in front of her. In Jojo's mental perception, the other party's current physical and mental strength was even much more exaggerated than the Scarlet Lords he had encountered. Bai Yi also realized something and immediately restrained her overflowing life aura, returning to the aura of a normal person. I didn't mean to offend my lord. Please punish me, my lord. Bai Yi immediately half knelt on the ground. It's okay. I know you didn't mean to. Jojo helped her up and opened her attribute information curiously. Subject, Bai Yi, Hero Unit. Hero Title, Blood Fire Arrow Elf. Position, Epic Tier Heroes Fate Level. Territory, Blazing Sun City. Strength Level, Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade. Ability Overview, a hero with both human and wood elves bloodlines. His body contains powerful energy and he is proficient in elemental archery. He is a hero that can make enemies tremble in fear on the battlefield. Bloodline, Human Bloodline, White Silver Tier Intermediate Grade, 86%, Wood Elf Bloodline, Epic Tier Advanced Grade, 14%. Skills, Hero Skill, Blood Fire Arrow Rain, Hero Skill, Stability of Morale, Extraordinary Intermediate Grade Tree of Life Meditation Technique, Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade Wood Elemental Control, Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade Fire Elemental Control, Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade Elemental Archery Technique, Wood, Fire, Blood, Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade Firevine Arrow, Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade Powered Up Shot, Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade 5 Consecutive Shots, Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade Poison Blood Arrow, Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade Silent Arrow Skill, Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade Agility Technique, Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade Invisibility Technique, Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade Crossbow Arrow Technique, Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade Poison Making Technique, Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade Poison Distinguishing Technique, Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade Detoxification Knowledge. Loyalty, 100. Potential, Epic Tier Advanced Grade. Hero Biography, 1. Under the blessing of the Human Lord, the Lord of the Blazing Sun, he obtained the hero inheritance of the Blood Fire Arrow Elf and became the second-generation Blood Fire Arrow Elf. Hero's Personal Reputation Rating +1, Elf Race Reputation +10,000, High Continent Reputation +5. Jojo's mouth fell open. Wasn't this attribute panel too luxurious? Especially in the skill column. There were so many skills that there were ellipses. However, Jojo was most curious about her level. He opened the column. Specific information appeared. Epic Tier Heroes Fate Level. The fate level acknowledged by the Supreme Will has left its own mark on the river of time. It can be revived by a specific living being after tracing the mark. Fate Position Amplification, Physical Strength +2, 000%, Soul Strength +2, 000%, Life Willpower +500%. Jojo clicked his tongue. Her physical strength and soul strength had increased by 20 times. No wonder he felt that ridiculous blood energy and mental strength. Such an existence. Perhaps she could casually fight 100 or even 1,000 people on the battlefield. Only such an existence could be called a hero. The more Jojo looked at it, the more he could feel Bai Yi's strength. He was very happy. The stronger Bai Yi was, the more guaranteed both his and Blazing Sun City's development was. Rest for an hour. Grab hold of your new power. In an hour. Let's go suppress that regional Scarlet Lord. Jojo said in a low voice. Yes, my lord. Bai Yi said respectfully. An hour later, outside Blazing Sun City, a total of 3,885 soldiers gathered here and lined up neatly. Standing at the front was undoubtedly the Lord, Jojo. Beside him was Nazario, who was lying on the ground. Not far in front of him were Bai Yi and Zhang Tsang, who were looking at him respectfully and fanatically. Behind them stood a team of more than 3,000 soldiers. Among them were 1,202 poisonous crossbowmen, 1,478 sword shield soldiers, 1,162 elemental archers, 39 elemental archers of the elves. There was also a cavalryman and a spearman. Moreover, they were well equipped. Some wore the Fire Demon Fog Wolf set, while others wore the new military equipment that Carter Kim and the other blacksmiths had created that matched their strength. Further back was a convoy of 100 mechanostriders and simple wooden carts. Jojo looked at them and he was filled with pride. They were the strongest strength Jojo had now without a doubt. Jojo was also confident. In the future, he could expand the team in front of him to 10 times, 100 times, or even more. But before that, he had something important to do now. In a while, I will lead you all to the Sandman Lord and destroy the last Scarlet Lord faction in the Blazing Sun Desert. Right now, I have an important decision to make. I'm going to merge you into a complete army. This army will be called the Blazing Sun Army. It represents the first army of our Blazing Sun City. And you. You will be the first batch of soldiers to join the Blazing Sun Army. Blood Fire Arrow Elf, Bai Yi. Jojo looked at Bai Yi. I'm here. Bai Yi said respectfully. You followed me the longest and are the strongest amongst everyone here. You're also the first hero in the territory. I hereby appoint you as the first Legion commander of the Blazing Sun Legion. Understood. Bai Yi said firmly. Zhang Tsung. I'm here. As the first Sword Shield soldier in Blazing Sun City and the strongest Sword Shield soldier now, I appoint you as the deputy commander of the Blazing Sun Legion. Understood. Zhang Tsung's calm expression revealed some excitement. As for the specific lower ranks, soldiers can obtain them with military merits. And right now, military merit is already in front of us. It definitely belongs to the Blazing Sun Army. On my command. Depart. Strike the Sandman Lord. Yes. The soldiers roared. Their voices shook the world. In the Blazing Sun City, the life profession subjects and unemployed subjects who saw this scene were also very excited. At the same time, in the Elven Empire billions of kilometers away from Blazing Sun City, the capital of the Elven Empire, Alanos. In the Imperial Palace, Astrologer Molt. You're saying that a lord from another world obtained the hero inheritance of our Blood Fire Arrow Elf. An elf in a gorgeous and resplendent dress sat upright on the throne, looking calmly at a female elf in the astrologer's uniform below. She was the Empress of the Elven Empire. The original Elven Empress, Elise Ariel. I'm absolutely certain. Your Majesty. Every hero is an imperial treasure. It's also our main combat strength against the other empires and the Scarlet Lords. And Nadia's hero inheritance originally belonged to our Elven Empire. We can't let her fall into the hands of outsiders. Astrologer Molt said. Have you divined where that lord is? Elise Ariel asked. The divination is out. Even though it's relatively far away. But we can reach there in a short period of time at a price. Molt said. Elise Ariel did not reply, seemingly deep in thoughts. Every hero is the treasure of the Empire, just as Molt said. She possessed the huge Elven Empire, which only had a little more than 100 Elven heroes as of now. Moreover, a large portion of them were Elven heroes with low status. Therefore, she also valued the appearance of new Elven heroes. The Imperial Palace fell silent. Molt stopped talking. A moment later. Ignore that lord first. There's an agreement with the Supreme Will. We can't attack the lords' races below the Empire level for no reason. Don't even think about challenging the dignity of the Supreme Will. However, you can pay attention to that lord's faction for the time being. Bring back the heir of the Blood Fire Arrow Elf if his faction fails in the competition for the title of Lord of all races. Elise Ariel spoke. Molt opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something. But in the end, she said nothing. After that, Elise Ariel let the astrologer leave. Elise Ariel was the only one left in the huge Imperial Palace. She stood up and waved her right hand gently. A crystal coffin appeared in front of her. Elise Ariel looked over. The life form lying in the crystal coffin was Nadia, the Blood Fire Arrow Elf. Her skin was fair and tender, and she even breathed faintly, as if she was alive. However, for some reason, she had yet to wake up. Is it a coincidence? The time prior just found your mark of fate not long ago. Your hero inheritance appeared in the world at the same time. That's good too. I won't have to wait for too long. For my Elven Empire to possess 2 Blood Fire Arrow Elves. Elise Ariel stroked the crystal coffin and muttered to herself as she looked at Nadia's face inside. Actually, in her heart, even though the successor of Nadia's hero inheritance was worthy of attention, it was not too important. Nadia, the true Blood Fire Arrow Elf, was about to be resurrected. How could her successor compare to the first generation? As for the lord who had the successor of the blood fire arrow elf hero inheritance, in her heart, she felt that it would probably not be long before he died in the wave of the competition for the title of lord of all races. When the time comes, both blood fire arrow elves would naturally become hers. Chapter 62, 62 Hero Technique, Stabilizing Morale. Insight Defection again. 62 Hero Technique, Stabilizing Morale. Insight Defection again. In the desert, Jojo and the soldiers looked at the Sandman's territory in the distance. The huge hole that Nazario had melted with the magma dragon breath on the huge desert pyramid the last time was still there. About 100 to 200 Sandmen were repairing the pyramid while a portion of the remaining Sandmen patrolled the perimeter of the pyramid. The others which were not immediately visible should be in the pyramid. The corners of Jojo's mouth curled up slightly before he looked at Nazario, who was not far away. Nazario instantly understood Jojo's thoughts. It slowly flapped its wings and flew into the sky straight to the pyramid. Prepare for battle, Jojo ordered in a low voice. Yes. Bai Yi and Zhang Tsung immediately responded and told all the soldiers to prepare for battle. On the other side, Nazario, which was zooming towards the pyramid, quickly attracted the attention of all the Sandmen with its huge size. When these Sandmen found out that the visitor was actually the evil dragon that destroyed their pyramid previously, they immediately became angry. It wasn't enough to bully us once, you want to bully us a second time, right? There's no end to it, right? The Sandmen roared angrily. Then, they picked up everything they could throw at Nazario in the air. However, what they threw could not hit Nazario at all at the height it was flying at. The next second, an overwhelming dragon might descended with a dragon roar. All the Sandmen were so frightened that they could not move immediately. The entire territory of the Sandman Lord suddenly fell silent. Nazario seized the opportunity to dive down. When he was still 40 to 50 meters away from the top of the pyramid, he suddenly opened his dragon mouth. Magma Dragon Breath. Boom. The scorching magma spat out from Nazario's mouth was like a torrent and instantly covered the top of the pyramid again. Once the magma dragon breath was unleashed, the Sandmen realized that not only had the repairs been in vain, but the pyramid had also suffered greater damage than last time. At this moment, many Sandman, elite Sandman, and Sandman leaders regained mobility because the effects of the dragon might had already disappeared. They threw their weapons at Nazario with all their might in their anger. This time, Nazario was hit. However, even their lord would not be able to pierce through the thick lava armor on its body. The attacks of these black iron and green bronze tier Sandmen did not even make a scratch on Nazario. Nazario only glanced at the Sandmen monsters that dared to offend it. Their bodies burned out of thin air, and they quickly died under the flames. No one else dared to attack when they saw that. Nazario glanced coldly at the cowardly Sandmen, elite Sandmen, and Sandmen leader. Then, it suddenly flapped its wings and flew into the sky again. It was not interested in these weaklings as a dragon with noble bloodline. Its actions just now were firstly because it obeyed its master's orders, and secondly, it felt that it was fun. It completed its order and had enough fun. It was time to be prepared to deal with the regional Scarlet Lord. Even though it felt that it would definitely win. However, the principle of a lion doing its best to capture a rabbit ran through its veins as its dragon bloodline inheritance. Therefore, it would not underestimate any enemy. At the same time, nearly 100 kill notifications immediately appeared in front of Zhou when Nazario melted the pyramid again. There was no lack of monsters at the level of the Sandman elite and the Sandman leader. We can start attacking, Zhou ordered calmly. The enemy was still in an extremely chaotic state, so it was a good opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Bai Yi immediately carried out Zhou's orders. Soon, more than 3,800 soldiers cried out war cries and rushed towards the Sandmen in the chaos. They pressed forward like a torrent, not afraid of the enemies in the distance at all. The reason why they were so fearless even if the enemy were under the command of a regional Scarlet Lord was firstly, because Zhou's soldiers had won all the battles so far. These victories increased their confidence and courage in the face of the enemy to a certain extent. On the other hand, it was because of Bai Yi's hero skill from the Blood Fire Arrow Elf. Hero skill, stabilizing morale. Hero skill, stabilizing morale. Level, green bronze tier intermediate grade, enhanceable. Skill Effect 1. The Blood Fire Arrow Elf can allow your soldiers to still attack fearlessly when facing a strong enemy and maintain strong morale when the Blood Fire Arrow Elf is on the same battlefield. Skill Effect 2. If your own faction loses to the enemy faction, the Blood Fire Arrow Elf can maintain the basic morale of the remaining soldiers of your own faction to fight again. Skill Effect 3. The Blood Fire Arrow Elf can allow the soldiers of your own faction to avoid or weaken some of the negative effects of the bloodline pressure, mental deterrence, soul control, and other willpower from the outside world. Note, it can currently affect a total of 7,000 units of soldiers from your own faction. The range and effect will increase as the Blood Fire Arrow Elf grows. This hero skill was very strong. However, what Jojo valued the most was its Skill Effect 3. This was because Jojo had always been worried that his soldiers would encounter a similar situation in the future after seeing the astonishing effect of Nazario's Dragon Might. When the time comes, it would probably be very difficult for them to resist the pressure of a powerful bloodline without corresponding defensive methods. It would be very likely that they would be reduced to lambs waiting to be slaughtered like the monsters in the Monster Ranch. However, now that he had Baiyi's morale stabilization skill, they had some means to save themselves in such a situation at the very least. In the distance, the Sandmen quickly saw more than 3,000 human soldiers rushing over from afar. It was as if they had received an order. They no longer cared about the lava dragon in the sky. A portion of the Sandmen picked up their weapons and rushed towards the enemies who dared to offend them. Another portion of the Sandmen stood where they were and began to summon the others. As a large number of Sandmen began to be summoned, the Sandmen in front of them began to increase at a terrifying speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, there were more than 2,500 Sandmen from the original 1,000. Jojo was not surprised to see this. This was how the Sandmen fought. The lowest Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Sandman was in charge of blocking the enemy. The Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade and Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Sandman were in charge of summoning the Sandman at the back to increase their troop numbers. Even though these summoned Sandmen only existed temporarily, it was useful. After using one batch, they could summon another batch. As long as there was enough energy in their bodies, an endless stream of Sandmen would crush the enemy sooner or later. This was also why the Sandman Lord could rely on these subordinates to become a regional Scarlet Lord faction. Jojo suddenly felt that it looked inexplicably familiar when he thought of this. Isn't this my F***King human wave tactic? He shook his head and stopped thinking nonsense. Then, he stretched out his right hand and aimed at the Sandmen. The Insight Defection talent that had long cooled down was suddenly activated. Boom. An invisible wave instantly covered all the Sandmen fighting and the Sandmen in the pyramid. Prompt: you have activated your Lord's exclusive talent, Insight Defection. Insight Defection has taken effect. Lord Talent Hint: a total of 10 Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Sandmen, 6 Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Sandmen, and 2 Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade Sandman leaders have betrayed their Lord's faction and become your loyal subordinates. At this moment, Jojo could feel 18 more Sandman monsters had become his loyal subordinates. He could sense their existence and could also issue some orders from afar. Rebel. Jojo directly ordered all the Sandmen who had been instigated to defect. In the Sandman camp, a Sandman who was fighting a sword shield soldier was stunned. Then, he turned around and slashed at his Sandman compatriots. The Sandman companion looked at it in confusion. The sword shield soldier opposite him was also stunned. What is going on? Did it miss its target? Missing at this range is a little ridiculous. Behind the Sandman, the 2 Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade Sandman leaders who had just summoned the Sandman suddenly trembled. Then, their eyes became much clearer. They looked at each other and instantly understood the deeper meaning in the other party's eyes. They confirmed that they were all traitors. The 2 Sandman leaders silently retracted their gazes. Then, they controlled the summoned Sandman to launch a sneak attack on the surrounding Sandman compatriots that were being summoned. Chaos began at this moment. Chapter 63, 63 Hero Skill, Blood Fire Meteor. The Sandman Lord appears. 63 Hero Skill, Blood Fire Meteor. The Sandman Lord appears. Jojo looked at the slightly chaotic scene behind the Sandman and pondered. Insight Defection might be a Black Iron Tier Lord talent that could only turn 2% of the enemy Lord's forces into loyal subordinates at any one time, but he personally felt that the future potential of this talent was still very high. They were instigating the rebellion according to the percentages after all. If he could use the Lord Talent fragment to increase its talent level, in the future it was not impossible for him to wave his hand and make all of this enemy surrender. Upgrading my 100% drop rate to the mythical tier by collecting 1 billion Black Iron tier Lord Talent fragments is something I might not even achieve even after the competition for the title of Lord of all races ends. Wouldn't it be a waste not to use this large pile of fragments? Why don't I use the Lord Talent fragments I collected to upgrade my other Lord Talents? It's best if it is those Lord Talents with the potential to improve. This can also strengthen my territory. Moreover, if my territory becomes stronger, I will also come into contact with more secrets of the High Continent. At that time, I might be able to upgrade my 100% drop rate Lord Talent in other ways. Jojo was deep in thought. Then, he stopped thinking about it and summoned 8 green bronze tier elementary grade sand cavalry through the Emperor of Sand's spatial ring. After he broke through to the green bronze tier elementary grade and enhanced his elementary grade mental potential, his current mental strength was already enough for him to summon 8 green bronze tier elementary grade sand cavalry. Then, he summoned a green bronze tier elementary grade Sandman leader through the green bronze tier elementary grade summoning skill he had obtained in the morning. Skill name, Summon Sandman Leader. Skill quality, green bronze tier elementary grade. Skill description, summoning type skill. Controls the sand element and condenses a green bronze tier elementary grade Sandman leader that completely obeys your orders and will get Sandmen of elementary grade intelligence to fight for you. The summoned Sandman leader did not have the ability to summon, but it had the physique of a normal green bronze tier elementary grade fog monster. Coupled with the green bronze tier elementary grade sandification ability, it could at least be a meat shield on the battlefield. After that, Jojo did what he did the last time. He got the Sandmen he summoned to charge into the battlefield and carry the injured soldiers back to Zhang Qianjing and the other 2 doctors for treatment. In addition, they had already brought enough life potions this time, so they were not worried about not running out. At the same time, on the battlefield, the Blood Fire Arrow Elf, Bai Yi, was riding on a Mechanostrider and shooting arrows at the edge of the battlefield. Every arrow of the hero Bai Yi was extremely lethal. Even a green bronze tier intermediate grade Sandman leader could be easily killed by her arrow. A cold glint flashed across her eyes just as she saw the Sandman monsters summon a large number of Sandmen. Bai Yi suddenly stopped the Mechanostrider. She drew her bow and aimed at the group of Sandmen controlling the summoned creatures. Then, she took a deep breath. At this moment, Bai Yi felt as if she resonated with the battlefield. Every scene on the battlefield appeared clearly in her perception. Not only that, she could still sense the surging blood energy on the battlefield. Moreover, she felt that she could clearly sense the elemental energy in every elemental archer on the battlefield and could even mobilize them. And so she did. The next second. Boom. Everyone suddenly realized. The blood energy in the air suddenly became restless and surged in Bai Yi's direction. The senses of the 1,162 elemental archers were especially obvious. This was because they also felt an insignificant wisp of fire elemental energy fly out of their bodies and converge on Bai Yi's fiery red bow. Jojo also looked at her as if he had sensed something. Flame arrows burning with the color of blood condensed around Bai Yi's body. 10, dozens, hundreds. In the blink of an eye. A total of more than 1,000 flame arrows appeared in the air around Bai Yi. The tips of their arrows were aimed at the Sandman camp, and the arrows trembled slightly. It seemed to be about to shoot out and kill the enemy in the distance in the next second. It was the hero skill, Blood Rocket Rain. Hero skill, Blood Rocket Rain. Level, Gradeless. Skill effect, the Blood Fire Arrow Elf spreads its perception throughout the entire battlefield and understands every dynamic on the battlefield. At the same time, she can mobilize the blood elemental energy on the battlefield and the fire elemental energy in all the elemental archers' bodies too. Gather around her, forming a vast number of blood fire killing arrows to kill more distant enemies. At this moment, the Sandman seemed to have received some orders. They abandoned the enemies in front of them and ran towards Bai Yi. Stop them. Don't let them affect the Legion commander. Zhang Tsang, who was fighting a bloody battle, cried out the order when he saw this. Then, he rushed over immediately. Go. Bai Yi ignored the Sandmen rushing towards her. His eyes were as calm as an eternal iceberg. The next second, she released the bowstring. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Thousands of blood fire arrows instantly shot out as if it had been released. They quickly streaked across the sky like a blood-red meteor shower that ran rampant in the sky, accompanied by the sound of air exploding. In the blink of an eye, they landed behind the Sandman. Boom, 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 boom. Every blood fire killing arrow that landed around the Sandman would instantly explode, killing all the Sandmen within a radius of 4 to 5 meters and leaving behind a pile of burning sand. Thousands of blood fire killing arrows turned the Sandmen's back up into a sea of fire. This blood fire arrow rain directly killed 600 to 700 Sandman monsters. It directly destroyed more than half of the Sandman subjects. Zhang Tsang and the others, who were blocking the Sandman monsters, suddenly saw the Sandmen in front of them stiffen. Then, they collapsed into countless sand and scattered on the ground. The soldiers of Blazing Sun City on the battlefield also saw many Sandman summoned suddenly collapse into sand. The pressure on them instantly lessened greatly. War. War. Bai Yi put the bow back on her back and panted slightly. Her face was a little pale. She sensed the elemental energy in her body and realized that there was only about 5% left. Not only that, her mental strength was almost exhausted. Even the blood energy in her body had temporarily decreased a lot. Her expression did not change. It seemed that blood fire arrow rain was a strategic level hero skill. Even if she was a hero now, she could only release it once in a short period of time. She would have to at least recover completely before she could release it again. Not far away, Jojo nodded slightly when he saw this. This was the strength of a hero. Bai Yi's attitude just now almost gave him the illusion that he was seeing Nadia's last arrow again. At this moment, a Sandman holding a golden staff and wearing a golden mask walked out of the pyramid. It was more than 3 meters tall and looked quite tall. It glanced at Nazario above its head when it emerged, then its gaze passed through the battlefield and looked directly at Jojo at the rear. Jojo also looked at it calmly. Monster information appeared. Monster name, Sandman Lord, Simon, Scarlet Lord. Strength level, White Silver Tier Elementary Grade. Monster description, the strongest Scarlet Lord in the Blazing Sun Desert. It controls the entire Blazing Sun Desert and has many Sandman subjects under its command. It is good at summoning and was once a member of the Emperor of Sand's race when the Emperor of Sand was alive. Loots, 10 White Silver Tier Mist Cores, drop rate, 100%, 5 Origin Crystals, drop rate, 100%, 300 kilograms Black Iron Tier Sand Crystal, drop rate, 20%, 1 White Silver Tier Elementary Grade Sandman Scepter, drop rate, 10%, 1 White Silver Tier Elementary Grade Sandification Skill Book, drop rate, 5%, 1 White Silver Tier Elementary Grade Sandman Summoning Lord, drop rate, 2%, 1 White Silver Tier Elementary Grade Alchemy Pharmacist Recruitment Book, drop rate, 1%, 6 Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, drop rate, 0%. Chapter 64, 64 Killing the Sandman Lord. Emperor of Sands Item. 64 Killing the Sandman Lord. Emperor of Sands Item. Destroy it. Jojo ordered calmly. Roar. Nazario and Jojo were telepathic. After receiving his order, it immediately roared at the other party and released its dragon might to control it on the spot. Then, it swooped down and fired a magma dragon breath at the other party. The Sandman Lord Simon's pupils constricted slightly. It suddenly smashed the scepter to the ground. Bang. The next second, the scorching lava dragon breath directly buried the immobile enemy below. When Jojo saw this, a smile appeared on his face. But in the next second, his eyes narrowed slightly. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why wasn't there a kill notification? Nazario had already noticed the abnormality. It looked not far away and saw a figure running away in the distance. It was the Sandman Lord, Simon. Trying to escape. Jojo raised his eyebrows. This was the first time he had encountered a lord who knew how to escape. Then, Nazario chased after him without the need for his reminder. Bai Yi also activated the overload mode of the Mechanostrider, Little Bird Run. She chased after it extremely quickly. The dragon and the woman quickly caught up to the Sandman Lord. The Sandman Lord also noticed the two pursuers. Its expression changed slightly. Then, it chanted an incantation and knocked the scepter on the ground twice. 2 white silver tier elementary grade Sandman Lords instantly condensed. Then, one pounced on Bai Yi while the other Sandman Lord suddenly stepped on the ground and jumped dozens of meters high before punching Nazario. Nazario's dragon eyes turned cold. It opened its dragon mouth and ate the Sandman Lord that rushed up. Then, it chewed and spat it out in disdain. Bai Yi was not afraid at all when she saw the Sandman Lord rushing over. Even if she was only at the green bronze tier intermediate grade who had just consumed a lot of energy. And even if the other party was a summoned creature, it was also a true white silver tier elementary grade. There was actually not much difference between the two with the enhancement of the epic tier fate level. Bai Yi did not even slow down the Mechanostrider. She drew her bow and a firevine arrow condensed from fire and wood elements appeared on her bow out of thin air. Whoosh! The firevine arrow shot out quickly and hit the summoned creature squarely. Not only did it retreat more than 10 steps, but more than 10 flame vines also grew crazily from the place they had hit, firmly binding it. Then, Bai Yi drew her bow 4 times in a row. 4 firevine arrows shot out almost consecutively, scattering around the other party's body. Bai Yi snorted and continued to pursue the Sandman Lord. At this moment, Nazario opened its dragon mouth and spat out another magma dragon breath, spraying it at the fleeing Sandman Lord. The Sandman Lord panicked. It knocked its scepter 6 times in a row and summoned 6 summons of the white silver tier elementary grade Sandman Lord to block behind him, trying to block their attacks. But in the next second, the magma dragon breath directly exploded the summoned creatures of the 6 Sandman Lords, and then its power blasted onto the Sandman Lord without decreasing. After the dragon breath dissipated, only the tattered corpse of the Sandman Lord was left on the ground. As expected of the Lord's pet, the legendary dragon completely crushed them. Bai Yi stopped and sighed when she saw this scene. She was confident that she could kill this Sandman Lord at her peak. However, she felt that she could not kill the Sandman like how Nazario did with a single strike. Nazario flew over with the Sandman's corpse in its mouth in no time. When it passed by Bai Yi, it nodded slightly in agreement. Bai Yi was stunned. Then, she immediately jumped down from the Mechanostrider and bowed to it solemnly. She was not proud. Because she knew that what the dragon acknowledged was not her own strength but her hero identity. Your pet lava dragon, Nazario, has killed the Sandman Lord, Scarlet Lord, Simon. Promotion energy plus 200. Loots condensed. The territory of the Scarlet Lord has become ownerless. You can plunder or occupy it. The Blazing Sun Desert has become an ownerless area. After you obtain the regional token, you can become the regional lord of this area. Regional Lord. Jojo looked at the notification. He was looking forward to it. Soon, he saw Nazario come to him with the corpse in its mouth. After putting the corpse down, it flew away to help the other soldiers deal with the remaining Sandmen. Jojo did not waste any time and began to retrieve the loot. A golden notification appeared. Do you want to retrieve the loot? Yes. The next second, a text notification appeared. Lord Talent hint, you have obtained loots, 10 mist cores, white silver tier, 5 origin crystals, 300 kilograms of sand crystals, black iron tier, 1 Sandman scepter, white silver tier elementary grade, 1 skill book, sandification, white silver tier elementary grade, 1 skill book, summoning. Sandman Lord, white silver tier elementary grade, 1 alchemy pharmacist recruitment book, white silver tier elementary grade, 6 Lord Talent crystal fragments, black iron tier elementary grade. Whoosh. Big drop. Zhang Qianjing and the others, who were treating the injured, could not help but look at them enviously. Then, they retracted their gazes and focused on treating the injured. Jojo also began to inspect the loots. There was naturally no need to mention the mist cores, origin crystals, and sand crystals. Jojo looked at the golden scepter. This golden scepter that was more than 3 meters long automatically turned into a scepter about 2 meters long after he held it in his hand. Moreover, the weight was just right. It was very magical. It was completely made of gold. At the top of the scepter was a statue of a Sandman wearing a crown whose face could not be seen clearly. The equipment notification appeared. Equipment name, Sandman Scepter. Equipment grade, white silver tier elementary grade. Equipment effect 1, Sandman Noble's Bloodline Glory, it can reduce a portion of energy consumption when using sand element related skills. Note, when using skills below white silver tier elementary grade, it can reduce energy consumption by up to 50%. The reduction will decrease with the increase in skill strength. Equipment Effect 2, the escape route of the Sandman Noble. The user can swap positions with the life summoned by the Sandman. Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. This was the first time he had seen equipment that could aid in escape. Unfortunately, it was a white silver tier elementary grade equipment. He could not use it yet. At this moment, a new notification appeared in front of him. Special hint, this equipment contains a portion of the fragments of the Emperor of Sand's Glory Scepter. Finding other fragments can reforge the Emperor of Sand's Glory Scepter, legendary tier advanced grade. Where can I find this? When Zhou saw the notification, he could not help but mutter in his heart. The High Continent is so big. He had no other hints yet. Wouldn't it be like searching for a needle in a haystack with just a fragment? However, he did not expect to encounter other items left behind by the Emperor of Sand after his spatial ring. He was quite fated with this Emperor. He didn't think too much about it. He put the scepter into his spatial ring and looked at the remaining loots. Skill name, Sandification. Skill quality, white silver tier elementary grade. Skill description, sandify a part of the body for 1 second. Immune to physical damage below the white silver tier. After 1 second, the sandified part of the body will return to its original state. Skill name, Summon Sandman. Skill quality, white silver tier elementary grade. Skill description, summoning type skill. Controls the sand element and condenses a white silver tier elementary grade Sandman Lord that completely obeys your orders and has normal intelligence to fight for you. They were all white silver tier elementary grade items. Zhou could not even learn it, so he temporarily placed it in his spatial ring and would learn it in the future. Then, Zhou looked at the Alchemy Pharmacist recruitment book. There was no need to think too much about it. This must be a specialty of the Gnome Alchemy Workshop. Item name, Alchemy Pharmacist Recruitment Book. Item level, white silver tier elementary grade. Item effect, Life Profession Recruitment Book. Throw it into the Gate of Summoning and you can recruit a white silver tier elementary grade alchemy pharmacist as your subject. Item description, a special item created under the influence of the Gnome Alchemy Workshop. It can immediately add a white silver tier elementary grade alchemist to your Gnome Alchemy Workshop. Zhou read it a few times before he confirmed that he was not mistaken. He would really be able to recruit a white silver tier elementary grade alchemist. It was not an alchemy pharmacist with white silver tier elementary grade potential but only of black iron tier elementary grade. Zhou was a little puzzled. However, it was also quite a surprise. This time Ashburn will have company. Zhou smiled and put it away. Then, he looked at the final loot. The 6 black iron tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. Zhou's eyes lit up. He had 4 black iron tier Lord Talent crystal fragments in his possession, now he had 6 more. After he returned, he would be able to fuse another black iron tier Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystal. Or he could save it up. In the future, he would upgrade his Insight Defection talent to a green bronze tier Lord Talent. Chapter 65, 65 Regional Token. New Black Iron Tier Lord Talent. 65 Regional Token. New Black Iron Tier Lord Talent. The remaining Sandmen were like headless flies when they fought without the Sandman Lord. They were wiped out by Nazario, by E, and the soldiers not long after. Soon, a green bronze tier elementary grade Sandman leader and a green bronze tier intermediate grade Sandman leader came in front of him. Then, under everyone's surprised gazes, they knelt on one knee to Zhou and muttered in some language that Zhou could not understand. Zhou looked at them. He had used Insight Defection here, where he incited a total of 24 Sandmen to become loyal to him. They were only the only 2 that survived. He used his mental perception and understood what they meant. We swear loyalty to my lord. Zhou asked the 2 of them to follow the Blazing Sun Army and return to the territory. A moment later, Bai Yi came in front of him. I've something to report, my lord. We've explored the interior of the pyramid. This pyramid should be the base of these Sandmen. It's divided into living quarters, noble quarters, resource storage rooms, Lord's area, and so on. We've discovered the territory token tablet in the Lord's area. We've also found a total of 10,000 units of wood, 15,000 units of stone, 6,000 units of fine sand, and 8,000 units of metal in the resource storage room. In addition, we found 584 black iron tier mist cores, 56 green bronze tier mist cores, and 2 white silver tier mist cores. Lastly, we also found a design blueprint for this pyramid. After Bai Yi finished speaking, she took out a thick stack of paper and handed it to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows, took it and realized that there were no text notifications. Then, he flipped through the stack of blueprints again, but there was still no information about them. This looks like a hand-drawn blueprint for a self-built building. This pyramid wasn't built from blueprints. It was built by these sandmen from their memories. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in awe. No wonder he felt a little strange when he first saw the pyramid. It looked a little too crudely made from the perspective of a blueprint building. He understood now. So it was a self-built building. Then it was fine, actually it was built pretty well. Maybe they're missing their old civilization. Bai Yi said. It's the first time I've seen you so sentimental. Bring me to the territory tablet. Zhou Zhou smiled and said. Yes, my lord. Bai Yi said respectfully. The two of them passed through the battlefield and quickly walked into the pyramid surrounded by soldiers. Zhou Zhou's first impression was that it was spacious and cool as soon as he entered the pyramid. Moreover, it was not dark here. There were rows of torches on both sides of the road, illuminating the entire pyramid. Under the illumination of the flames, there were ancient murals representing the Sandman civilization on the walls. A tall Sandman whose face could not be seen clearly would often appear on it, accepting the worship of billions of Sandmen. It was exactly the same as the statue on the Sandman scepter. Zhou Zhou guessed that this should be the Emperor of Sand. This place can actually be used as a barack after I'm done with the Novice Lord test. Zhou Zhou suddenly realized. It was such a huge pyramid. The environment was not bad either. It was not a problem to accommodate about 10,000 soldiers. Coincidentally, there was a shortage of residences in the territory, so he could get some soldiers to live here first. A moment later, the two of them arrived at the Lord's area. The blueprint designated this place to be the Lord's area, but the moment Zhou Zhou arrived, he could tell that this place had been modified to mimic the Lord's courtyard. His gaze landed on the territory tablet and on its durability. It was a total of 100,000. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue and asked Bai Yi to shatter the stone tablet. After Bai Yi received the order, she immediately drew her bow. After shooting 10 firevine arrows at it, this territory token with 100,000 durability shattered with a bang, revealing 2 tokens. One of the tokens emitted a rich bronze luster. It was a territory token. The other token was slightly larger than the territory token and emitted a faint black iron luster. On the front was the word, region, and on the back were the words, Blazing Sun Desert. Zhou Zhou picked up the territory token first. He realized that this was a green bronze tier advanced grade territory token. I can bring it back with me to upgrade my territory. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. Then, he picked up the other token and looked at it. A text notification appeared. Treasure name, regional token. Area name, Blazing Sun Desert, changeable. Regional grade, black iron tier. Area, about 523 square kilometers. Treasure description, regional token of the Blazing Sun Desert. The lord who possesses the region token and fuses it with the territory stone tablet can become the region lord of the Blazing Sun Desert and obtain a regional exclusive treasure chest. I'll fuse it with my territory stone tablet when I return. At that time, I will be able to completely control the entire Blazing Sun Desert. Zhou Zhou thought. Half an hour later. All the Sandmen had golden corpse water dripped on them and were loaded into the convoy with the loots. Then, they returned to Blazing Sun City with the Blazing Sun Army. Everyone had just returned to Blazing Sun City. Zhao Changshu was instructing everyone to build a wall. Greetings, my lord. Everyone immediately said respectfully when they saw Zhou Zhou and the others return. My lord, you won. Zhao Changshu asked with a smile. When the others heard this, their eyes lit up and they looked at him expectantly. This is the first battle of the Blazing Sun Army. There's no reason to lose. I'll get someone to set up a public sign in the territory to tell everyone this news. From today onwards, the Blazing Sun Desert belongs to our Blazing Sun City. In addition, I'll get someone to paste a map of the Blazing Sun Desert on the public sign. Therefore, from now on, everyone's range of activity will not be limited to Blazing Sun City. Zhou Zhou smiled. Everyone immediately cheered when they heard that. Blazing Sun City might be safe, but anyone would want to go out for a walk after staying here every day for a long time. The Lord was indeed the Lord. He could take down a Scarlet Lord just like that. The subjects looked at Jojo with admiration. Jojo looked at the notifications that their loyalty had increased. He was deep in thought. It seemed that as long as he did more deeds that convinced and revered his subjects, he could probably obtain the peace and prosperity reputation earlier. After that, Jojo first extracted the loot from the Sandman's corpse. More than an hour later, the loot extraction was complete. During this battle, other than the Sandman Lord whose loot had already been extracted, they had also eliminated a total of 1,125 Sandman monsters. Among them, there were 652 Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade, 313 Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade, 121 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade, 27 Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade, 9 Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade, and 3 Green Bronze Tier Advanced Grade. The loots of higher-level Sandman monsters did not change much. However, the number of its mist cores and sand crystals had increased. Moreover, the grades of both the Sandification Skill Book and the Sand Summoning Skill Book would also increase. Monsters above the Elite Sandman level would drop, Summoning Elite Sandman and Summoning Sandman Leader. The specific gains were as follows. They obtained a total of 7,377 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores, 225 Green Bronze Tier Mist Cores, 3,641 kilograms of Black Iron Tier Sand Crystal, 1,125 Sandification, Black Iron Tier and Green Bronze Tier, 965 Sandman Summoning Books, Black Iron Tier Elementary and Intermediate Grade, 121 Sandman Summoning Elite, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade, 39 Sandman Summoning Books, Green Bronze Tier Elementary, Intermediate and Advanced Grade. Jojo put away the mist cores. All the sand crystals obtained were handed to Zhao Changsho to build the wall. As for these skill books, Jojo planned to include them in the military merit system so that the soldiers could exchange them for military merits. A moment later, in the living room of the Lord's courtyard, Jojo looked at the 10 Black Iron Tier Lord Talent crystal fragments in front of him. Should I fuse it? Obtain another Black Iron Tier Lord Talent? Or should I save them up to upgrade the Insight Defection Talent in the future? He hesitated. A moment later, Jojo could not help but fuse. No choice. The Insight Defection had given him a huge surprise. Wouldn't he be making a killing if he could obtain another great Black Iron Tier Lord Talent this time? However, his expression immediately became a little complicated when he opened this Lord Talent column after he absorbed the newly fused Black Iron Tier Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystal. Lord Talent, 100% drop rate, Legendary Tier, Gnome Alchemy Workshop, Green Bronze Tier, Monster Ranch, White Silver Tier, Insight Defection, Black Iron Tier, Return to the City, Black Iron Tier. Lord Talent, Return to the City, Black Iron Tier. Return to the city, you can immediately return to your territory, no matter where you are, and recover 50% of your physical state in the next 10 seconds when you chant the designated password for 5 seconds. Lord Talent hint, this talent can only be activated once a day. Jojo, Teleportation Home, right. Chapter 66, 66 Upgrade Building. Cerulean Planet's Announcement. 66 Upgrade Building. Cerulean Planet's Announcement. Jojo studied this Lord Talent. His expression was complicated. Was it useful? Yes, it was indeed very useful, especially if he was in a desperate situation where he could not escape. This Lord Talent could be said to be a life-saving talent. However, with Jojo's current strength and cautious personality, he had almost no use for this Lord Talent unless he was stupid enough to provoke those forces that he could not afford to provoke at all and was trapped by the enemy. Jojo finally gave it a more pertinent evaluation. It was useful. However, it might be used less often. In the future, I should save up the fragments of the Lord Talent Crystal and use them to upgrade the other Lord Talents. Jojo thought. A specialist is better than a jack of all trades. It was not as good to blindly increase the number of Lord Talents as to pursue the strength of a certain Lord Talent. After that, he set the return passcode for this Lord Talent as, Return to the City. It was simple and easy to remember. It ensured that he could use it to return to the city as soon as possible when he was in danger. He had actually thought of using B as a password. However, he was worried that he would accidentally say the same word when he spoke to others in the future and then he would suddenly disappear 5 seconds later. That would be funny. Therefore, it was better to use, return to the city. He did not try it out because he planned to go to Fish Spring Town after Wu-Tu returned today. If anything happened to him in Fish Spring Town, this return to the city talent would give him a guarantee. After that, Zhou walked out of the Lord's courtyard and looked at it, preparing to upgrade it. With a thought. A line of text appeared. Do you want to upgrade the Lord's courtyard? Yes. He said. The next second. 20,000 units of basic materials, 100 green bronze tier mist cores, 1 origin crystal, and the green bronze tier advanced grade territory token that he had just obtained instantly disappeared. Boom. A golden light suddenly covered the entire Lord's wooden house. A moment later. The golden light dissipated. Zhou looked over. The area of the Lord's courtyard expanded again, and the renovation of the house was even more exquisite. A series of text notifications appeared. Congratulations, your Lord's courtyard has been upgraded to a green bronze tier intermediate grade building. There is an additional bathroom. Your territory has been upgraded to green bronze tier intermediate grade. Territory token durability increased to 50,000/50,000. Your territory has expanded to 10,000 m times 10,000 m times 3,000 m. All fog monsters within the territory of the new territory have been expelled. Scarlet fog will not appear in any of your territories. You have received an upgrade reward, Medical Hall Blueprint, green bronze tier intermediate grade. Lord Talent hint, the upper limit of the enemy Lord's power that you can instigate to defect has been increased to white platinum tier intermediate grade. Lord Talent hint, your monster ranches can be upgraded. Bathroom. Zhou's eyes lit up. He immediately ran back into the house and quickly found the bathroom. Even though this bathroom was a little small, there was a toilet, a bathing area, a sink, toilet paper, toothpaste, toothbrush. It had all the necessary facilities and toilet supplies. Zhou was a little touched. He could finally say goodbye to the pit latrine. A moment later. He walked out of the bathroom reluctantly. As for the newly obtained green bronze tier intermediate grade medical hall blueprint, the other lords might like it very much. However, Zhou had the all-purpose human blueprint, Elder Zhao, so it did not attract his attention at all. After that, he looked at the materials needed to upgrade the Lord's courtyard from green bronze tier intermediate grade to green bronze tier advanced grade. Construction upgrade, 20,000 units of wood, 20,000 units of fine sand, 20,000 units of metal, 20,000 units of stone, 500 green bronze tier mist cores, 3 origin crystals, 2 green bronze tier territory tokens. Zhou looked at the building materials thoughtfully. There was no problem with the basic materials and origin crystals. He could collect 500 green bronze tier mist cores with some time in the monster ranches. The hardest to obtain were these 2 green bronze tier territory tokens. There are no Scarlet Lords or Lords of all races in the Blazing Sun Desert whom I can obtain territory tokens from now. I have to think of a way to obtain green bronze tier territory tokens from other areas. Zhou thought. He did not think too much about it for the time being and went to the Gate of Summoning to upgrade it. He consumed another 8,000 units of basic materials and 50 green bronze tier mist cores. Congratulations, your Gate of Summoning has been upgraded to a green bronze tier intermediate grade building. You can summon +5 subjects every day. You will definitely summon 4 professionals every day. Prompt, under the influence of the unique title of the race, Glory of the Pioneer Eye, you can summon 54 subjects a day. You will definitely summon 6 professionals every day. And the professional levels of 2 of them will be the same as your territory level. Only 5 more this time. Didn't I increase it by 10 people the last time I advanced from Black Iron tier advanced grade to Green Bronze tier elementary grade? Zhou was stunned when he saw the notification. Could it be that it directly increased the summoning limit of 10 subjects because it was a large level advancement? There were only 5 more people this time because it was a small level advancement. Zhou took a guess. Then, he looked at the upgrade requirements for the Gate of Summoning. Construction upgrade, 5,000 units of wood, 5,000 units of fine sand, 5,000 units of metal, 5,000 units of stone, 100 green bronze tier mist cores, territory level upgraded to green bronze tier advanced grade. It's easy to upgrade the Gate of Summoning. I don't have to worry about upgrading materials at all. Jojo thought. After that, he returned to the Lord's courtyard and took out the black iron tier regional token. Jojo looked at this regional token twice and placed it on his territory stone tablet. A suction force suddenly came from the territory stone tablet and sucked this regional token in. Jojo looked at this scene in surprise. The next second, rows of golden text appeared in front of him. It also appeared in front of all the Cerulean planet lords. Congratulations on obtaining a black iron tier regional token, Blazing Sun Desert, and officially becoming the regional lord of this area. The regional territory column has been unlocked in your lord's personal information. You can check the information about the regional territory you own here. You have obtained a regional treasure chest, exclusive to the Blazing Sun Desert. Cerulean Planet World Channel announcement. Congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun, becoming the first regional lord and to officially own a regional territory. Reward, Supreme Treasure Chest +1, Reputation Rating +1. Cerulean Planet World Channel announcement. Congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Cerulean Planet World Channel announcement. Congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Jojo looked at the golden text notification in front of him. He had already guessed that he might receive another announcement from the Cerulean Planet's entire channel after obtaining the first regional territory, but he could not help but feel a little excited now that he saw it with his own eyes. The last reputation rating talent hasn't come yet, but the next reputation rating talent is on the way. Jojo could not help but smile. He opened the Cerulean Planet Lord World channel and glanced at it. Indeed, the lords were discussing him fervently. Ridiculous. This is the fourth time, right? There's still only Big Boss Blazing Sun on the reputation ranking. Is this the loneliness of an expert? One step ahead, many steps ahead. I didn't know much about it in the past, but I suddenly understand now. Is Big Boss Blazing Sun really not going to live stream the opening? I'm so curious. Do you think Big Boss Blazing Sun is diving and peeping now? I think he might be opening the box now. There are trillions of lords on the entire high continent, and I'm the only lord of the Blazing Sun. Tsundere face. Simply too brilliant. Girl, is there no one you care about on the road to supremacy? Aren't you guys a bunch of fools? The Lord of the Blazing Sun is now the only one among us. When he becomes completely invincible in the future and comes to your territory, let's see if you'll still be happy to welcome him. I remember that Lord Mighty revealed that the Lord of the Blazing Sun's territory is near the Aurora Kingdom, right? Lords of the Aurora Kingdom, don't blame me for not reminding you. Either join forces and think of ways to deal with the Lord of the Blazing Sun, or prepare to end up like Lord Mighty. Tisk tsk, there are so many lords watching the show. Be careful that the Lord of the Blazing Sun will record you in his notebook. Some lords have already been blacklisted by the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Now, they can't even buy Big Boss Blazing Sun's goods. You people who stir up trouble, be careful not to attract trouble. As soon as this was mentioned, the lords who were stirring up trouble immediately became much quieter. They still wanted to buy the goods of the Lord of the Blazing Sun. To be honest, even though the goods sold by the Lord of the Blazing Sun were a little expensive, he was at least honest and did not sell fake goods. This was also the reason why many lords would rather endure the cost and still buy the goods. Unlike some lords, who sold rotten monster meat to pass off as fresh monster meat and second-hand equipment as new equipment in order to make a fortune in the exchange. Many naive lords had been scammed. Comparing the two, the face of this profiteer, the Lord of the Blazing Sun, seemed a little friendly instead. However, what they did not know was that Jojo, who was peeping at the screen, had already silently blacklisted them. You want to buy my goods to increase your strength while badmouthing me on the World Channel? Jojo thought. Over my dead body. Chapter 67, 67 Regional Treasure Chest. Void Mask. 67 Regional Treasure Chest. Void Mask. On a plain, in front of the Wyvern's Nest. Suzanne looked down at a rough map on the table after reading the discussion on the World Channel. More than 30 human subjects were working on a building behind her. Not far in front of her, 2 wyverns, the spin-ebony earth dragons, were playing. There was also a flying bone-winged dragon in the sky. The loud bangs caused by the 3 huge creatures made the human subjects look back at them nervously from time to time. He actually took down a complete regional territory. I have to hurry too. Fortunately, my wyvern nest has also leveled up. I can summon 1 wyvern every 2 days now. I should be able to challenge that regional Scarlet Lord as long as I have 5 wyverns under my command. When the time comes, I can also become a regional lord. Suzanne pondered. While she felt that she could not catch up when she saw the 4th Lord announcement regarding the Lord of the Blazing Sun, but the upgrade of the wyvern nest also gave her hope of surpassing him again. In her heart, she would have an army of thousands of wyverns in the future as long as her wyvern nest fully matured. When the time comes. So what if the human soldiers under the Lord of the Blazing Sun were stronger? He would still lose to her. The potential of human soldiers was too low after all. How could they compare to wyverns with dragon bloodline? In a desolate forest, accompanied by the scream of a monster, a green bronze tier advanced grade 1 horned blood python was smashed to the ground and turned into a pile of meat paste. So weak, said a disdainful voice. The instigator sat on a rock at the side as he threw the severed tail into his mouth. He did not care about the smell of blood at all and ate the flesh. He was more than 3 meters tall and his muscles were bulging. His upper body was bare, and the skin of a certain monster was wrapped around his waist. If ordinary people were near him, they would immediately sense that he emitted a sense of danger and a faint sense of life-level suppression. At this moment, not far away, 2 subjects ran over. They placed the flesh on the ground on a wooden plate and handed it to their lord respectfully and fawningly. All hail the Overlord. A mere green bronze tier advanced grade fog monster is not even qualified to injure you, Overlord. The 2 of them flattered. It's just a green bronze tier advanced grade fog monster. There's nothing much to brag about. If not for the fact that there are too many monster subjects around the regional Scarlet Lord, I will be able to pull him out and beat him up. Xiang Shueba one said calmly. When outsiders heard his name for the first time, they might smile knowingly, thinking that his family might want him to be a top student. But that was not what he thought. He felt that his name was a hint that they wanted to learn from the Overlord, Xiang Yu. That was his idol. Therefore, he did not study much since he was young. He left the house early and fought with the hooligans outside. Gradually, he really made a name for himself. He accepted a group of underlings and self-proclaimed himself as the Overlord. However, he was not satisfied. That was because he wanted to be a true Overlord. Not just some hooligan leader. Later on, the world changed. In the blink of an eye, he came here and became a lord. While he was at a loss, he realized that he had awakened his lord talent. Moreover, it was a rather powerful lord talent. Lord talent, gluttonous demon body, legendary tier. Gluttonous demon body, you have the gluttonous demon body. You can devour and digest the flesh and blood of all living beings in the world. During the process of digesting the flesh and blood, the energy in the flesh and blood will strengthen your physical fitness. There is a low chance of obtaining the bloodline ability of this living being from the flesh and blood. This legendary tier lord talent was naturally very powerful. The only drawback was that the probability of obtaining a bloodline ability was a little low. Xiang Shueba did not care about this. Low probability. Then I'll eat more. He fought and ate at the same time after 6 days. Not only had he broken through to his current green bronze tier elementary grade strength, he also had the confidence to fight a white silver tier elementary grade regional Scarlet Lord with his innate ability. He opened the world channel and saw that the lords were all discussing the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Lord of the Blazing Sun. We'll meet sooner or later. Xiang Shueba, tiger eyes were extremely deep. Zhou naturally did not know that a lord with a legendary tier lord talent like him was already targeting him. He was now looking at the golden supreme treasure chest and an iron box that emitted a black iron light. This iron box was the regional treasure chest exclusive to the Blazing Sun Desert. Regional treasure chest, exclusive to the Blazing Sun Desert, a treasure chest specially prepared to conquer the territory of the entire Blazing Sun Desert. It contains exclusive treasures for the territory of the Blazing Sun Desert. I'll open the regional treasure chest first. Zhou looked at the 2 treasure chests and quickly made a decision. He had a habit. He always wanted to save good things for the last to enjoy. Then, he opened the regional treasure chest and found a squarish yellow package inside. He picked it up and looked at it. A text message appeared. Item name, Blazing Sun Desert Resource Pack. Item level, Black Iron Tier. Item effect, after opening it, you can obtain 50,000 units of stone, 50,000 units of wood, 50,000 units of metal, 50,000 units of fine sand, 10,000 kilograms of black iron tier sand crystal. Item description: Black iron tier area exclusive resource pack. After opening it, you can obtain a large number of basic resources and some area exclusive resources. When Jojo saw the reward, he felt a little disappointed. The rewards of this regional treasure chest were indeed inferior to the rewards of the supreme treasure chest. But 10,000 kilograms of black iron tier sand crystal is not bad. He nodded slightly. Zhao Changshou and the others needed sand crystals now that they were building the wall. Originally, he was a little worried that there would not be enough sand crystals and wanted Zhao Changshou to replace it with an ordinary wall. However, there should be no problem with these sand crystals. He was not disappointed. He then opened the supreme treasure chest. A black mask was quietly placed in the treasure chest. This black mask was completely without any decorations on the surface, leaving only the position of its eyes. It looked extremely ordinary. A mask. Jojo raised his eyebrows. He picked it up and looked at it carefully. A text message appeared. Treasure name, Void Mask. Treasure grade, Special. Treasure effect 1, unable to be observed. When a living being tries to understand your private information through some observation method without your permission, including but not limited to detection, perception, divination, life spying, deduction, and so on, the other party will not be able to receive any feedback. Treasure effect 2, Fateless 1, when an external life form tries to curse you with a fate ability such as instant death, you can be immune to the damage caused by this ability. Jojo looked at the mask in his hand in surprise. This mask is pretty good. With this mask, he would not have to worry about the details of his ability being leaked by the enemy before the battles began in the future. As for its treasure effect 2, it could also allow him not to worry about suddenly dying one day when facing an opponent with an instant death fate ability. I can wear it when I go to Fish Spring Town, Jojo thought. Then, he placed the mask gently on his face. The next second, he felt his face turn cold. When he touched his face again, he realized that the void mask had already disappeared. He immediately went to the bathroom and looked at himself in the mirror. He saw himself in the mirror, handsome and elegant. There was no sign of a mask at all. However, Jojo could indeed clearly sense that there was a mask on his face and he could remove it at any time. Amazing. Jojo clicked his tongue in wonder. I've something to report, my lord. There's an old man standing outside the protective barrier, saying that he wants to join the territory. The other party doesn't look like an ordinary person, so I specially came to report. Bai Yi's voice came from outside. When Jojo heard these familiar words, he immediately reacted. The talent attracted by reputation rating was here. He rushed out without even taking off his mask. Chapter 68, 68 Prime Minister of Aurora. Potential Advancement Potion. 68 Prime Minister of Aurora. Potential Advancement Potion. Just as Jojo was putting on the void mask, Astrologer Molt, who was divining the situation far away in the territory of Nadia's successor in the Elven Empire, suddenly looked surprised. What happened? Why can't even the stars emit light to illuminate the fate of that human lord? Even death shouldn't result in such a divination. It seems like he disappeared into thin air. Astrologer Molt looked at the dim illusion of the stars in front of her. Her beautiful elf face was changing. She was in disbelief. She was only a step away from becoming a god-tier astrologer as a legendary tier advanced astrologer. Her status was above everyone, with the exception of the Empress, even in a top empire like the Elven Empire. A person like her actually couldn't divine the fate of a human lord who had just arrived in the High Continent less than 6 days ago. Who would believe this? She was silent for a moment before divining again. This time, she wanted to divine if the successor of Nadia was still a subject under the Lord of all races. As long as she could obtain this answer, she could also determine if the human lord was dead or alive. A moment later, she stared at the illusion of the stars in front of her with a pale face. The stars were still dim. Every star lost its light and hung weakly in her divination illusion like a meteorite that had lost its energy. This scene was like the end of the stars. I can't even find the fate of that successor. Is it because of that lord? I won't be able to obtain it by direct or indirect means as long as I want to divine any information about him. Could it be that that lord has already sensed that our Elven Empire is investigating his situation? So now he's warning us. Astrologer Molt fell silent at the thought. A moment later, she stood up and left her residence with a solemn expression, walking towards the Elven Empress's imperial palace. Blazing Sun City. Outside the protective barrier, Jojo looked at the old man in front of him. His beard and hair were all white, and his face was kind. There was a warm smile on his lips. He was wearing a platinum robe, and he looked extraordinary. At this moment, he was also peering at Jojo. Decrepit Zheng Yuanqi greets, my lord. Zheng Yuanqi smiled. Hello, Elder One. I heard from my subordinate that you want to join my territory. Jojo asked. Exactly. This decrepit has long heard of the Lord's great achievements in the Aurora Kingdom. You have already cleaned up the forces of the Scarlet Lord in your area in less than 6 days since you arrived in the High Continent. Compared to other human lords, some of whom can't even protect themselves. There were even those who had no choice but to give up their status as lords and enter the Aurora Kingdom to become ordinary adventurers. In comparison, your lordship's performance is naturally quite outstanding. I just retired not long ago. Some of my work experience is still useful, so I wanted to join my lord. Firstly, I can unleash my remaining strength. Secondly, I want to find a place to retire. I wonder if my lord is willing to let me stay. Zheng Yuanqi smiled. Zheng Yuanqi requests to join your territory and become your subject. Do you agree? Jojo felt that it was familiar when he heard this. Oh. I remember now. Elder Zhao also said that he wanted to find a suitable place to retire when he arrived. How did my Blazing Sun City become a center for senior cadres? Jojo complained in his heart. As for the matter of the human lords joining the Aurora Kingdom, even though he was a little surprised, he felt that it was reasonable. Not everyone was like him, who had a certain chance of passing the novice lord test. What he didn't notice was that at this moment, Bai Yi, who was beside him, suddenly became surprised and doubtful when she heard Zheng Yuanqi's name. Elder Zheng, you're too kind. Welcome to Blazing Sun City. Jojo agreed immediately. Are you Prime Minister Zheng? Bai Yi could not help but ask. Jojo was stunned. You know me, young lady. Zheng Yuanqi smiled. One of the 3 prime ministers of the Aurora Kingdom. You assisted the Aurora King in handling almost all the political matters in the Aurora Kingdom. Who doesn't know of your existence? Bai Yi held back her excitement. It's all in the past. This decrepit is now retired. Zheng Yuanqi chuckled. Bai Yi nodded and turned towards Jojo to introduce this prime minister. She said that Zheng Yuanqi had a good reputation in the Aurora Kingdom and that the Aurora King had always relied on this old prime minister. Jojo listened attentively. He was also a little surprised. He did not expect this talent attracted by his reputation rating to be one of the former prime ministers of the Aurora Kingdom. As the two of them spoke, Zheng Yuanqi also looked at Bai Yi. The more he looked at her, the more he felt that something was wrong. You're a hero. He suddenly hesitated. Bai Yi was stunned. Then, she nodded. Zheng Yuanqi was immediately stunned. A hero had actually appeared in a territory that had only been established for less than 6 days. He fell silent. He began to wonder why the Aurora Kingdom had only given birth to 3 heroes after hundreds of years. Then, after he came back to his senses, he immediately cupped his fists and said politely. This decrepit was rude just now. When Bai Yi saw that the former big shot was being so polite to her, she immediately felt a little uneasy. She looked at Jojo. She realized that Jojo was looking at the air in front of Zheng Yuanqi. Subject, Zheng Yuanqi. Territory, Blazing Sun City. Soldier type, Cavalry. Strength level, White Silver Tier Advanced Grade. Ability overview, one of the former prime ministers of the Aurora Kingdom, trusted by the Aurora King. He joined the army when he was young. After he retired from the army, he started as a local official and gradually reached the position of prime minister. Skills, Diamond Tier Advanced Grade Administrative Management, Diamond Tier Advanced Grade Financial Management, Diamond Tier Advanced Grade Military and Political Management, Diamond Tier Advanced Grade Philosophical Theory, Diamond Tier Advanced Grade Ability to distinguish loyalists from traitors. Diamond Tier Advanced Grade Ability to appease the hearts of the people, Diamond Tier Advanced Grade bounding people by common hatred for the enemy, Diamond Tier Advanced Grade boosting morale, Diamond Tier Intermediate Grade speech-giving skills, Diamond Tier Intermediate Grade Advisory, Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Overall Planning, Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Excitation, Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Debate, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade Political Wrestling, White Platinum Tier Intermediate Grade Political Persuasion, Physics. Loyalty, 89. Potential, Extraordinary Tier Advanced Grade. Jojo looked at the series of Diamond Tier skills and was dumbfounded. He opened the ellipsis at the back. It expanded to more than 200 skills. Other than 4 or 5 cavalry profession skills, the rest were all skills to manage local and national matters. Ridiculous. So this is a prime minister. I'm in love. Jojo could not help but look at Zheng Yuanqi. After thinking for a moment, he solemnly held the other party's hands. Elder Zheng. I want you to be the Vice City Lord of Blazing Sun City. From now on, please help me deal with all the matters in Blazing Sun City. I wonder if Elder Zheng is willing. 89 loyalty points was not considered low as a talent attracted by reputation rating. In addition, his ability was so outstanding. Therefore, Jojo was very at ease to hand this important responsibility to him. This subordinate accepts this order. When Zheng Yuanqi heard this, bowed calmly as though he was already mentally prepared. Elder Zheng doesn't seem surprised at all. Jojo looked at him in surprise. I still have a certain level of understanding of my ability. Zheng Yuanqi chuckled. Jojo nodded in satisfaction. This is the confidence of a talent. He looked at him and could not help but feel comfortable when he thought of his experiences in the past 6 days. In the past 6 days, he had to personally participate in and decide almost everything in the territory. It was not very difficult, however, the accumulation of matters made him very tired as well. Everything would be fine now. With Elder Zheng around, he could finally be a hands-off shopkeeper. After that, he chatted with the other party for a while more before leaving. He came to the Gate of Summoning, took out the Alchemist recruitment book, and threw it into the Gate of Summoning. Soon, a green-skinned gnome walked out. Greetings, my lord. Peggy Orlina at your service. She bowed slightly. Her voice was gentle, and she was wearing a female green robe. She should be a female gnome. Hello. Jojo smiled and nodded. Then, he opened her interface information. Subject, Peggy Orlina. Territory, Blazing Sun City. Life profession, alchemy pharmacist. Profession class, White Silver Tier Elementary Grade. Ability overview, a genius alchemy pharmacist from the Gnome Kingdom. She is the daughter of the Gnome Kingdom's Alchemy Association president. She has had her own unique understanding of pharmacology from a young age. Her learning ability is extremely strong, and she aspires to become the strongest alchemy pharmacist in the Gnome Kingdom. Skills, talent, academic genius, talent, apothecary, alchemy potion, potential advancement potion, special, alchemy potion, life potion, White Silver Tier Elementary Grade, alchemy potion, energy potion, White Silver Tier Elementary Grade. Loyalty, dead loyal. Potential, Diamond Elementary Grade. Potential advancement potion. Jojo's gaze was immediately attracted by this word. Even those 2 personal talents did not attract his attention much. He immediately opened the specific information of this potion. Potion name, Potential Advancement Potion. Potion grade, Black Iron Tier. Potion effect, after consumption, it can increase the potential of a life form with Black Iron Tier potential by a level, up to the Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. Potion description, a bottle of potion that can sublimate life. Chapter 69, 69 Ashburn's Advancement. Wu Tu returns. 69 Ashburn's Advancement. Wu Tu returns. There's actually such a potion. When Jojo saw this potential advancement potion, his heart immediately pounded. He really needed this potion. Most of the soldiers under his command were recruited from the Gate of Summoning through recruitment books. And at least 50% of them only had Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade potential. As the recruitment books for soldiers started from Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade monsters, the most number of recruitment books he had were the Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade recruitment books. Therefore, he had the most Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade soldiers under him. If they broke through from Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade to Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade, there would be no more possibility of a breakthrough. In fact, Bai Yi had notified him about this situation before. However, Jojo had no choice in this situation previously, so he could not resolve it. If he could have a large number of potential advancement potions, these soldiers would immediately have the possibility of breaking through again. Do you know where we can obtain a higher-level potential advancement potion or formula? Zhou immediately asked. If he had a higher-level advancement potion, the problem of the low potential of the human subjects would be resolved. The potential advancement potion is the most difficult to research and obtain among countless potions. There are only black iron tier 1s even in the collection of the Gnome Kingdom's Alchemy Association. I don't know where we can find a higher-level potential advancement potion or the corresponding formula either. Peggy winced, then apologized. Zhou felt that it was a pity. However, he was not too disappointed. His gnome alchemy workshop could allow monsters to drop related alchemy items. Perhaps one day, it would drop the formula for the potential advancement potion. Even though the possibility was relatively small. But what if? Do you have a potential advancement potion on you now? Zhou asked. I do. I brought 3 bottles with me when I left for training. Peggy wiped her spatial ring with her right hand, and 3 bottles of potion emitting a faint black iron light appeared in her hand. Then, she handed them to Zhou. Zhou took it and asked Bai Yi to call 3 soldiers with black iron tier intermediate grade potential and strength over. Soon, 3 soldiers came in front of him. My lord. They are 3 black iron tier intermediate grade sword shield soldiers. They're usually very brave in battle and are the first batch of sword shield soldiers to advance to the black iron tier intermediate grade. But later on, they were limited by their potential and couldn't break through anymore. Moreover, even though they've accumulated a lot of military merits, they haven't used them much. Bai Yi introduced. The 3 of them were a little embarrassed. I just feel that the Lord is very good to us. We don't have to worry about food and clothes, and our lives are quite satisfied. There's nothing we need for the time being, so I haven't exchanged it. Me too. I want to save up for a wife in the future. The 3 of them said. Zhou smiled. The Blazing Sun City will not mistreat every soldier who fights bravely. He handed the 3 bottles of potential advancement potion to the 3 of them and told them the effects of the potion. When the 3 of them heard this, they were first stunned, then immediately became excited. Then, Zhou saw the loyalty of the 3 of them increase continuously and quickly break through to more than 90 points. One of them's loyalty directly broke through to 95 points. Zhou suddenly realized that the importance of this potential promotion potion to people with low aptitudes like them was simply immeasurable. It was like a person could only live to be 60 years old. If his medicine increased the other party's lifespan to 70 years old, how could this person not be grateful to the person who gave him the medicine? They used these 3 bottles of potential advancement potion immediately. A moment later, an energy fluctuation erupted from their bodies. Zhou opened their interface. He realized that their potential had increased from black iron tier intermediate grade to black iron tier advanced grade. Moreover, their strength had already broken through to the black iron tier advanced grade. It should have been accumulating advancement energy when he was at the black iron tier intermediate grade. The advancement energy they accumulated would directly help them break through now that the upper limit of their potential had advanced. Zhou thought to himself. Thank you, my lord. When the 3 of them realized their improvement, they immediately knelt down excitedly. Zhou helped them up. You deserved it. Go back and tell our brothers who also have the black iron tier intermediate grade potential. Soon. The same potential advancement potion will appear in our Blazing Sun Army's military merit exchange list. Get them ready. Zhou said. Yes. The 3 of them said excitedly. Then, they bade farewell to Zhou and immediately left. They wanted to spread this good news to the other soldiers. My lord. The medicinal herbs needed to make the potential advancement potion are actually quite rare. And those herbs live in a rather harsh growing environment. Even though the Gnome Kingdom has mastered the formula for a long time, this potential advancement potion is not popularized either. The promise you just made, I'm afraid, Peggy hesitated. She did not expect the lord that she was loyal to want to popularize it on a large scale as soon as he saw the potential advancement potion. Even though he did the right thing, he had to consider the difficulty too. Don't worry about this. A mysterious smile appeared on Zhou's face. Linger had the divine herb garden. As long as she was given a medicinal herb seed, she could return hundreds or thousands of grown medicinal herbs to him the next day. Medicinal herbs that were rare. It did not exist in front of her. Then, Jojo asked her for the list of medicinal herbs needed to make potential advancement potion, high-level life potions, and energy potions. Then, he brought her to the gnome alchemy workshop. From now on, you'll work here. You'll have another colleague. He's the owner of this gnome alchemy workshop. Ashburn. Come out here to receive guests. As soon as Jojo entered the alchemy workshop, he began to call for Ashburn. Soon, 2 apprentices walked out of the studio. My lord. Teacher is developing a black iron tier intermediate grade life potion. He's at a critical moment, an apprentice said awkwardly. They were naturally more loyal to Jojo. However, their teacher was also at the most critical moment. Under such circumstances, they did not know who to choose. It's okay. Then we'll wait for him to come out. Go help him. Jojo was stunned before saying. The 2 apprentices heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they bowed respectfully and returned to the studio. Is the boss also a gnome? Is he also an alchemy pharmacist? Peggy asked curiously. He's indeed a gnome, and he should be of the same race as you. But he's not an alchemy pharmacist. He's a black iron tier advanced grade alchemy technician. He is researching the black iron tier intermediate grade life potion because he wanted to use this opportunity to break through to the green bronze tier elementary grade alchemy technician. Jojo explained. Peggy was enlightened. At the same time, she could not help but be curious. As the daughter of the Alchemy Association's president, when she broke through to the professional level, she had obtained higher-level potion formulas from her father. Then, under the guidance of several potion masters, she quickly mastered this potion and completed the professional level. Breakthrough. In addition, she was extremely talented. That was why she could be promoted to a white-silver tier elementary grade alchemy pharmacist at this age. For example, Ashburn could break through his profession level by exploring advanced knowledge without higher-level knowledge. Such behavior was not unheard of in the industry. However, it was relatively rare and the difficulty far exceeded the difficulty of breaking through to the professional level. Nonetheless, the benefits were also very high. People who used this method to break through to the professional level often had a relatively solid foundation. Moreover, it would be easier for them to break through in the future. Moreover, once he received professional guidance, such an unorthodox genius would grow very quickly. Peggy knew that there were a few potion masters who had grown up like this in the association. Thinking of this, she was suddenly curious about Ashburn. Oh yes. I'll give you these potion formulas as a greeting gift. You can learn it, but you don't have to spend your energy making these 2 potions. Just focus on making life potions, energy potions, and potential advancement potions. I will also send some subjects to be your apprentices or assistants to increase the efficiency of making potions. In addition, if I obtain a new potion formula in the future, I will also give it to you to learn. Jojo handed the antidote formula and the blood cleansing pill formula to Peggy. Since the black-tailed fog scorpion's monster ranch, antidotes and blood cleansing pills were produced in large quantities every day. Therefore, Jojo gave this potion formula to Peggy as a simple greeting gift. Thank you, my lord. Peggy took it with a delighted expression. Ashburn did not let Jojo and the others wait long. He walked out of the studio in no time. He looked tired, but his eyes were shockingly bright. There was a smile on his lips, and he was holding a bottle of red potion. My lord. I've already developed this black iron tier intermediate grade life potion. I'm already a green bronze tier elementary grade alchemy technician. Ashburn said excitedly. Congratulations. Jojo acknowledged. Then, he introduced Peggy beside him. Let me introduce you. This is Peggy Orlina, who just joined Blazing Sun City. She'll also be your colleague in the future. Oh yes. She's a white-silver tier elementary grade alchemy pharmacist. You don't have to make the life potion and energy potion anymore. Just leave them to her. Ashburn. He looked a little confused. I worked so hard to develop the black iron tier intermediate grade life potion because I wanted to make it for the benefit of the territory. My lord, are you saying you don't need me anymore? He was a little depressed and his gaze fell on Peggy's face for the first time. After a moment of silence, he turned around and returned to the studio. Jojo and Peggy looked at each other blankly. Does the boss not like me? Peggy wondered. Probably not. Jojo was also a little surprised. Ashburn didn't seem like such an ill-mannered gnome. 10 seconds later, the door of the studio suddenly opened. Ashburn Hall had become clean and changed into brand new clothes, bowing elegantly to Peggy Orlina. Beautiful Lady Peggy. Welcome to the Gnome Alchemy Workshop. Please tell me if you need anything. Ashburn will do his best to fulfill the lady's request as a gentleman. Jojo, winky face. A moment later, Jojo left the Gnome Alchemy Workshop and returned to the Lord's courtyard. Then, he immediately contacted Linger and asked her to collect the corresponding herbs and nurture them in large quantities, especially the herbs for the potential advancement potion. Linger agreed without hesitation. Not long after, a soldier suddenly sent a message. Wu-Tu had just returned with a reconnaissance team and wanted to see the Lord. Jojo immediately asked him to come over. Chapter 70, 70 Overlord of the Fish Spring Town. Set off. 70 Overlord of the Fish Spring Town. Set off. In the living room, Jojo looked at the map Wu-Tu had brought back. This was the redrawn map of Fish Spring Town. Most of the map information on it was no different from the original map information. Only a portion of the map information had been slightly modified. In addition, Wu-Tu had highlighted the location of Zhang Li's new Wind Tailor shop and the territories of 2 Overlords and 3 Scarlet Lords. Jojo looked at new Wind Tailor shop and then at the 5 Overlords' territories. A map notification appeared. Vampire Race Overlord, Territory Level, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. Baphomet Race Overlord, Territory Level, Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade. Wind Howler the Wild Sand Boss Scarlet Lord, Territory Level, Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade. And See the Water Demon Scarlet Lord, Territory Level, Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade. Zipao, the Purple Scale Murderfish Scarlet Lord, Territory Level, Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade. There was also a special note at the end. It described the strength of these Overlords and Scarlet Lords, the number of their subjects, and the distribution of their strength. My good lord. This Fish Spring Town is indeed a Green Bronze Tier area. The 3 Scarlet Lords' territory levels are all Green Bronze Tier. Jojo clicked his tongue in wonder. Because once a Scarlet Lord with a Black Iron level territory is born, Fish Spring Town will send troops to destroy it immediately. Only the Scarlet Lords of these 3 Green Bronze Tier territories have long occupied this place. Their actual strength has already reached White Silver Tier. Moreover, the monster subjects under them are also quite powerful. The Fish Spring Town military feels that if they attack rashly, their strength might be weakened. At that time, they might be in danger when facing the other Scarlet Lords, so they maintain their current peaceful state. But peace actually just means that there are no major conflicts but there are endless small conflicts. It's not true peace. Wu-Tu said. Where did you find out about this? Jojo asked curiously. I actually bought it. Many places in Fish Spring Town have organizations that sell information. In addition, this information is not very precious. Therefore, I used the mist cores and bought it with ease. Wu-Tu was a little embarrassed. Well done. In the future, when you go out to draw maps, you can also collect local information part-time. Blazing Sun City will be responsible for all the expenses. If you need manpower or other supplies, you can apply for them directly. You don't have to ask me. There's a new Vice City Lord in the territory now. You can call him Elder Zheng and apply to him. Jojo said. Yes, my lord. Wu-Tu said excitedly. He had been entrusted with an important task by the Lord again. It felt good to be trusted. He could not let down the Lord's trust. He thought firmly. Jojo continued to look at the map. Let's not attack these overlords for the time being. The Novice Lord test is coming. Let's go to Fish Spring Town and collect 10 Aurora crystals to complete Zhao Changshuo's quests and obtain the completed Green Bronze Tier Advanced Grade Aurora Tower. Jojo pondered. Then, he looked at Wu Tuesday. After some thought, he said. Wu Tuesday. I'll give you a new quest now that the map of Fish Spring Town has been drawn. Take your reconnaissance team and draw the regional maps of the desolate Gobi and Thorn Dune around the Blazing Sun Desert. I'll give you 3 days. Can you do it? Jojo asked. Leave it to me, my lord. I guarantee that I'll draw all the maps of the 2 Black Iron Tier regions in 2 days. Wu-Tu immediately agreed. Zhou acknowledged. After that, the two of them chatted for a while more before Zhou let Wu Tu leave. After Wu Tu left, Zhou looked at the map of Fish Spring Town in front of him and suddenly thought of something. He took out the map of the Blazing Sun Desert. The current exploration on the map had changed from 59% to 100%. Zhou, who was slightly obsessive-compulsive, was quite satisfied when he saw this number. Then, he began to think about his next development. I've already occupied the Blazing Sun Desert. Next, it's time to expand. Fish Spring Town has the Aurora Kingdom behind it. We can't afford to offend them for the time being. I can give the two Black Iron Tier regions, the Desolate Gobi and Thorn Dune, a try. I can directly fight in these two Black Iron Tier regions. As long as Wu Tu's map is in order. Zhou thought. He put away the map and walked out of the Lord's courtyard. He used the Blazing Sun Desert's exclusive resource pack and obtained 200,000 units of basic resources and 10,000 kilograms of sand crystals. Then, he handed these resources to Zhao Changshu to build the wall. After that, he found Jing Yuanqi and told him that he was about to go to Fish Spring Town. He asked if there was anything he needed to pay attention to. There's nothing to pay attention to. The Aurora Kingdom is quite friendly to the overlords of all races. There's basically no need to worry about any accidents. On the other hand, there are some local forces that can't see the light of day. Your lordship needs to be careful. The members of those forces don't care about the overlord's identity. They will attack without restraint as long as there are benefits. Jing Yuanqi said. Zhou acknowledged. Then, he asked the other party how he could obtain the Aurora Crystal. He also told them about his plans to build the Aurora Tower in his territory. So we're going to build the Aurora Tower. That's easy. I'll write a letter to the mayor of Fish Spring Town. Overlord, send someone to deliver the letter to the other party. After the other party sees the letter, they will naturally hand over the Aurora Crystal with both hands. Jing Yuanqi said with a smile. You can do that. Zhou was stunned. The mayor of Fish Spring Town is called Zhang Bowen. This kid is my student. He could have been with me as an officer. However, he didn't like the sinister schemes in the palace. In the end, he ran to Fish Spring Town to be a small mayor to resist the invasion of the Taiyan Kingdom. Taiyan Kingdom. Yes, the overlord has just descended not long ago, so you don't know. The Taiyan Kingdom is a scarlet kingdom formed by fog monsters. Its force is not inferior to the Aurora Kingdom. At the same time, it is also the enemy that the Aurora Kingdom has been constantly resisting and conquering for the past few hundred years. The enmity between the two countries runs deep. Furthermore, the Supreme Will and Scarlet Lord are enemies to begin with. Under such circumstances, this grudge will only continue unless a country is exterminated. My lord, you have to be wary of the Taiyan Kingdom when you go. Its territory is not far from here. Not only is it adjacent to the Aurora Kingdom, but in the future, it will definitely collide with its territory when My Lord's territory expands. We'll deal with them sooner or later. Jing Yuanqi smiled. Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Then, Jing Yuanqi began to write a letter, while Zhou found Bai Yi and asked her to call 500 elemental archers and 500 sword-shield soldiers to follow him to Fish Spring Town later. The 1,000 soldiers were assembled in no time. Zhou looked at them and was very satisfied. With these 1,000 soldiers, the hero Bai Yi, and the pure-blooded Nazario accompanying him, and finally his trump card, returned to the city, he shouldn't be in any danger this time, right? As for the remaining soldiers, he left them to Zhao Changshu to build the wall of the territory. Lord, the soldiers have gathered. We are ready to attack Fish Spring Town at any time. After Bai Yi prepared the army, she immediately came to Zhou and reported. I'm not attacking Fish Spring Town. I just want to go to Fish Spring Town to take a look. Zhou was stunned for a moment before explaining. Bai Yi's eyes were blank. Why did he make such a big scene just to take a look? She felt puzzled and regretful. However, she did not question Zhou's orders. Instead, she planned to execute them silently. At this moment, Jing Yuanqi also walked over with the written letter. When he saw the 1,000 soldiers, Bai Yi, and the dragons flying in the sky, he was stunned. Then, he hesitated and said, My lord. The Aurora Kingdom is powerful and has a certain foundation. It's not wise to attack rashly now. If my lord really has designs on the Aurora Kingdom, we can consider it at length and slowly deploy it. This subordinate is very familiar with the Aurora Kingdom. Just give us 3 years to grow. I guarantee that my lord will be able to take down the Aurora Kingdom with the least losses. Zheng Yuanqi patted his chest confidently. Zhou. Bai Yi. A moment later. Zhou tried his best to convince Zheng Yuanqi that he had only brought his troops over to ensure his own safety. He had no other intentions. Then, he left Blazing Sun City with everyone in Nazario and headed for Fish Spring Town. Chapter 71, 71 Mission completed. New quests. 71 Mission completed. New quests. More than an hour later, on the outskirts of Fish Spring Town. Have the soldiers stand guard here for the time being until Bao Xiu'er, you and I return. If they encounter an enemy, you can get the soldiers defend themselves and counterattack. Zhou said. Bao Xiu'er had caught up not long after they set off. She said that she wanted to see her teacher. Zhou felt that it would be beneficial to complete the master-disciple reunion quest with Bao Xiu'er around, so he agreed to let her follow him. Yes, my lord. Bai Yi said respectfully. Then, she went to pass down the order. A moment later. Zhou, Bai Yi, and Bao Xiu'er left the soldiers and walked towards Fish Spring Town. As for Nazario, it was currently flying above them. This way, it was not easily discovered by others and could fly down at any time to protect them. A moment later, the 3 of them arrived at the city gate of Fish Spring Town. It was built entirely of white stones, and the words, Fish Spring Town, were engraved on the top of the city gate. They had just approached the city gate when a line of text suddenly appeared in front of him. Notification, you have officially come into contact with the local forces of the High Continent. Reward, common language of the High Continent, general knowledge of the High Continent's language, basic knowledge of the High Continent. A large amount of knowledge surged into Zhou's mind. An ordinary person might have fainted. Fortunately, his current mental strength far exceeded that of ordinary people, so he only frowned slightly and received this knowledge. I've mastered the common language of the High Continent. Not bad. Initially, I wanted to communicate with the locals through Bai Yi. Now, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Zhou thought to himself. Then he suddenly thought of something and looked at Bai Yi and the others. Oh yes, I forgot to ask you something. How do you know the Cerulean planet language? Zhou asked doubtfully. When we met the Lord, we were automatically given the ability to communicate with the Lord by the Supreme Will. Bai Yi said. Zhou came to a realization. It seemed that the Supreme Will did not want to stop the communication between the lords of the myriad races and the local factions in terms of language. It directly gave the 2 sides the ability to communicate freely. Then, the 3 of them prepared to enter the town. There might be soldiers guarding the city gate, but they only glanced at Zhou and the rest and let them in without saying anything. On the street in the city. As Zhou and the others walked towards the administrative hall, they looked at the pedestrians on the road. Among these pedestrians, naturally humans who looked exactly like them were in the majority. However, there were also many strange-looking races. For example, a race that was 2 to 3 meters tall and had 3 eyes on their heads. There were also kittens with long tails and trembling cat ears. There were even palm-sized flower fairies with transparent wings flying. The various races dazzled Zhou and broadened his horizons. On the other hand, Bai Yi and Bao Xiu'er, who were beside him, looked unsurprised. A moment later. The 3 of them came to the door of the administrative hall. After telling the guard at the door that he had a letter from the former Prime Minister, Zheng Yuanqi, to give to their mayor, the guard went to report it immediately even though he suspected that Zhou was bragging. The guard returned and led the 3 of them to a reception room in the administrative hall in a jiffy. A well-dressed middle-aged man was already waiting there. When he saw Zhou and the rest, he immediately stood up. Hi, I'm the mayor of Fish Spring Town, Zhang Bowen. I heard you have a letter for me for my teacher. Zhang Bowen looked at Zhou and the rest. Zhou looked at Bai Yi. Bai Yi passed the letter to Zhang Bowen. Zhang Bowen was certain that this was definitely the work of his teacher by just glancing at the handwriting on the envelope. Mayor Zhang, why don't you open it now? Elder Zheng has something to tell you. Zhou said. Zhang Bowen was stunned for a moment before nodding thoughtfully. He opened the envelope, took out the letters inside, and began to read. He finished reading it in no time. Then, Zhang Bowen could not help but look at Zhou Zhou in shock. Are you the Lord of the Blazing Sun who became famous recently? Teacher actually went to work for you. He subconsciously became more polite. This was a fierce person who had taken down a regional territory from nothing in just 6 days. He was not the only one who heard about it. The Lord of the Blazing Sun was quite famous even in the entire Aurora Kingdom. That's me. Zhou Zhou's expression remained the same, but he was a little surprised inwardly. He did not expect his reputation to be so great now. The reputation brought about by the 4 points of reputation rating was not just for show. I've heard a lot about you. Welcome to Fish Spring Town. Zhang Bowen smiled. I've wanted to come here for a long time. Zhou Zhou smiled. Then, the two of them chatted about some topics. Zhou Zhou mainly wanted to ask the Conqueror's blast furnace and how to increase the population of the territory. Zhang Bowen mainly asked about Zheng Yuanqi's current situation and was curious about Blazing Sun City's current development. After a long time, the two of them, who had benefited a lot, had already become familiar with each other. After that, Zhang Bowen got someone to send the Aurora crystals over. Even though I'm the mayor of Fish Spring Town. But Aurora crystals are the kingdom's strategic resources. I can't mobilize much of them. I hope these 50 green bronze tier Aurora crystals can temporarily satisfy the Lord of the Blazing Sun's needs. Zhang Bowen pointed at the tray of 50 white Aurora crystals and apologized. Enough. That's more than enough. Zhou Zhou took them with a smile. He was pleasantly surprised. His goal for this trip was only 10 Aurora crystals. However, he did not expect the mayor of Fish Spring Town to actually give him 50 Aurora crystals generously. This person was good. He could get along with him. A line of text appeared just as he received the 50 green bronze tier Aurora crystals. Notification. Detailed quest, collection of Aurora crystals has been completed. 1 green bronze tier advanced grade completed Aurora Tower and 50 green bronze tier mist cores have been distributed. Zhao Changshuo's loyalty has increased to 90 points. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. He pondered for a moment and suddenly said, how about I help you guys get rid of your Scarlet Lords during this period of time? Can you do that? None of the Scarlet Lords here are weaker than the regional Scarlet Lords in the Blazing Sun Desert. Zhang Bowen was shocked. We can give it a try. Zhou Zhou smiled. He already had the idea of dealing with the 3 Scarlet Lords. It was the perfect time to return the favor. Thank you, Lord of the Blazing Sun. I'll definitely seek credit from the kingdom for you after you've successfully dealt with the 3 Scarlet Lords. Zhang Bowen didn't really believe it in his heart, however, since Zhou Zhou had already said so, it was not appropriate for him to say anything else. At the same time, just as Zhang Bowen finished speaking, a quest interface also appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. The mayor of Fish Spring Town has issued a quest to you. Quest name, Eliminate the Scarlet Lords. Quest quality, Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade, Normal. Quest content, Destroy the Scarlet Lord's forces near Fish Spring Town and bring peace to the town. Mission reward, 300 Yellow Gold Tier Mist Cores, 200 Fish Spring Town subjects submitting to you, 10 Yellow Gold Tier Aurora Crystals. Your reputation in the Aurora Kingdom will improve, the Aurora Kingdom's king will have a favorable impression of you, and the authority to trade Aurora Crystals will be activated. Zhou Zhou immediately felt comfortable when he saw the quest. One job that had 3 income streams. This was a huge profit. Chapter 72, 72 Zhang Li's Request. Heading to the Lord's Market. 72 Zhang Li's Request. Heading to the Lord's Market. Zhou Zhou and Zhang Ben chatted for a while more before leaving. Zhang Bowen looked in the direction where they left and couldn't help but exclaim. A hero. That female attendant is definitely a hero. He's only been in our high continent for 6 days, but he's already developed to this extent. No wonder this Lord of the Blazing Sun could take down a regional territory. Impressive. Teacher, the ministers in the palace all say that you've aged and decayed. You retired because you weren't capable enough to be the prime minister. They're all wrong. You're still as wise as ever. I have to be on good terms with this lord in the future. Zhang Bowen thought for a moment and turned to leave. After a while, Zhou Zhou followed the map and arrived in front of the new wind tailor shop. Teacher. I'm here. Bao Xiu'er rushed into the shop excitedly when they reached the entrance of the shop. Zhou and Bai Yi looked at each other and smiled before entering. Zhou saw Bao Xiu'er hugging a young woman in beautiful clothes as soon as he entered. This young woman was already in her 30s, but she was beautiful, had fair skin, and a voluptuous figure. There seemed to be light in her eyes, and she had the temperament of a virtuous wife. Zhou's eyes lit up. "This is my lord. This is Big Sister Bai. My lord, Big Sister Bai, this is my teacher, Zhongli. She's also the current head of New Wind Tailoring Skills." Bao Xiu'er immediately felt a little embarrassed when she saw her lord, so she introduced him. "Greetings, my lord. My disciple has embarrassed herself in front of you, my lord." Zhongli was a little embarrassed. "No way, I can see that Bao Xiu'er and Big Sister Zhang have a good relationship." Zhou smiled. When Zhongli heard this, the smile on her face widened. Then, she invited Zhou and the others to sit in the inner room. Zhou and the rest naturally wouldn't refuse and walked in one after another. They chatted for a while before Zhou brought up the purpose of their visit. "Big Sister Zhang, I wonder if you're interested in developing in my territory. My territory has just been built, and I need talents. If you can come, you can definitely show your skills in our territory. And I can make you a promise. As long as you're willing to come to my territory, when there are enough resources in the future, I'm willing to build a white platinum tier elementary grade tailor shop for you in the territory. Your treatment will definitely not lose to the treatment you can have in other places." Zhou was very polite. She was a white platinum tier elementary grade talent after all. He would be a fool to snub her. "Yes, teacher. Come to Blazing Sun City with me. The Lord is very powerful, and so is Big Sister Bai Yi. If you join the Lord's territory now, you will definitely not be disappointed in the future." Bao Xiu'er persuaded. "This. You have a white platinum tier architect in your territory?" Zhongli looked at her disciple helplessly and asked. "A white platinum tier tailor shop?" Even she would be tempted. "The honorary president of the Construction Association, Zhao Changshu, is living in my territory now." Zhou smiled. Zhongli was stunned. She had heard of Zhao Changshu before. He was a true upper-class figure in the Aurora Kingdom. Even the Aurora King had personally received him. He was a true top-notch expert in the construction industry. He was actually in the territory of this young lord. Zhongli did not believe him at first, but she hesitated when she saw Bao Xiu'er's sincere gaze. She naturally understood her own disciple. Her gaze told her that the lord in front of her should not be lying. After a moment of silence, Zhongli shook her head. "My apologies, my lord. I still can't go. Can you tell me the reason? Are you dissatisfied with my conditions? Or do you think that our territory has just been built, so you're unwilling to settle down there?" Zhou pondered for a moment and asked. "That's not the case. Please follow me." Zhongli sighed softly. Then, she stood up and walked towards another house. The three of them were stunned. Then, they followed. Soon, they came to another room. As soon as the three of them entered the room, they smelled a strong medicinal smell. Then, they saw an old woman with gray hair lying on the bed not far away. "This is my teacher, Li Huiyue. She was the one who taught me the New Wind Tailoring Skills, allowing me to have the ability to feed myself. She was also the one who promoted me from a yellow gold tier intermediate grade tailor to the current white platinum tier elementary grade tailor I am now. She's seriously ill. I can't take her to a famous doctor who can cure her now, so I can only give her a peaceful environment to recuperate in Fish Spring Town. And my lord, your territory has just been built. If we go to your territory now, I'm afraid my teacher won't be able to withstand the bumps on the way. That's why I can't go to your territory. My apologies, my lord." Zhongli whispered. Zhou fell silent. He had nothing to say about Zhongli's reason. Was he going to let an old lady risk her life to go to his territory just to complete a quest? Moreover, the novice lord test was in 2 days. At that time, his territory would definitely be even more dangerous. The old lady definitely couldn't stand that kind of environment. Zhou admitted that he was very tempted by the reward for the hidden mission. However, he was not the kind of person who would do things without any bottom line just for the mission reward. Forget it. He did not want the hidden mission reward anymore. After thinking it through, Jojo came to the old lady's side. Is there no cure for this old lady? If you lack a certain herb, I can help. He looked at the old lady's ashen expression and asked. It's not that. She needs a famous doctor. However, my teacher's current situation is quite stable, so there's no need to worry too much for the time being. Zhang Li consoled Jojo, seeing how his expression was solemn. She could tell that this lord was genuinely concerned about her teacher and could not help but have a good impression of him. Jojo acknowledged. After that, they did not disturb the old lady's rest and walked out of the room with Bai Yi, leaving Bao Xiu'er and Zhang Li inside. My lord, what should we do? Bai Yi could not help but ask. She was one of the few who knew why Jojo was here. Nothing. Let her stay here. We can't really let such an old lady take the risk to travel to our territory. The conditions in Fish Spring Town are indeed better than our Blazing Sun City. It's also more suitable for recuperation. Fortunately, this place isn't far from our Blazing Sun City. If Bao Xiu'er misses her teacher in the future, she can come over anytime. This can be considered another form of master-disciple reunion. Jojo said. My lord is merciful. A smile appeared on Bai Yi's face. She had an even better impression of her lord now. Jojo waved his hand. Inside the house. You didn't follow the wrong lord. This lord is at least benevolent. Zhang Li smiled at Bao Xiu'er after Jojo and Bai Yi left. That is true. Moreover, our lord isn't just a benevolent lord. He's also very powerful. Bao Xiu'er told Zhang Li about Jojo's achievements in the past 6 days. You're saying that this lord is the lord of the Blazing Sun who occupied the Blazing Sun Desert? Zhang Li was stunned. That's right. Bao Xiu'er nodded. Then, she looked at her grandmaster lying on the bed worriedly. I wonder when grandmaster will recover. She did not notice that her teacher, Zhang Li, was deep in thought. Soon, her gaze became determined as she walked out of the room. Jojo, who was thinking about what to do next, suddenly saw Zhang Li walk out of the room. My lord. Zhang Li said before he could say anything. Can you agree to a request of mine? As long as you're willing to agree, I'm willing to become your subject and serve you. However, I need to stay in Fish Spring Town to take care of my teacher until she recovers. I wonder if you're willing. You're an elder. You don't have to be so polite. Just tell me what you want. Jojo was stunned before saying. I know that you are the Lord of the Blazing Sun who has been very famous recently. Your future is destined to be limitless. If you can meet a famous doctor who can treat my teacher in the future, I'm willing to be your subject wholeheartedly. I can be your temporary subject now. You can ask me to work for you like how you ask normal subjects to work for you. However, I have the right to refuse too. I wonder if my lord is willing to accept it. Zhang Li asked. Of course. Don't worry. In the future, if I encounter a famous doctor who can treat your teacher, I will definitely ask him or her to help treat her. Jojo agreed without hesitation. A smile appeared on Zhang Li's face. Subject Zhang Li greets my lord. She bowed slightly. Welcome to Blazing Sun City. Jojo smiled. The next second, a quest's notification appeared. Notification. Mission quest, Master-Disciple Reunion completed. 100 white platinum tier mist cores have been distributed. Bao Xiu'er's loyalty has increased to dead loyal. White platinum tier elementary grade Tailor Zhang Li has temporarily become your subject. Prompt, after Zhang Li's teacher, Li Huiyue, recovers, Zhang Li will officially become your subject. A smile appeared on Jojo's face. Things might be different from what he had imagined, but the quest was finally completed. A moment later, Jojo and Bai Yi left the new Wind Tailor shop. Bao Xiu'er stayed in the shop for the time being to accompany her teacher until Jojo and the others were about to return to the territory. On the street, Jojo and Bai Yi walked one after another. My lord, where are we going? Bai Yi asked curiously. To the Lord's Market. Jojo said. The Lord's Market. It was the place where Zhang Bowen told him that he could buy what he wanted. Chapter 73, 73 Conqueror's Blast Furnace. Lucky Professional. 73 Conqueror's Blast Furnace. Lucky Professional. The Lord's Market. Jojo looked at the scene in front of him. There were all kinds of stalls on both sides of the street here. Their stall owners were mainly humans, and there were also various life forms of other races. According to what Zhang Bowen said, most of the goods sold here are what the lords need. Most of the merchants here are either lords themselves or envoys sent by the lords to sell their territory's goods. Also, the members of the various factions are selling goods here while befriending the lords who trade here. He said that what I want probably can be bought here. Let's hope we run into them. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. By talking to Zhang Bowen, he had learned that the lords of the High Continent summoned by the Supreme Will and the Scarlet Lords under the Crimson Overlord were not the only lords here. If a native life form defeated the Scarlet Lord and obtained their lord token, they would also be bestowed by the Supreme Will. Not only could they become a lord, but they also had a chance to awaken their lord talent. Creatures under the Supreme Will had fought with the Scarlet Lord under the Crimson Overlord for many years. Countless lords were born this way. As for forces at the kingdom level and above, they would even specially hunt Scarlet Lords and obtain their lord tokens. Then, when they conferred titles on officials, they would give them lord tokens so that they could awaken their lord status and soar to the sky in a single step. For example, the Cloud Gallop City Lord that Zhou Zhou had heard of was a lord who had awakened his horse-rearing lord talent by defeating the Scarlet Lord. As for the mayor, Zhang Bowen, he was given a lord token by the Aurora Kingdom and awakened his lord talent. His lord talent was called Fishwater Lake. It was a black iron tier lord talent. It could allow the territory to have a lake called the Fishwater Lake. The Fishwater Lake would automatically produce a batch of young fish every day and grow in the Fishwater Lake. Moreover, fish that grew up in the Fishwater Lake would be larger and taste more delicious than normal fish. This made this town, which was originally close to the desert and had a dry climate, become a rare town nearby that could produce fish food. It made Fish Spring Town's annual income quite considerable, and the subjects lived quite well. He stopped thinking about it. Zhou Zhou and Bai Yun walked into the Lord's Market and began to look for the seller of the Conqueror's Blast Furnace. They also wanted to see if there were any other valuable items to buy. After asking three strange-looking lords, Zhou Zhou came to a middle-aged man. The other party was wearing a leather hat, old armor, and a huge sword on his back. His face was covered in frost, and he looked like an adventurer. Beside him was a young man who looked like he had just entered the industry. He squatted on the ground and looked around from time to time, as if he was very curious about everything around him. I heard that you have the Conqueror's Blast Furnace here. Zhou Zhou glanced at the goods in his stall. Most of them were second-hand non-military armor, arms, potions, and so on. He was not interested in them. You want the Conqueror's Blast Furnace? The other party looked up at Zhou Zhou in surprise. Very few people bought this thing. Usually, only combat-type organizations with many members would require them. Yes, do you have it? Of course. 1 low-grade bronze Conqueror's Blast Furnace for 20 green bronze tier mist cores. It can work continuously for an hour if you place a green bronze tier mist core in the Conqueror's Blast Furnace. If you're fast, you can extract the spoils of war from 1,000 corpses every hour. Since you're a new customer, I'll give you a 20% discount. I'll sell you 16 green bronze tier mist cores. Please patronize Haru's often in the future. A smile appeared on his face. How expensive? Is there really someone who sells this just to save energy? Which family could this guy be from? The young man beside him looked up at Zhou Zhou and could not help but wag his tongue. His eyes lit up when he saw Bai Yi who was beside Zhou Zhou. However, he did not dare to look further and quickly retracted his gaze. Zhou Zhou glanced at him without leaving a trace. He used the common language of the High Continent when communicating just now. This young man was actually speaking in the Cerulean planet language. Did he meet someone from his old hometown? What are you mumbling about? I'm sorry, sir. This newbie just arrived. Everything is new to him. Haru's patted him and smiled at Zhou Zhou. It's okay. Can you make it cheaper? Zhou Zhou said. It can't be any cheaper. This is a green bronze tier alchemy item after all. The alchemy technician in the association can only create 5 or 6 of them every month. I won't be able to report back if it's any cheaper. Haru shook his head. Alchemy technician. Zhou Zhou's heart stirred. Then, he did not continue bargaining. I don't have many green bronze tier mist cores. Can I use the black iron tier mist cores instead? Sure, 10 black iron tier mist cores for 1 green bronze tier mist core. I want 3 of them. No problem. Brother, come with me to the Adventurer Association to get it. I don't have enough space for 3 Conqueror's blast furnaces in this small place. Haru's eyes lit up when he heard Jojo's words. This was a big client. You guys are from the Adventurer Association? Jojo asked casually. Yes, both of us. This kid just joined us 2 days ago. He was still a lord before he came. Now, he has given up his status as a lord and became an adventurer. Don't you think he's stupid? Others can't even dream of becoming a lord, but he gave up his status as a lord voluntarily. According to him, there are many people who give up their status as lords like him. What do you think these people are thinking? They're wasting the gift of the supreme will. Haru's looked regretful. You can be a lord if you want to. I don't want to die. Isn't it good to live well? The adventurer from the Cerulean planet muttered in the language of the Cerulean planet. Jojo's expression did not change, as if he had not heard anything. Then, Haru's closed the stall and brought him and Bai to the Adventurer Association. A moment later. In front of the Adventurer Association. Jojo looked at the scene in front of him. This was a tower that was 4 to 5 stories high. Adventurers of different ages, outfits, and even races came and went. Jojo and the others were quickly led to the backyard and saw the 3 adventurers' blast furnaces. These were 3 fiery red blast furnaces that were 5 to 6 meters tall. There was a ladder beside it, and there was a loot's assembly line below it. It was specially used to send the loot out. Jojo looked at it. A text notification appeared. Alchemy Technology Product, Conqueror's Blast Furnace. Grade, Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade. Product Effect, place a green bronze tier mist core in the energy slot and activate it with the energy in your body. The Conqueror's Blast Furnace can begin to extract loots through burning. Duration, 1 hour. Product Description, an alchemy technology product from the Gnome Kingdom. It is extremely useful when dealing with large numbers of monster corpses. Jojo's eyes lit up. In that case, could his 100% drop rate also be achieved through this Conqueror's Blast Furnace? At this moment, there was a middle-aged man standing beside the Conqueror's Blast Furnace. After Haru's introduction, Jojo and Bai got to know that he was the alchemy technician who had refined the Conqueror's Blast Furnace. Dear sir, do you need the service of a lucky person? He said with a smile. Lucky person service. Jojo was stunned. That's right. As you know, sir. The drop rate of fog monsters is extremely low in the high continent. The only loots that would definitely drop are the mist cores and some special items. But there are also some life forms who are often very lucky. Therefore, those who have a large number of monster corpses will seek these lucky people to specially extract the loot from the monster corpses, hoping to increase their profits through this method. Over time, these people become official professionals. In other words, they became the lucky person. The alchemy technician spoke frankly. Jojo's expression was strange. What an eye-opener. How could this become a profession? How lucky are these lucky people? He asked curiously. Sir, since you asked this question, we have to specially mention our Lady Luck's favorite, Myers. He's the luckiest person in our Adventurer Association. He once extracted 4 Sword Shield Soldier class change certificates from the corpses of 100 desert fog lizards. He was the one who set the lucky person record of our Adventurer Association. Haha, I'm afraid you've never heard of the Sword Shield Soldier class change certificate being extracted from the desert fog lizard's corpse, right? It's not surprising. We wouldn't know either if not for the records in our Adventurer Association. Would you like to make an appointment? Myers happens to be free now. If you let him manage the Conqueror's Blast Furnace, he will definitely bring you shocking benefits. The alchemy technician looked at Jojo with shining eyes. Jojo. Doesn't the Sword Shield Soldier class change certificate drop 100% of the time? Do I even need the lucky person? Jojo muttered in his heart. On the surface, his expression remained the same. He rejected the other party's good intentions and handed him 480 black iron tier mist cores to buy these 3 green bronze tier elementary grade bronze Conqueror's Blast Furnaces. He had a total of 33,231 black iron tier mist cores in his hands. Spending 480 black iron tier mist cores to buy these 3 Conqueror's Blast Furnaces was more than enough. After that, he He asked the other party if he wanted to sell the alchemy technology blueprints for the Conqueror's blast furnace. It was a pity that the other party saw it as a way to earn a living and refused to sell it. Zhou did not insist. There will always be opportunities in the future. After that, they temporarily left the 3 Conqueror's blast furnaces at the Adventurer Association and said that they would take them away after he called for help. Not only did Harus agree immediately, they even said that they could help transport it for free. However, Zhou rejected them. Then, Zhou and Bai Yi left the Adventurer Association and returned to the Lord's Market. A moment later, they came to a place called Kunt's Slave Market. Zhou looked at the noisy scene in front of him with anticipation. Whether his Sword Shield Soldier Class Change Certificate and Poison Crossbow Soldier Class Change Certificate could be converted into true combat strength would depend on his gains, if any, in the slave market this time. The two of them walked in. Chapter 74, 74 More than 3,000 Slaves. Peace and Prosperity Effective. 1. 74 More than 3,000 Slaves. Peace and Prosperity Effective. 1. Kunt's Slave Market. Zhou and Bai Yi strolled. Slave owners were introducing their goods on both sides of the road, and behind them were numb slaves sitting in iron cages. Most of them were humans, but a small number were from other races. When Zhou entered, he was already mentally prepared. However, when he saw this scene, the excitement on his face gradually disappeared. "My lord, do you not have slaves where you came from?" Bai Yi asked curiously when she saw the change in Zhou's expression. "There really aren't any in my hometown." "Where did these slaves come from?" Zhou said. "Almost all of these slaves came from the war. After some lords are defeated in the war between lords, if their conquerors are not interested in the subjects of the defeated lords, they will sell them here. There are also some slaves who lost their jobs in the war. They had no choice but to sell themselves in order to survive. Otherwise, they would either starve to death or be killed by the fog monsters outside," Bai Yi said. Zhou acknowledged. A moment later, the two of them followed the information they had heard and found the slave owner who sold the largest number of slaves here. Kunt. Kunt was a man who was more than 2 meters tall. He had a big bald head, and his skin was purple. He looked rather fierce. "I heard that you guys are looking for me to discuss a big business deal." He sized up Zhou, but when he saw Bai Yi, his eyes lit up and he could not look away. "Humph." Bai Yi noticed her gaze and immediately snorted. Kunt smiled awkwardly. "I'm sorry. It was the first time I saw a human with an elven bloodline, so I couldn't help but take a few more glances." He chuckled. "You better watch your eyes," Zhou said calmly. Kunt narrowed his eyes and nodded with a smile. "What kind of slaves do you need?" "Human slaves. It's best if they're young and strong. It's fine as long as they don't have a profession," Zhou said. Sure. I might not have other types of slaves, but we have a lot of human slaves without class. Furthermore, they're the cheapest. Specifically, there are 2 types of human slaves without professions here. The first type are slaves who have been specially trained by slave trainers. They know how to serve their masters and have a slave contract engraved in their bodies. After buying them, they promise to be loyal to you and never betray or devour their master. If they dare to resist, their lives can be instantly severed in your hands with the controller we gave you. The cost of nurturing such slaves is very high, so the price is slightly higher. The price of each slave is 1 green bronze tier mist core. The second type are slaves who have never been trained by slave trainers. They don't know how to serve their masters, let alone have a slave contract in their bodies. You can only bring them back for more training if you want them to be even more obedient. They're a lot cheaper. For black iron tier mist cores each," Kunt said. Zhou frowned slightly. It was not because it was too expensive, but because it was too cheap. For black iron tier mist cores in exchange for a slave. The mist cores dropped by a black iron tier intermediate grade fog monster was enough to exchange for a slave. In this chaotic world, human lives were like grass. He suddenly thought of this saying. "Let me see the second type of slave," Zhou said after a moment of silence. "Okay. Come with me." Kunt nodded and led the way. Zhou and Bai Yi followed. A moment later, they came to a large open-air warehouse. As soon as he entered, the air was filled with smelly feces. Then, they looked over. There were thousands of iron cages of various sizes in the huge warehouse. The humans were trapped in the iron cages with numb eyes. They did not struggle, nor did they have any intention of escaping. They were like walking corpses. After seeing them arrive, most did not react at all lest for desire in some people's eyes. "Sir, don't worry. They're not sick. It's just that in order to prevent them from escaping, we only give them a meal every 3 days. That's why they look so listless," Kunt explained with a smile. "How many human slaves do you have?" Jojo looked at the humans and suddenly asked. "A total of 3,152 people." "Sir, how many do you want?" Kunt asked. "I'll take them all," he said. "What?" Kunt thought he had misheard. "I said I want them all," Jojo said calmly. Kunt's eyes widened. Then, an ecstatic expression appeared on his face. "I'll settle the procedures for you now. Then I'll let them have a bath and a full meal. Then you can take them away. However, you need to pay a deposit of 5,000 black iron tier mist cores now," he immediately said. Jojo did not say much. With a wave of his right hand, 5,000 black iron tier mist cores appeared out of thin air on the ground and piled up into a small mountain. Kunt widened his eyes, his gaze immediately landed on the spatial ring on Jojo's finger. Greed flashed across his eyes. Jojo noticed his gaze but he didn't care. He did not want to expose the fact that he had spatial equipment, but he could not take out so many mist cores without exposing his spatial ring. Chapter 75, 75 More than 3,000 slaves. Peace and prosperity effective. 2. 75 More than 3,000 slaves. Peace and prosperity effective. 2. He wasn't afraid of being exposed with Bai Yi and Nazario around anyway. "Sir, please rest in the lounge first. I will call for you to take them away when I have these slaves ready." Kunt lowered his head. Jojo acknowledged. Then, they were led to the lounge by 2 waiters. After they left, Kunt's eyes suddenly flickered. A moment later, he looked at a strong male slave in the distance and secretly made a beheading gesture. A fierce glint flashed across the male slave's eyes. He nodded. A sinister smile gradually appeared on his face. Half an hour later, in an open-air square, countless people were watching because a total of 3,152 slaves were gathered here. "Oh my God, who is this? Buying so many slaves at once. From the looks of it, they are slaves without a slave contract. Impressive. He actually dared to buy such slaves. He's really bold. One can't be so greedy even if he wants to take advantage. Be careful not to lose your life. It should be bought by the young men at the front. He looks unfamiliar. He's probably an outsider." An outsider? No wonder. There's a good show to watch then. There was a heated discussion around them. Jojo, who was standing in front of these slaves, had a calm expression. "Sir, these slaves have all washed up and eaten. They're yours now, you can take them away at any time. You're welcome to visit Kunt again if you need anything next time. Also, Kunt has a small gift for you." Kunt clapped his hands. A carriage was driven over. There were 2 iron cages in the carriage. Inside were 2 tall and beautiful twin sisters with cat ears and cat tails. Their hands and feet were tied and they sat in the iron cage, unable to move. "Sir, these are the half-beast twins I recently recruited. Don't worry. They're still virgins and no one has touched them. You can bring them back and slowly train them. I guarantee that they will pleasure you however you want them to." At the end of Kunt's speech, an expression of understanding appeared on his face. Jojo did not say anything. He handed the remaining 7,608 black iron tier mist cores to the other party. "Awesome. From now on, these 3,152 human slaves and these 2 half-beast beauties are all yours." Kunt smiled. The next second, a text notification appeared in front of Jojo. Prompt: You have obtained 3,152 human slaves and 2 half-beast slaves. At this moment, Jojo could already see their personal information. He took a cursory look. He realized that the loyalty of most of the slaves here was about 30 to 40. The lowest was only a dozen loyalty points, and the highest had 50 points of loyalty at best. Jojo was already prepared for this. He didn't waste his breath and left with Bai Yi. Khan's eyes gradually narrowed as he watched them leave. "Young sir, let me teach you a lesson. There is a reason why you cannot just buy these cheap slaves. You'll suffer if you take advantage of others," he whispered. Jojo and Bai Yi led the 3,000 slaves towards the city gate. On the way, he also took away the 3 Conqueror's blast furnaces that he had left at the Adventurers Association and called Bao Xior back from the new wind tailor shop. Soon, they walked out of the city gate and arrived a kilometer or 2 away from the city gate. When he reached here, he was not far from his 1,000 soldiers. Jojo stopped. Then, he turned around and looked at the 3,000 slaves. "Everyone. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Jojo. I'm a lord. My title is Lord of the Blazing Sun. Before bringing you back to my territory, I need everyone to join my territory and become my subjects. I can promise you one thing. As long as you become my subjects, I can remove your slave status and let you settle down in Blazing Sun City as official subjects. You won't be discriminated against because of your slave status anymore." Jojo looked at everyone. When everyone heard this, most of them immediately became excited. They could be freed from their slave status and return to their status as normal subjects. Who wouldn't agree to such a good thing? Not to mention becoming the subjects of the recently famous Lord of Blazing Sun City. Even they had heard of this person's reputation being trapped in the slave market recently. "I'm willing to become a subject of Blazing Sun City." "Me too. I'm willing to join Blazing Sun City and become your most loyal subject." The crowd shouted excitedly. "Big brother who? What do we do? I didn't expect this guy to be the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Are we joining his territory?" A group of people's expressions fluctuated in the crowd as they started plotting in low voices. "Say yes to him first. It doesn't matter anyway. How can the Lord of the Blazing Sun still exist when boss's men arrive and kill this kid?" The male slave who had exchanged secret signals with Kant sneered. "Yes, big brother who?" The others also felt that there was no problem and echoed the call of willingness to become subjects of Blazing Sun City. Jojo looked at the notifications of applications to become Blazing Sun City subjects. After the number of notifications reached 3,154, he muttered to himself to agree. The next second, a text notification appeared. Notification: 3,152 humans and 2 half-beasts have become your subjects. Lord Talent hint: peace and prosperity is taking effect. The loyalty of your subjects is increasing. Lord Talent hint: loyalty of 3,152 human subjects has increased to 71 points, loyalty of 2 half-beast subjects has increased to 71 points. Jojo saw the last notification. A smile appeared on his face. Why did he dare to buy these cheap, untrained slaves? It was because he knew that he had the Diamond Lord Talent, peace and prosperity. No matter how low their loyalty was, even if they harbored evil intentions, as long as they became his subjects, they would immediately become loyal to him. They might not be as determined as his dead loyalists, but 71 points of loyalty had already reached the minimum threshold of loyalty. Basically, they would not have any thoughts of betraying him. Welcome to Blazing Sun City. From now on, I announce that you are no longer slaves, but official subjects of the Blazing Sun City. From now on, you can live uprightly in my territory and no longer be discriminated against. Now, come home with me, your lord." Jojo smiled. "Yes." Everyone said in unison. Their voices contained hope for the future. Bai Yi felt as though her lord was emitting light seeing this scene. Just as they were about to leave, a sudden mutation occurred. Chapter 76, 76 Subdue. Kant is a lord. 76 Subdue. Kant is a lord. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of horse hooves came from the front, accompanied by a series of arrogant shouts. Soon, a group of people riding cloud horses rushed over and surrounded Jojo and the gang. There were about 300 to 400 of them. There were not many of them, but the bright sabers and swords completely suppressed the people on Jojo's side in terms of aura. Jojo and Bai Yi were not afraid at all. They just looked at them calmly. A bald man soon emerged from the crowd. He rode out on his horse and swept his gaze around. He immediately found Zhou and Bai Yi, who had completely different auras from others. You too, I'm really sorry. There are my brothers who were once captured among the slaves you bought. Now, I want to take my brothers away. Also, you treat my brothers like a slave. Isn't it a little rude to buy and sell them? How about this? Leave all your slaves, weapons, and belongings behind as an apology. This big brother will let bygones be bygones. How about that? He laughed. The people behind him laughed without any scruples. So it's a group of bandits. Let me correct you on one thing. They are not slaves. They are now official subjects of Blazing Sun City. Also, your brothers aren't among my subjects either. Zhou suddenly said calmly. Haha. You won't give up until you see the truth, right? Huzi, bring our brothers out to show this Lord of the Blazing Sun who has become very famous recently. He shouted. Swish, 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 swish. Among the 3,000 slaves, at least 300 to 400 of them suddenly drew their swords. Are you dumbfounded now? These are my brothers. Surrender obediently, little lord. Don't expect the slaves you bought to protect you. They will listen to whoever gives them food. Do you believe that if I give the order now, all the slaves you just bought will become my slaves? Zhang Kaishan grinned and said arrogantly. I don't believe you. Zhou said calmly. Then, the 300 to 400 slaves who had just taken out their weapons walked out of the crowd and stood in front of Zhou. When Zhang Kaishan saw this scene, he wanted to mock the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Then, he saw that these people's weapons were all aimed at him. Zhang Dahu. What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to rebel? He was stunned. Then, he widened his eyes and cursed. Old Zhang, put down your weapon. Don't go against our Lord. Otherwise, I'm afraid there will be blood between us brothers today. Zhang Dahu couldn't bear to look at his former brother. However, when he thought of the Lord behind him, his grip on the saber became even more firm, and a hint of killing intent gradually appeared in his eyes. Do you King know what you're talking about? Have you forgotten what you do? It must be you. What did you do to my brother? Zhang Kaishan cursed. Then, he reacted and immediately looked at Zhou angrily. Zhou smiled. He did not explain. Sorry. I had no choice previously. But right now, I just want to be an obedient subject under my lord. Zhang Dahu raised the saber in his hand and aimed the tip at Zhang Kaishan. At the same time, the brothers behind him and the remaining 500 to 600 slaves, including the 2 half-beasts in the iron cage on the carriage, also looked at them with hostility. It seemed that as long as they dared to move an inch towards them, they dared to rush up and tear them apart. Seeing this scene, Zhang Kaishan felt that the world had gone crazy. He knew what a slave was like. This was not the first time he had done something like this. Every time, the slaves would watch helplessly as the owner who bought them was killed, then be captured and sold as slave goods again. What happened to these slaves now? Why did they suddenly become so loyal to their master? The most ridiculous thing was that even his brother had become like this. He looked at the gazes of these people and realized that something was wrong. Zhang Kaishan wanted to escape. The beauty with the elven bloodline beside the Lord of the Blazing Sun suddenly whistled. Then, a total of 1,000 soldiers roared and rushed over from all directions, surrounding them. Zhang Kaishan looked at this scene blankly. Put down your arms obediently, get off your horses and surrender. Then, become my subjects. That way, I can spare your lives. Otherwise, the ground beneath your feet will be your burial ground today. Zhou said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, the 500 sword-shield soldiers took a step forward in unison. They held sabers and shields and looked at them covetously. The 500 elemental archers also drew their bows and aimed their arrows at them. Faint red fire elemental energy condensed, giving Zhang Kaishan and the others immense pressure. I surrender. I'm willing to become your subject. Seeing this scene, Zhang Kaishan's expression changed. He immediately threw away the saber in his hand and jumped down from the horse. Then, he knelt on the ground and hurriedly kowtowed. They only had 300 to 400 people on their side. Zhou had more than 4,000 people on his side. There was such a huge difference in numbers. Only a fool would resist. The leader surrendered. His lackeys looked at each other and hurriedly jumped off their horses. They put down their arms and knelt down too. I surrender. Sir, don't kill me. I'm also willing to become Sir's subjects, the bandit said fearfully. A text notification appeared in front of Zhou. Notification: 421 people have surrendered to you and wish to become your subjects. Do you agree? Accept. Zhou thought to himself. The next second, the familiar notification appeared again. Lord Talent hint: peace and prosperity is taking effect. The loyalty of the subjects is increasing. Lord Talent hint: loyalty of 421 human subjects has increased to 71 points. Zhou looked at the Lord Talent notification and then looked at Zhang Kaishan and the others. That was indeed the case. Even though these people were still a little terrified, their gazes and expressions had already become quite docile and loyal. Zhou immediately felt better. This Lord Talent of peace and prosperity was ridiculously useful when subduing surrendered soldiers. As expected of a diamond Lord Talent. After that, Zhou looked at the strength of these people. Among them, Zhang Kaishan was the strongest and had already reached the green bronze tier elementary grade. The rest of the people were at least at the black iron tier elementary grade. Even though Zhou had heard about their combat class before, this was the first time he had seen it. Martial artists. This was a classless combat profession. They were produced in a building called a dojo. Among the human non-military combat professions: martial artists, rangers, adventurers. These three professions were the most widespread and common gradeless professions. Their professional strength was mainly affected by the cultivation techniques they learned. Some could reach the strength of a kingdom-level profession, or even higher. Some could only match the strength of the basic profession. The upper limit could be extremely high and the lower limit could also be extremely low. This was the characteristic of the martial artist profession. After that, Zhou asked Zhang Dahu and Zhang Kaishan about the deeper information regarding their ambush. As Zhou had expected, it was indeed Kunt's doing. Moreover, they had done this many times. It succeeded of Kunt's power. The fact that he had done things very cleanly and did not go after the lords every time was the reason why they did not dare to provoke him even if someone suspected him. Until he met Zhou. Facing the spatial ring and a human slave with an elf bloodline, Kunt could not help but decide to take advantage of him again. Unfortunately, no one expected Zhou to have the abnormal Lord Talent of peace and prosperity. In addition, he had even brought 1,000 soldiers over. In the end, he screwed up. After Zhou heard this, she glanced at Bai Yi. Bai Yi nodded slightly and left quietly. Kunt's slave market. In the lobby, Kunt was sitting in the main seat, thinking about Zhou and Bai Yi. Who should I sell that human with elven blood to after capturing her? He was a little excited. He didn't dare to sell pure-blooded elves because the Elven Empire had always had zero tolerance in this aspect. He did not want to be wanted by that huge empire. However, the market price of humans with elf blood was extremely high. Many high-ranking officials and nobles were willing to spend a lot of money to buy them. Maybe I can make some important friends with this opportunity. He thought about this. He couldn't help but fantasize. At this moment, a powerful spiritual pressure suddenly descended. It was as if a legendary hero had descended into the mortal world. The next second, whoosh! A silent wooden arrow suddenly shot over and pierced Kunt's throat. Kunt's eyes widened as he spat out blood continuously. Gradually, he calmed down and stopped breathing. A moment later, on the outskirts of Fish Spring Town, Zhou looked at Kunt's corpse. Item name: Kunt's corpse. Item level: green bronze tier advanced grade. Item effect: contains unextracted loots. Item description: an Aurora human slave master killed by a hero. Loot drop rate: 8 green bronze tier mist core, drop rate 100%, 1 green bronze tier advanced grade martial arts manual, gust blade, drop rate 25%, 1 green bronze tier Aurora crystal, drop rate 10%, 1 gradeless martial artist class change certificate, drop rate 0. 1%, 9 black iron tier lord talent crystal fragments, drop rate 0%. He is also a lord. He could not help but raise his eyebrows. Chapter 77 inaugurated martial artist. Gust blade. 77 Inaugurated martial artist. Gust Blade. Jojo squatted down and placed his hand on the other party's corpse. A golden notification appeared. Do you want to retrieve the loot? Yes. He thought. The next second. Lord Talent hint, you have obtained loots, 8 mist cores, green bronze tier, 1 martial arts manual, Gust Blade, green bronze tier advanced grade, 1 aurora crystal, green bronze tier, 1 martial artist class change certificate, no grade, 9 Lord Talent crystal fragments, black. Iron tier. Whoosh. Kunt's corpse instantly turned into loots and dropped. Not far away. Zhang Dahu and Zhang Kaishan, who had complicated expressions, immediately widened their eyes when they saw this scene. Is Big Brother's drop rate that high? Is the Lord a lucky person? Even the lucky person isn't that ridiculous, right? The surrounding soldiers did not seem surprised at all. This scene was nothing to them, who saw a large number of loots drop from their lord every day. At the same time, Jojo also began to examine this fellow's spoils of war other than the mist cores and aurora crystals. Jojo first looked at the martial artist class change certificate. Item name, martial artist class change certificate. Item level, gradeless. Item effect, class change tool for non-grade combat class. After using it, you can become a gradeless combat class martial artist. You will also have the basic theory of martial arts cultivation, 1 year of normal martial artist combat experience, and the initial strength of a lower-level black iron. Item description, gradeless combat class certificate. The most common basic combat class in the Supreme Continent. Its upper and lower limits are determined by the quality of the martial arts manual. Jojo looked at the class change certificate thoughtfully. He had a 100% drop rate. Therefore, he had always wanted to take on a combat profession with an extremely high upper limit. But now, this martial artist class was very interesting. Even though it was a gradeless combat profession, its upper limit was determined by the quality of the martial arts manual. An extremely high-quality martial arts manual could completely make a martial artist class comparable to a kingdom class or even higher. I have a 100% drop rate. It won't be a problem to obtain higher-level martial arts manuals in the future. It's entirely possible for me to raise the potential and power of this class to the level of a Divine Kingdom class or even Supreme class. Moreover, the Novice Lord test is about to begin. I can't wait for another class with a higher upper limit either. I have to have stronger strength to protect myself before the Novice Lord's protective barrier disappears. Martial artist then. Jojo made up his mind. He did not use it immediately. Instead, he looked at the martial arts manual. Martial Arts Secret Manual, Gust Blade. Secret Manual Quality, Green Bronze Tier Advanced Grad, E. Cultivation Effect 1, Gust Swordsman. When you use a blade type arms with all your might, your attack speed can be increased to 5 times per second. Cultivation Effect 2, 13 Gust Slash, the ultimate skill of the Gust Blade. Within a second, strike the enemy 13 times consecutively. Note, the above effects will reach the maximum value when a martial artist reaches the strength of a green bronze tier advanced grade. The cultivation effect obtained by those below the strength of a green bronze tier advanced grade will decrease. Jojo nodded slightly. It might only be a green bronze tier advanced grade martial arts manual, but the cultivation effect of this secret manual was still quite useful. He didn't hesitate. After asking Bai Yi to protect him and not let anyone disturb him, he chose to use it on the spot. Soon, the martial artist class change certificate and Gust Blade turned into 2 bronze lights and fused into his glabella. Jojo closed his eyes. He immediately felt that the promotion energy in his body had increased, allowing him to be closer to the green bronze tier intermediate grade. At the same time, a large amount of martial artist cultivation common sense and Gust Blade cultivation experience appeared in his mind. A text notification appeared. Congratulations, you have successfully changed your class to a gradeless combat class, a martial artist. Your combat class column has been activated. Your martial arts secret manual has been unlocked. You have cultivated the martial arts secret manual, Gust Blade, green bronze tier advanced grade. You can switch to other martial arts manuals at any time. Jojo opened his eyes. He looked at his hands and felt that they were suddenly much lighter. Then, he took out a green bronze tier elementary grade sword shield soldier saber from his spatial ring. He tried to wave his saber and realized that his speed was indeed much faster. However, it could only last for 3 slashes per second at most. He couldn't do the top-notch 5 slashes a second. Then, he prepared to use the 13-gust slash again. Jojo stared at the air in front of him. Suddenly, his right hand holding the saber suddenly turned into an afterimage. Within a second. Whoosh. 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 A total of 8 saber lights flashed in the air and a series of sharp whistles sounded. Not bad. Jojo nodded in satisfaction. The skills he had obtained previously were either summoning skills, long-range skills, or support skills. This gust blade could make up for his weakness in close combat. Moreover, as his strength increased, the cultivation effect of this secret manual would also become stronger. Jojo was starting to like this profession. As for the last 9 Black Iron Tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, he put them away. Then, Jojo looked at Zhang Dahu and Zhang Kaishan. Do you know where Kunt's territory is? How's the military strength there? He asked. I do. Kunt's territory is in the desolate Gobi. That's the old camp he's been running for more than 10 years. It's well guarded. However, as his brothers, we know a safe passage that leads directly to the interior of his territory. He also has a slave guard of 5,000 people in his territory. Every slave soldier is loyal to Kunt himself. After the combat training of slave trainers, their combat ability is already comparable to basic soldier professions of the same level. Zhang Kaishan immediately said. Jojo was deep in thought. If I let you and Zhang Dahu go back, I'll even lend you some more soldiers. Can you take over Kunt's slave organization? He looked at Zhang Kaishan. I'm 100% confident if your soldiers are here. Zhang Kaishan said confidently. Okay. Then follow me to the city first. Jojo acknowledged. After that, he brought all the soldiers and subjects back to Blazing Sun City. More than an hour later, Jojo and the others returned to Blazing Sun City safely. When they returned, the mighty subjects team immediately caused a stir among all the Blazing Sun City subjects. My lord. Did you rob Fish Spring Town? Jing Yuanqi looked at the additional 3,500 subjects and was dumbfounded. Fish Spring Town is a town under the jurisdiction of your disciple. Even if I really wanted to plunder, I wouldn't plunder Fish Spring Town. Jojo explained with a smile. Then, he told the other party about what had happened on this trip. The other party nodded slightly. Elder Zheng, make arrangements for these 3,573 new subjects. Those who should help build buildings, build buildings. Those who should be apprentices to life professions, become apprentices. In short, let them do their own things as soon as possible and integrate into the identity of Blazing Sun City subjects. Jojo said. Unexpectedly, Zheng Yuanqi's expression was a little serious. My lord. Please forgive me for what I'm about to say. There are already more than 7,000 people in our territory including them. The number of people has already exceeded the maximum population that the territory's infrastructure can carry. The population is acceptable for today. But there must be no new population for the time being. Just the water, amongst other things, produced by our territory is almost unable to satisfy the daily needs of the subjects. In addition, I discovered many problems in the territory. When the Lord has time, I need to talk to you about these problems and discuss solutions. Okay. Jojo was stunned for a moment before nodding seriously. Zheng Yuanqi bowed respectfully and went to arrange the whereabouts of these people. My lord. What about the 2 Ket girl sisters? Should we arrange for them to stay by the Lord's side and serve you? Bai Yi walked over and pointed at the cat girl sisters who had already come out of the iron cage. There was a knowing smile on her face towards the end. Not for now. I can take care of myself. I've seen their stats before. They are very talented in agility and have a huge advantage in close combat. They are quite suitable to be sword shield soldiers. Let's arrange for them to train in the Blazing Sun Army first. Jojo shook his head. To be honest, these 2 were very tempting to any normal man given their appearance, figure, or some special physical characteristics. Jojo was no exception. However, they had just joined Blazing Sun City. Even though their loyalty was already 71 points, It was still a little low in Jojo's eyes, so he did not want to arrange for the two of them to be by his side for the time being. He could arrange for them to be by his side when their loyalty reached 90 points. Yes, my lord. I'll definitely train them well when they enter the army. Bai Yi said. Jojo nodded slightly. In a while, gather all the male subjects of these new subjects together. I want all of them to change professions. He said. He had saved up the sword shield soldier class change certificates and the poison crossbow soldier class change certificates for so many days. He could finally use them. Yes. Bai Yi said respectfully. Then, she turned around and left. Chapter 78, 78 Job Changes for All. Green Bronze Tier Advanced Grade Aurora Tower. 78 Job Changes for All. Green Bronze Tier Advanced Grade Aurora Tower. A moment later. The 2,145 male subjects and the two cat girls were gathered together. They already knew Jojo's motive. However, not only did they not resist, they even looked at Jojo with bright eyes. In this chaotic world, being an ordinary subject did not mean that they were safer than the soldiers fighting outside. On the contrary, only by becoming a professional who grasped extraordinary power could one better grasp one's own fate. That was something that they, who had once been slaves, knew best. They would never forget the feeling of being powerless and unable to resist the slave owners for the rest of their lives. Therefore, they were extremely eager that their new lord could really bestow them with the extraordinary power of professionals. With a wave of Jojo's hand, a total of 2,147 sword shield soldier class change certificates appeared in front of them. He now had a total of 3,876 sword shield soldier class change certificates and 2,078 poison crossbow soldier class change certificates. Among them, the poison crossbow soldier class change certificate was a beginner soldier class change certificate. Jojo did not plan to give it to them directly. On the one hand, he planned to let Bai Yi and the others choose soldiers with long-range marksmanship talent from the soldiers to change their profession. On the other hand, he placed the poison crossbow soldier class change certificates into the military merit exchange system so that soldiers with military merit could obtain a job change through military merit and mobilize their combat enthusiasm. This was fairer. At the same time, after he took out these class change certificates, soldiers walked forward and handed these sword shield soldier class change certificates to these subjects. Jojo asked them to change their jobs on the spot. As soon as he finished speaking, waves of white light lit up from these subjects stemming from their excitement to use the class change certificates. There were so many of them. Jojo couldn't help but narrow his eyes. A moment later, all the white light dissipated. What appeared in front of Jojo were 2,147 sword shield soldiers wearing standard military equipment. They looked at the equipment on their bodies and felt the black iron tier elementary grade power surging in their bodies. They were extremely excited. At the same time, a large number of notifications appeared in front of Jojo. He could only block them all because there were too many of them. Jojo looked at these recruits and suddenly wanted to say something. Soldiers. He suddenly said, his voice spread throughout the entire battlefield under the power of his mental power, allowing all the soldiers to hear him. They all quietened down and focused on the Lord who had given them a new life. Congratulations. You have already embarked on the path of an extraordinary. You now have extraordinary power that ordinary people can't even imagine. This power can be used to protect your family and things you want to protect. You can also take revenge on your former enemies. I know that the person you hate the most is Kunt. Even though Kunt is dead now. But his territory still exists. There are also a large number of Kunt's thugs inside. This lord is prepared to lead troops there to destroy Kunt's lair. Are you willing to follow me and destroy these enemies? He looked at these new subjects. The scene suddenly fell silent. A few seconds later. We're willing to die for the Lord. A young soldier holding a saber and shield suddenly knelt down, his eyes gradually turning red. His voice seemed to turn on a switch. Furious roars sounded one after another. We're willing to die for the Lord. Destroy these B***stards. We can't let scum like them live in this world. More than 2,000 soldiers roared in unison. Every soldier was filled with killing intent. Okay. If that's the case, rest for an hour. Then we'll set off for Kunt's territory. Jojo said in a low voice. Yes. The soldiers said one after another. Jojo nodded and looked at Bai Yi. Take 2,000 men. Let's go together later, he said. Kunt's territory had a total of 5,000 slave guards. It could be said that he was the enemy that Jojo had encountered with the most subjects. He had to go all out. However, he still had a battlefield-killing weapon like Nazario's dragon might. Therefore, Jojo was not worried that he would lose. Yes, my lord. Bai Yi said respectfully and immediately went to pass down the order. Jojo was not idle either. He found Zhao Changshu and took up the green bronze tier advanced grade Aurora Tower. This Aurora Tower was more than 20 meters tall. It was completely white and had a sharp shape. A hexagonal crystal floated at the top of the tower, emitting a gentle white light under the sunlight. Jojo had the elementary grade mental potential. He could vaguely sense that the hexagonal crystal contained astonishing and majestic energy. Good luck, my lord. The Aurora Tower is considered a strategic arms in the Aurora Kingdom. It's very difficult for some great factions' lords to obtain it. I didn't expect my lord to obtain a ready-made one just by going out. Even though it's only a green bronze tier advanced grade. But it's also a treasure that many large factions dream of. Zhao Changshu paused for a second and then smiled. He did not ask about the origin of the Aurora Tower. Jojo did not explain further. He first looked at the attributes of this Aurora Tower. Building name, Aurora Tower. Construction level, green bronze tier advanced grade. Building function 1, light energy reserve device, absorb light elements and store them in the light energy reserve device of the Aurora Tower to collect attack energy for the Aurora Cannon. Construction effect 2, Aurora Cannon, ray mode, activating Aurora Cannon, consumes 1% of the light elemental energy in the light energy reserve device every second, forming an extremely penetrating aurora ray that sweeps through all enemies in range. Construction effect 2, Aurora Cannon, polarity mode, activate the Aurora Cannon and instantly release all the light elemental energy in the energy storage device. Concentrate on one point to kill the enemy. It can kill anything below the yellow gold tier. Remark, the Aurora Tower has a range of 10,000 meters. Building upgrade, 50,000 units of wood, 50,000 units of fine sand, 100,000 units of metal, 100,000 units of stone, 100 units of white platinum tier aurora crystals, 50 white platinum tier mist core. Architecture description, the Tribune building of the Aurora tribe. It is also the only kingdom-level building in the Aurora Kingdom. It plays an indelible role in the establishment and expansion of the Aurora Kingdom. Jojo nodded in satisfaction. The killing ability of the Aurora Tower might not be as good as Nazario's Magma Dragon Breath. However, its Aurora Cannon, ray mode, far exceeded the other party's range attack. With this low-end kingdom-level building, he finally felt much more at ease facing the Novice Lord test 2 days later. Then, he handed 51 green bronze tier Aurora crystals to Zhao Changshu. I can build a green bronze tier intermediate grade Aurora Tower with so many Aurora crystals. Zhao Changshu looked at the Aurora crystals in surprise. The quest he entrusted to Jojo was just to build a bronze-level Aurora Tower. Other than the Aurora Tower, I have something else to ask of Elder Zhao. Jojo said. My lord, if you have something to say, just say it. It's our duty to share the Lord's worries. How can we ask you to do this? Zhao Changshu waved his hand. Then I'll get straight to the point. The monster ranches can be upgraded again now. Elder Zhao, if you have time, why don't you upgrade all the monster ranches to the green bronze tier intermediate grade? Jojo said. The monster ranch leveled up again. Leave it to me. Zhao Changshu's eyes lit up. He had a vague feeling of breaking through ever since he helped Mugu advance to monster ranches. After hearing Jojo's words, he immediately had a premonition. Whether he could be promoted to a white platinum tier advanced grade architect would probably depend on the promotion of the monster ranches this time. More than an hour later. The soldiers were done resting. Jojo immediately brought 2,147 new sword shield soldiers, 1,000 poison crossbow soldiers, 1,000 elemental archers, Bai Yi, Nazario, and the others to the desolate Gobi. Chapter 79, 79 Attacking Kunt City. Shocking reward. 79 Attacking Kunt City. Shocking reward. An hour and a half later. Outside Kunt City, in the desolate Gobi. Ooh. The wind blew loudly. The land of the desolate Gobi was mainly made of coarse sand and gravel. The geology was slightly harder, which made it more convenient to walk. Unlike the blazing sun desert, where there was a lot of quicksand, the terrain was soft and more difficult to walk on. However, the sandstorm here was much stronger than in the blazing sun desert. The wind was mixed in with gravel. It was very easy to cause some wounds when it hit a person's face. No one would want it even if this place was occupied, right? Jojo looked at his surroundings. There was no green at all at a glance. There was nothing except for high winds and grit. He shook his head. His gaze landed on the distant Kunt city. A grayish-black wall that was more than 20 meters tall stood there. Just one glance at this tall wall gave Jojo a feeling that it was unbreakable. He could only see the corners of some buildings inside from the outside. My good lord. They are so rich. They actually built such a high wall. I estimate that at least half of my soldiers will die before we can take this place if I get them to storm the walls without Nazario's help. Jojo clicked his tongue. Where's the safe passage you mentioned? He looked at Zhang Kaishan. My lord, please follow me. Zhang Kaishan said respectfully. Then, he walked away from Kunt City. When Jojo saw this, he called for the soldiers and followed him. A moment later, Zhang Kaishan stood in front of a stone mountain. He looked at the stone mountain and suddenly slashed down with the saber in his hand. 13 gust slash. Whoosh. 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 8 saber beams flashed across the surface of the stone mountain. The next second. Splash. A large number of stones were shattered and fell to the sand, revealing a heavy grayish-black door behind the stones. Zhang Kaishan took out the key, unlocked the door, and pushed it open. An underground tunnel illuminated by torches appeared in front of everyone. My lord. This is the safe passage. We can enter Kunt City directly if we walk forward from here. I can lead the way. After entering Kunt City, I will lead my men to kill all the surrounding slave guards. At that time, my lord can lead the army and rush forward to destroy those slave guards and occupy the entire Kunt City. Zhang Kaishan said excitedly. Bai. Bring all the green bronze tier soldiers and go with him. After entering Kunt City, you must eliminate all the surrounding enemies immediately and let the subsequent soldiers enter safely. I'll get Nazario to cooperate with you. Jojo nodded and said to Bai. He was not interested in subduing the slaves in Kunt City. The slaves of Kunt City had been completely brainwashed under the training of slave trainers. They were more loyal than those who were dead loyal. He could try to subdue some of them with incite defections if there were not many of them. However, it was better to eliminate them all to avoid future trouble. Yes. Bai said respectfully. Then, she called Zhang Song and the other 5 green bronze tier intermediate grade soldiers and 19 green bronze tier elementary grade soldiers to follow her into the tunnel. After they entered, Jojo looked up at the sky. The black-red figure in the air seemed to have received an order. After letting out a dragon roar, it flew down from the sky and landed inside Kunt City with a bang. Scorching flames, lava spewing, terrified cries, and screams instantly sounded. A moment later, a fire vine arrow soared into the sky and exploded in the air, turning into dazzling sparks. All soldiers, enter the underground tunnel immediately. When Jojo saw Bai's notification, he immediately ordered in a deep voice. Yes, my lord. All the soldiers immediately entered the underground passage in line. A moment later, when Jojo entered Kunt City through the underground tunnel, he saw the soldiers fighting with the slaves in simple equipment. Blood splattered everywhere. The ground was dyed red. The scene was extremely bloody. But fortunately, with the help of Nazario's dragon might, it was all his soldiers slaughtering the other party one-sidedly. These slave guards could not exert much strength at all and were easily dealt with by the soldiers. Seeing this scene, as a martial artist, especially a martial artist who had just learned martial arts manuals, Jojo could not help but feel his hands itching. Let's practice. Think of it as gaining some combat experience, he thought. There was no hesitation. If he did not dare to go forward to fight and practice under the support of the dragon might, he would not have the guts to be a lord. He immediately put on a low-grade bronze fire demon fog wolf outfit and rushed forward with a low-grade bronze sword shield soldier's saber. When a green bronze tier intermediate grade slave captain saw him coming, he thought that he was an ordinary soldier who did not care about his life. A sinister smile immediately appeared on his face as he charged forward with his mace. The two sides quickly collided. The slave captain smashed down with his mace. Jojo twisted his body to dodge the blow. Bang! A half-meter deep pit was smashed into the ground. Jojo stared at him. Mental manipulation. The slave captain froze on the spot. He seized this opportunity. 13 gust slash. Swish 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 swish. 8 saber lights flashed again. The slave captain, who was wearing normal armor, fell to the ground weakly. Jojo glanced at his loots. Then, he fell silent. The loot only consisted of a black iron tier advanced grade mace and a black iron tier advanced grade armors other than the 4 green bronze tier mist cores and 1 green bronze tier aurora crystal, even though it a green bronze tier intermediate grade slave captain. He could not be bothered to stop to retrieve the loots and directly rushed towards the next enemy. Half an hour later. Kunt City gradually quietened down. Bai Yi began to send people to clean up the battlefield. Zhang Kaishan and Zhang Dahu began to gather the wealth in Kunt City. Both of them were Kunt's brothers when they were alive. Therefore, they knew where all the good stuff was hidden. After a while, Zhang Kaishan and Zhang Dahu walked over excitedly. My lord. All the spoils of war here have been sorted out. A total of 250,000 units of stone, 150,000 units of wood, 180,000 units of metal, and 160,000 units of fine sand have been found. There are 84,654 black iron tier mist cores, 1,521 green bronze tier mist cores, 101 white silver tier mist cores, and 5 yellow gold tier mist cores. Moreover, there are about 20,000 to 30,000 pieces of equipment from black iron tier to green bronze tier. 1 green bronze tier advanced grade dojo blueprint. 1 green bronze tier advanced grade kitchen blueprint. 3 green bronze tier intermediate grade woodworking room blueprints. 5 green bronze tier elementary grade blacksmith shop blueprints. Apart from that, we also captured 2 green bronze tier advanced grade martial masters. 3 green bronze tier advanced grade slave trainers. 5 green bronze tier advanced grade architects. 5 green bronze tier advanced grade blacksmiths. 11 green bronze tier intermediate grade chefs. In addition, there are 112 black iron rank life professionals. That is all the loots in Kunt City. In addition, there are also a portion of mist cores and many slaves in Fish Spring Town. I can bring them over at any time. Zhang Kaishan was fanatical and respectful. Zhang Dahu and gang had never expected their lord to have a dragon as his subordinate. When the dragon appeared in front of them, all the recruits, including them, were stunned. Is this the lord's true strength? We did not follow the wrong lord. They thought thankfully. Jojo was also very surprised when he heard the report. He had gained too much this time. In terms of the mist cores alone, it far exceeded the total gains he obtained from fighting the Scarlet Lord. Moreover, this was not the only real gain. The large number of buildings and the towering wall in Kunt City was also a very precious wealth. This was the benefit of occupying a local life form's territory. Jojo could not help but recall his previous experience of occupying the Scarlet Lord's territory and felt emotional. The Scarlet Lord's territories would not have these ready-made buildings. There would not be so many loots. Jojo was happy for quite some time because there was a habitable pyramid in the Sandman territory that he had conquered previously. The difference was like heaven and earth compared to the complete construction facilities of Kunt City. Bring me to the territory tablet. Jojo said in a low voice after coming back to his senses. Yes, my lord. The two of them said respectfully and led the way. Jojo followed behind them. Chapter 80, 80 Capturing Kunt City. Dojo and Martial Master. 80 Capturing Kunt City. Dojo and Martial Master. Jojo saw the territory stone tablet in a lord's courtyard in no time. A full 100,000 durability meant that this was a green bronze tier advanced grade territory token. Jojo thought for a moment. He decided not to take the territory token but to leave it here. This was because he planned to occupy Kunt City and turn it into his second city outside of Blazing Sun City. If he chose to occupy, then, the territory token had to be kept in the territory. Otherwise, the buildings in the territory would lose their building effect and become self-built buildings. This was also why the territory token was the foundation of the territory. He stopped considering it. Jojo placed his hand on the stone tablet. Soon, a line of text appeared just as he received the 50 green bronze tier aurora crystals. Do you choose to occupy Kunt City? Yes. He said. Occupation successful. Congratulations, you have become the Lord of Kunt City, green bronze tier advanced grade territory. Vassal territory panel has been activated. You can check the information of your vassal territory on the vassal territory panel. Open the vassal territory interface. Jojo thought. The next second, a golden virtual interface appeared in front of him. Vassal territory name, Kunt City, changeable. Main city, Blazing Sun City. Vassal territory grade, green bronze tier advanced grade. Territory, 20,000 m times 20,000 m times 5,000 m. Territory buildings, Lord's Courtyard, green bronze tier advanced grade, X1, Dojo, green bronze tier advanced grade, X1, Warehouse, green bronze tier advanced grade, X2, Kitchen, green bronze tier advanced grade, X5, Blacksmith Shop, green bronze tier elementary grade, X3. Dormitory, black iron tier. Elementary grade, X511. Jojo took a glance and nodded in satisfaction. The building list was full, which was pleasing to the eye. If not for the fact that the territory token could not be moved, which made it so that the location of the main city could not be changed, he even wanted to move Blazing Sun City here. He did not like the name, so he changed Kunt City to Desolate City. In the future, I can try to use Desolate City as a springboard to conquer the entire Desolate Gobi region. Jojo thought. Then, he looked at Zhang Kaishan and Zhang Dahu, who had been waiting respectfully at the side. He thought for a few seconds before sitting down. You two, come here. Jojo said. Zhang Kaishan and Zhang Dahu exchanged glances before they immediately walked over. I'm going to check your memories. Don't resist no matter what abnormalities you feel. It'll be over soon. Don't worry. There's no danger. Jojo said. Check their memories. Both men paled. However, they didn't say anything. They just lowered their heads silently. When Jojo saw this, he immediately activated his mental perception skill. This enhanceable racial skill could only sense others' vague thoughts at the beginning. However, as Jojo's strength increased, for example when he was at Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade, he could gradually sense the other party's clearer thoughts. Now, he was already at the Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade. His mental perception skill could even begin to sense the memories in the other party's mind. He wondered what would happen in the future. Jojo was looking forward to it. A moment later, after sensing their memories, a look of surprise flashed across Jojo's eyes. In their memories, he realized that they did not do much evil to the slaves while the two of them were Kunt's helpers. Zhang Dahu's memories were even a little funny. He was arranged by Kunt to be a spy among the slaves, specially in charge of reporting on restless slaves. After a long time, these thousands of slaves did not realize that their companions who were suffering with them were actually arranged by the slave owners. Zhang Kaishan's experience was relatively easy. He was Kunt's real fighter. They were in charge of dealing with Kunt's guests who wanted to harm him or other factions that were at odds with Kunt. Occasionally, he would use force to intimidate the slaves, but not often. At most, he would beat and scold them. However, that was because Kunt felt that slaves were wealth. Therefore, he was not allowed to hit or scold too much to prevent disabling the slaves. Jojo could not help clicking his tongue in wonder. These two people were considered clean. This was exactly what he wanted. He also did not want scums to be his subordinate. I was just checking your memories because I wanted to see if you guys are qualified to take on a big responsibility. From the looks of it, you barely qualified. Jojo said. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they were curious about what Jojo was talking about. Do you know why I asked you to accept Kunt's slave organization? Jojo asked. My lord also wants to get involved in the slave industry. Zhang Kaishan probed. I have no interest in the slave trade. The reason why I asked you to accept Kunt's slave organization is very simple. I want you to sell them all. Change it to real mist cores. Jojo said. He did not have a good impression of this industry when he was on the cerulean planet. He might be in a different world now, but the preferences in his heart remained unchanged. In addition, he was not short of people now. In the future, he could also plunder the population of other lords through war. Therefore, he was even less interested in running the slave industry. Mist cores were a real transaction currency on the high continent. There was no harm in getting more. Zhang Kaishan and his brother suddenly understood. We brothers will definitely sell cunt slave industry as soon as possible. Zhang Kaishan said respectfully. Zhang Daha nodded vigorously too. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. After selling all the businesses in Kunt, I plan to let you two brothers manage this city. You're the most familiar with this place after all. But I won't be moving people here for the time being. I'll only leave you 1,000 new recruits to guard this empty city. I will be attacking the Scarlet Lord forces in the desolate Gobi sometime soon. When the time comes, the soldiers I brought should live in this city for the time being. Zhou Zhou said. He had no choice but to get them to guard this empty city. Blazing Sun City was undergoing rapid development. Most subjects had their own jobs in Blazing Sun City. It was impossible for them to leave. In addition, he would bring troops out to fight almost every day. Therefore he could not send too many soldiers over. Otherwise, just mobilizing the soldiers of the two territories every day would waste a lot of development time. That was not what Zhou Zhou wanted to see. Therefore, they could only let the two of them lead some soldiers to temporarily guard this empty city. In the future, when Blazing Sun City had so many subjects that it could no longer accommodate them, he would move the additional subjects here. We won't let the Lord down. We will protect the Lord's city to our death. When Zhang Kaishan and his brother heard Zhou Zhou's words, they knelt on the ground excitedly. They dare not even dream of such a good thing. As two newbies who had just joined Blazing Sun City, they were actually directly entrusted with such an important responsibility by the Lord. How much trust did he entrust them with? Keep this city safe. Don't use your power to do whatever you want. You won't have to see me again if I hear anything like that happening. Zhou Zhou said calmly. With peace and prosperity around, their loyalty would increase sooner or later. Therefore, Zhou Zhou was not worried that the two of them would betray him just because he wasn't physically here. Yes, my lord. The two of them hurriedly said. At the same time, they warned themselves to be a good city lord and not disappoint their lord. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou did not stay any longer. He turned around and walked out of the lord's courtyard. A moment later. The Gust Dojo. This should be the only green bronze tier advanced grade dojo in Desolate City. Kunt, Zhang Kaishan, and the others' Gust blade should belong to the martial master of this dojo. Zhou Zhou looked at the green building in front of him and thought. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a mustache walked out with his luggage. The moment he came out, he saw Zhou Zhou. You are, he asked carefully. I am the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Are you the martial master of this dojo? Zhou Zhou asked. Greetings, my lord. My name is Li Si. I'm the martial master and owner of Gust Dojo. When Li Si heard Zhou Zhou's title of lord, he hurriedly said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. Are you preparing to move to Blazing Sun City? He asked. Yes, my lord. Li Si said. Don't worry about living there. When you get there, I'll naturally get someone to build another dojo for you. The Blazing Sun City will not mistreat any subject. But when the time comes, I'll leave the martial arts cultivation of Blazing Sun City subjects to you martial masters. You're gonna have to work harder. Zhou Zhou said. My lord, you're being too serious. I will do my best. Li Si said respectfully. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, he looked at the building information of this dojo. Construction name, dojo. Territory level, green bronze tier advanced grade. Construction effect, a professional place for ordinary people to change their profession to martial artist, learn martial arts manuals, and cultivate martial arts. There is a built-in martial arts cultivation room. Cultivate in the martial arts cultivation room. Martial arts comprehension +2, cultivation efficiency +20%, promotion energy obtained by an additional 20%. Current maximum number of available job changers, 11/100. Construction upgrade, 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of fine sand, 1,000 units of metal, 1,000 units of stone, 20 white silver tier mist core, 1 white silver tier elementary grade dojo blueprint. Jojo nodded in satisfaction. From now on, the subjects in his territory could also change their occupation to martial artists. Moreover, this dojo was indeed a place for martial artists to cultivate. The construction effect was indeed not bad. I'll make one when we get back, he thought. My lord. Baiyi's voice came from afar at this moment. Then, she quickly arrived in front of Jojo. My lord, the battlefield has been cleaned up. We have collected a total of 5,124 enemy corpses and have already dripped golden corpse water on them. Should we transport all these corpses back to Blazing Sun City? Baiyi asked. No need. Let's do it here. Jojo thought for a moment and said. It was a waste of time to transport more than 5,000 corpses back and forth. Moreover, the 3 Conqueror's blast furnaces were in his spatial ring. It was a good opportunity to see their effects. Chapter 81, 81 Wall Sand Crystal Wall. New Equipment Exchange. 81 Wall Sand Crystal Wall. New Equipment Exchange. In an empty space in the desolate city, 5,214 golden corpses were placed on the ground surrounded by soldiers from Blazing Sun City. Jojo was standing in front of these corpses. He looked at them and waved his right hand. 3 fiery red blast furnaces that were 5 to 6 meters tall appeared beside him out of thin air. They were 3 green bronze tier elementary grade Conqueror's furnaces. Jojo walked to the first Conqueror blast furnace and opened its energy slot. He placed a green bronze tier mist core inside. Then, he closed the energy slot and placed his right hand on the activation button at the side. Wisps of energy flowed into the button through his right hand. Buzz. The Conqueror's blast furnace shook slightly. Jojo immediately felt a scorching energy surge out. He did the same and activated the remaining 2 Conqueror's blast furnaces immediately after. When Baiyi saw this scene, she immediately got the soldiers to carry the corpses and climb up the ladder to the top of the Conqueror's blast furnace. Then, they threw the corpses inside. Jojo looked at the first corpse that was thrown in. This corpse was the corpse of a black iron tier intermediate grade slave guard. The loots he could drop were 4 black iron tier mist cores and a black iron tier elementary grade machete. After it was thrown into the blast furnace. Boom, boom, boom. The Conqueror's blast furnace emitted a sound like a steam engine, and wisps of heat appeared above the blast furnace. Soon, on the assembly line below, 4 black iron tier mist cores and a black iron tier elementary grade machete appeared. Jojo might already be prepared, but he was still a little excited that his 100% drop rate could really be replicated through the Conqueror's blast furnace. He immediately realized the importance of this matter. At the very best, he would no longer have to be a tool to retrieve the loots in the future. He would have more time to slack off. But at the worst, if others obtained the Conqueror's blast furnace that had been activated with his own energy, then the other party would obtain a 100% drop rate within an hour. If word got out, how many life forms in the high continent would go crazy? The Conqueror's blast furnace activated by my energy must only be used by me. My lord talent can't be reduced to a tool for others to grow. Jojo thought to himself. In the time that followed, a large number of corpses were thrown into the Conqueror's blast furnace, then turned into more loot and sent out of the assembly line. An hour later, the energy in the 3 Conqueror's blast furnaces were completely exhausted. In contrast, a total of 3,125 corpses were converted into a mountain of loot under the 100% drop rate. After that, Jojo placed a new green bronze tier mist core on the Conqueror's blast furnaces and activated them again with his own energy. Soon, they began to operate again. Half an hour later, all the corpses turned into loot. After tidying up, there were 15,618 black iron tier mist cores, 4,074 green bronze tier mist cores and 1,091 green bronze tier aurora crystals. 4,123 pieces of black iron tier equipment, black iron tier elementary, intermediate, and advanced grade. 2,370 green bronze tier equipment, green bronze tier elementary, intermediate, and advanced grade. Jojo looked at the loots and fell into deep thought. If this was in the past, it would take him at least a day to extract so many loots. It was completed in less than 2 hours now that he had the Conqueror's blast furnace. This money is well spent. Jojo was very satisfied. The harvest of the aurora crystals also surprised him. Under his 100% drop rate, every green bronze tier Aurora human could drop one of these strategic resources. As a result, he now had 1,091 of them. Even the Aurora Kingdom's king would be dumbfounded when he saw this. Only I can do this. Zhou sighed. After that, he put away all the loot and left 1,000 recruits for the two brothers to guard the desolate city. He left another 5,000 black iron tier mist cores and 1,000 green bronze tier mist cores for the daily expenses of more than 1,000 of them. In the end, Zhou and Bai Yi brought the remaining soldiers and life professions back to Blazing Sun City. Time passed quickly. The sky gradually darkened. Scarlet fog had already begun to appear in the air. Just as Zhou and the others were about to reach Blazing Sun City, Bai Yi suddenly saw something and pointed at Blazing Sun City in the distance excitedly. "My lord, look." Zhou looked over and immediately widened his eyes. Four grayish-white walls that were 25 meters tall and 1,000 meters long stood in a square around Blazing Sun City not far away. They surrounded the territory within 1,000 meters of Blazing Sun City tightly and were unbreakable. The green bronze tier advanced grade Aurora Tower stood on the upper left side of the city wall. The slowly rotating hexagonal crystal at the top of the tower emitted a faint white light. It was as if it was telling any enemy who dared to approach that they would be punished by the Aurora. When they got closer, a text notification immediately appeared in front of Zhou. Building name, Wall Sand Crystal Wall. Construction level, green bronze tier advanced grade. Wall defense range, 1000 m x 1000 m x 25 m. Total cubic meters of the wall, 100,000 cubic meters, 12,276 cubic meters of sand crystal-shaped city wall, 87,724 cubic meters of ordinary wall. Defense facilities, Aurora Tower, green bronze tier advanced grade, X1, Guard Tower, gradeless, X4, City Corner Arrow Tower, gradeless, X12, Pure Iron City Gate X1. Building effect, territory's basic defense facilities, used to resist the invasion of enemies from the outside world. After adding sand crystal, the black iron tier material, it mutated into a sand crystal city wall. Wall defense plus 50%, earthquake resistance plus 50%, winter warm summer cool building effect plus 1. Construction upgrade, all ordinary walls need to be replaced with sand crystal walls before you can continue upgrading. Building description, the newly built wall of Blazing Sun City. Even though it is very strong, it has yet to experience the impact of enemies from the outside world. The more Zhou looked at it, the more pleasantly surprised he became. This was exactly the same as the wall of his dream. The Lord is back. At this moment, a familiar voice came from not far away. Zhou looked over. He realized that it was Zhao Changshu and the others. Soon, Zhao Changshu walked over. "Greetings, my lord," he said respectfully. "Elder Zhao, there's no need to be so polite. You've done a great service today. I'm finally relieved with this sand crystal wall," Zhou said sincerely. "It's not just me. This old man is just moving my mouth at most. The real hardship is the soldiers and subjects who help build the wall." Zhao Changshu shook his head. "Don't worry, Elder Zhao. I've already asked the military officials to record everyone's contributions over the past few days. All of your hard work will not be in vain." Zhou nodded. A smile finally appeared on Zhao Changshu's face. "Actually, this city wall is only the initial construction. There's still room for strengthening in the future. First, there's the problem of the sand crystal wall. Only a little more than 10% of the walls in this city wall are sand crystal walls. The rest are ordinary walls. We can reforge the other ordinary city walls into sand crystal walls when the sand crystals are replenished in the future. Next is the thickness of the city wall. It's only a meter thick now. We can still thicken it tomorrow. Finally, the city wall defense facilities. One Aurora Tower is still a little too little. However, I'm building the second Aurora Tower. It should be completed tomorrow. My lord, I have something to report to you. This sand crystal wall has already consumed all the sand crystals and 400,000 units of basic materials. There are not many basic materials left. If I want to continue strengthening the city wall, I have to replenish a large amount of sand crystals and basic materials," Zhao Changshu said. Zhou was not surprised. He had already considered the consumption of building the wall. This result was similar to what he had calculated. Leave this to me. Coincidentally, we brought back a batch of basic materials and aurora crystals this time. Elder Zhao, just use them when you need them. As for the sand crystals, they can only be obtained at the monster ranches tomorrow. Zhou said. Zhao Changshou nodded. Zhou did not say anything else after that. He took out the basic materials and aurora crystals and handed them to Elder Zhao. Then, he opened the exchange and set up a transaction for more than 29,000 black iron tier and green bronze tier equipment that he had obtained from the desolate city. These equipment were all worn by slaves, and the effect of the equipment was not as good as the standard equipment of soldiers of the same level. Now that Zhou's standards were a little high, he naturally looked down on these equipment. It was better to sell them directly and exchange them for a large number of basic materials. Soon, a large number of lords discovered the deal that Zhou had just announced. There were more than 29,000 pieces of equipment, making every lord dumbfounded. A moment later, this transaction ranked first in the number of transaction views at a rocket-like speed. The lords of the World Channel also exploded at the same time because of this deal. Chapter 82, 10 million units of basic materials. You call this explaining briefly. 10 million units of basic materials. You call this explaining briefly. F***CK. What did I see? More than 29,000 pieces of equipment. I opened the Lord of the Blazing Sun's dictionary. On every page is the word ridiculous, and there are no other words in this dictionary. Lord of the Blazing Sun. The Forever God. Ever since I found out about the Lord of the Blazing Sun, I guess I can only use scissors to punch because the Blazing Sun is my punching bag one. Tsundere face. Heaven-defying. Why does such a sick lord appear every time a topic related to the Lord of the Blazing Sun appears on the World Channel? What's wrong with the World Channel? It's heaven-defying. I'm the only normal person. Tsundere face. Woohoo. I've been worrying about how to arm my subjects before the Novice Lord test. Big Boss Blazing Sun's equipment came at the right time. I want to arm my subjects +1. Sigh, I've been blocked by Big Boss Blazing Sunday. I can only look at these equipment. I can't buy them even if I want to. Big Boss Blazing Sun's blacklist is so terrifying. More than 29,000 pieces of equipment don't look like they were forged by him. They should be looted. This makes me wonder how strong Big Boss Blazing Sun is. This amount of equipment, that can only be obtained from loots of a battle of at least 1,000. I boldly speculate that the Lord of the Blazing Sun already has more than 1,000 soldiers. 1,000 soldiers. Really? The humble me revealed a poor smile looking at the 30 subjects in my territory. At the same time, the Dragon Lady Lord, the Undead Lord, the Overlord Lord, and the other top-notch lords who were either hiding or had already revealed themselves had also seen Zhou's equipment transaction. They were all in disbelief. However, they had to admit one thing looking at the genuine 29,000-odd pieces of equipment. The Lord of the Blazing Sun had become stronger again. This made them feel a little anxious. However, as top-notch lords, they quickly adjusted their mentalities. That is because they knew that urgency was useless. The better choice was to develop themselves with all their might. They all believed in one thing in their hearts. As long as the position of the Lord of all races was not confirmed, everything was still unknown. On the other hand, Zhou set the price for these 29,000 pieces of equipment. The price range of each black iron tier equipment was between 40 units of basic materials and 200 units of basic materials. The price range of each green bronze tier equipment was between 400 units of basic materials and 2,000 units of basic materials. It was 50% higher than the market price. However, there were billions of lords in the exchange. Zhou was not worried that no one would buy his equipment. That was indeed the case. Half an hour later, all of the equipment was sold. This was even when Zhou limited the number of equipment any single lord could buy. He looked at the transaction results. Results: about 3.5 million units of wood, about 2.9 million units of fine sand, about 3.1 million units of metal, and about 2.6 million units of stone. A smile appeared on Zhou's face. There were more than 12.1 million units of basic materials. If other lords saw this transaction outcome, wouldn't they be dumbfounded? He could build ordinary walls to his heart's content with so many basic materials, even though he could not build a sand crystal city wall. He walked out of the Lord's courtyard without hesitation and found Elder Zhao, who was commanding the construction of the Aurora Tower in the territory. Then, he opened the exchange and took out all 12.1 million odd units of basic materials and placed them together according to categories. Fortunately, the things in the exchange could be controlled with his mind. Otherwise, Zhou would not be able to take out so many basic materials even if he worked himself to death. For small mountains soon appeared in front of Zhao Changshu. His eyes widened. Elder Zhao. I'll leave these materials to you. Thicken the wall where it's not thick enough. Use the materials if you have to. There's no need to save. Zhou said generously. In that case, I'll do my best. Zhao Changshu chuckled after coming back to his senses. Zhou acknowledged. After that, the two of them chatted for a while before Zhao Changshu went back to work. He had already decided not to sleep tonight. It was enough for him to be busy for the entire night, be it building the monster ranches or the Aurora Tower. Fortunately, he was a white platinum tier intermediate grade architect. His physical fitness far exceeded that of ordinary people. He would have died long ago if he was an ordinary old man. Seeing this, Zhou also planned to leave. However, he suddenly remembered something. I have yet to use today's quota for the return to the city talent. Zhou fell into deep thought. He might as well use it now. In any case, he probably wouldn't go out again tonight and wouldn't encounter any danger. He could test the specific effect of this Black Iron Tier Lord talent. Return to the city. After making up his mind, Zhou stood where he was and suddenly said. The next second, 2 virtual 3D terrain maps suddenly appeared in his mind. One of them was bigger than the other. The larger one was a 3D virtual terrain map of the Blazing Sun Desert. The smaller one was the virtual 3D terrain map of the desolate city that he had just taken in as a subsidiary territory today. Zhou quickly realized that he could enlarge or shrink them with his mind. Moreover, he could directly go to the place he wanted to go when he chooses any one of the 2 virtual 3D terrain maps with the thought of going to this place. However, this choice had to be completed in 5 seconds. If it was more than 5 seconds and he did not choose the place he wanted to go, it would be considered a failure and he would have to use it again. So this is how return to the city is used. Doesn't that mean? If I have my own territory in every place in the high continent in the future, then I can completely rely on this Black Iron Tier Lord talent to appear anywhere in the high continent. Even if I can't do it, I can also use this Lord talent to appear in any territory under my command. While it can only be used once a day currently, I might be able to increase the number of times I can use it if I use the Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystal to upgrade this Lord Talent. Zhou immediately thought with excitement. He did not expect this simple return to the city talent to have potential to be unearthed. Then, he stopped thinking so much about it and chose the Lord's courtyard. He chose to zoom in. Soon, the living room scene in the Lord's courtyard appeared in front of him. Zhou had the thought of going to the living room. The next second, his entire body suddenly became illusory. Then, his vision suddenly darkened. Another second passed. When the scene appeared in front of Zhou again, he realized that he was already standing in the living room. Not only that, he even felt that his physical condition was recovering rapidly. Originally, he had brought his soldiers to attack the territory of the Sandman Lord, then to Fish Spring Town, and finally to capture Desolate City. After this series of events, he still felt some physical and mental fatigue even though he was already at the Green Bronze Tier elementary grade. But now, Zhou felt that his mental state and physical state were beginning to recover at an astonishing speed. 10 seconds later, he felt full of energy again. Is this the effect of triggering a 50% recovery of physical state in 10 seconds after returning to the city? Zhou reacted. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something and fell silent. He originally wanted to rest and sleep after a while. He felt that he might not be able to sleep tonight now that he had returned to the city. My lord, Zheng Yuanqi requests an audience. Just as Zhou was worried about how he would sleep tonight, Zheng Yuanqi's voice came from outside the door. Zhou was stunned. Then, he stood up and walked out of the Lord's courtyard to bring Elder Zheng into the living room. Have a seat, Elder Zheng. Why are you here so late? He asked doubtfully. My lord. I came here late at night to report some problems I discovered in the territory and want to discuss concrete solutions. After Zheng Yuanqi sat down, he went straight to the point. So that's what it is. Elder Zheng, just say what you want. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then let me explain briefly. The first is the military merit exchange system. Currently, even though the military contribution exchange system in the Blazing Sun Army has been established, its system is still relatively rough. There are many details that need to be perfected. This is a small problem. I can solve it. The second is the problem of the contribution exchange system for the life professionals and the unemployed. The soldiers already have their own military merit exchange system. Then it's best if the subjects of the life professions and the unemployed have a corresponding contribution points exchange system. Let the life professions and unemployed subjects earn contribution points by contributing to the territory in exchange for the items they need. This will be good for the people and the territory. This is not my personal opinion. Most forces above the empire level, other than a few, implemented both exchange systems at the same time. My lord, if you agree, I can design a system of exchange for contribution points since I'm more familiar with this. Of course I agree, then I'll have to trouble Elder Zheng. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. My lord, you're too kind. This is my duty. The fourth problem is, even though many people in Blazing Sun City have already begun to be in charge of the specific work in Blazing Sun City, they don't have clear official titles and a system of official positions yet. The official position system of the territory is an indispensable part of the territory's development. This aspect has to be perfected. I'm also very familiar with this. I can help design an official position system in Blazing Sun City. The fifth problem is the ratio of men to women in Blazing Sun City. Currently, there are nearly 7,000 subjects in the territory. The ratio between men and women has already reached an astonishing 7-1. This is already quite unhealthy. In your words, my lord, the yang energy is too strong. In the future, my lord can absorb more female subjects to the territory when the territory expands to accommodate new subjects. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. This was simple. The easiest thing to obtain in a lord war was population. He would just have to pay attention when the time came. Zheng Yuanqi continued after seeing Zhou Zhou nod. The sixth is the lack of buildings in the territory. But this is a small problem. I know Zhao Changshou. He's quite reliable. With him and the help of the other subjects, the buildings in our territory can be built sooner or later. It's just going to be a little tougher now. The seventh problem is food type. Half an hour later, Zhou Zhou fell into deep thought as he looked at Zheng Yuanqi, who was still talking non-stop. You call this explaining briefly? Chapter 83, 83 Lords Gathering Together for Strength. Zhao Changshou's Advancement. 83 Lords Gathering Together for Strength. Zhao Changshou's Advancement. Another half an hour passed. This subordinate will stop here for now about the enactment of the territorial laws. Zheng Yuanqi stroked his beard, still looking a little unsatisfied, after mentioning the 23rd area that he thought needed to be perfected. Zhou Zhou nodded with a numb expression. Elder Zheng might have spoken for an extended period of time. But it had to be said that the problems he was talking about were indeed real problems in his territory. He could not help but feel a headache. There are so many problems. When will they be resolved? My lord, don't worry. Our Blazing Sun City has only been established for a short period of time, and our development speed is too fast. These problems will definitely appear under such circumstances. That's not a bad thing. On the contrary. If the problem is exposed, it means that we still have time and opportunity to correct it. Blazing Sun City will be reborn after these problems are corrected. If we don't correct it, you'll really have a headache when it's too late to correct it. Zheng Yuanqi seemed to have seen through Zhou Zhou's dilemma and comforted him. Zhou Zhou nodded. My lord, I have a request. Zheng Yuanqi suddenly said. What is it? Zhou Zhou was stunned. It's a little difficult for me to resolve the problems in these territories alone, and it will take a long time. Therefore, I want to choose some people from the territory to be my assistants and help me solve them. I wonder if my lord can agree to that. Zheng Yuanqi said respectfully. Elder Zheng, don't worry. Just tell me if you see anyone that can help you in our territory. Even I can help you as long as it can make Blazing Sun City better. Zhou Zhou agreed without hesitation. If it was any other lord facing Zheng Yuanqi's request, the lord might become suspicious because he seems to be forming his own ally team. However, to Zhou Zhou, Zheng Yuanqi was a talent attracted by his reputation rating. His loyalty was very high to begin with. Coupled with the peace and prosperity diamond tier lord talent, he did not have to worry about his loyalty. Therefore, Zhou Zhou was completely willing to let go and let him do this with all his might. Thank you, my lord. Zheng Yuanqi looked at Zhou Zhou with a different gaze, hearing Zhou Zhou agree without hesitation. At the same time, a notification that the other party's loyalty had increased appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Towards this, Zhou Zhou only smiled and did not say anything. After that, the two of them chatted for a while before Zheng Yuanqi left. Zhou Zhou looked at the other party's back as he left. He thought about the suggestion the other party had just mentioned and felt a headache coming on. He suddenly understood something. It is important to know one's limits. I'll just leave it to you. It is more reliable to leave these things to professionals. He stopped thinking about it and returned to the master bedroom to rest. The next morning, in the master bedroom, Zhou Zhou lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling above with wide eyes. He didn't sleep all night. There was no other reason. He was too energetic and he could not sleep at all. I'm indeed not at the age to sleep, he comforted himself. At this moment, a ray of morning light shone in through the window. It's the 7th day. The Novice Lord test is tomorrow. Zhou Zhou thought to himself when he saw this. Then, he opened the Cerulean Planet Lord World channel. Then, he saw the blood-red countdown at first glance. Countdown, 23 hours, 15 minutes, 11 seconds. Time was ticking away. A vast number of lords were discussing the Novice Lord test tomorrow below the countdown. Tomorrow is the Novice Lord test. I'm so excited that my entire body is trembling. Are you sure it's because you're trembling from excitement and not because you're afraid? The Novice Lord test is finally coming. I realize that I'm suddenly not afraid anymore. Come quickly. Give me a quick answer no matter whether I live or die. Brothers, is it too late to give up my status as a lord and change my profession to an adventurer? I have an adventurer subject who said that being an adventurer is actually very dangerous. It's not as safe as you think. I advise everyone who wants to change their profession to an adventurer to consider it carefully and not make a mistake. I'm dying of laughter. You still want to retreat at a time like this? I just summoned today's subjects. I already have 15 professions, one of which is a Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Spearman. Big Shot, can you tell me if I can pass tomorrow's Novice Lord test with my current strength? Don't ask. Asking is taboo. My territory is in the Lone Wolf territory of the Gale Kingdom. Is there a Big Shot nearby who can help me during the Novice Lord test? My territory is in the snowy plains of the Flying Snow Kingdom. To any Big Shot that is willing to help me in the Novice Lord test tomorrow, I guarantee that I will follow your lead in the future. I'm the same. Can any Big Shot come and help me after passing the Novice Lord test? My territory is the Black Moon Mountain range of the Twilight Kingdom. I'm in the Glazed Kingdom. I'm in the Bright Moon Kingdom. No one knew who started it. Suddenly, a large number of lords were crazily exposing the location of their territory on the World Channel. What they wanted to express was surprisingly unanimous. That was to gather together for strength. They all wanted to find the other human lords around the territory and unite all the forces that could be united. Then, they wanted to use this power to pass the Novice Lord test tomorrow. Gathering for strength. That's a method too. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he could not help but raise his eyebrows. However, he was not interested in this method. The high continent was huge. It was too difficult to encounter other Cerulean Planet lords. He had only encountered 2 until now. One of them was Lord Mighty, who was destroyed by him. The second one had already given up his status as a lord and changed his profession to an adventurer. Zhou Zhou no longer had much hope that there was still a Cerulean Planet lord around his territory. He stopped looking. Zhou Zhou closed the World Channel and walked out of the Lord's courtyard. He came to the gate of summoning and began his daily summoning. A text notification appeared. Prompt, do you want to summon immediately? Yes. Zhou Zhou said. He could summon 54 new subjects every day now that he was at the Green Bronze Tier Intermediate grade. And there must be 6 professionals among them. He was looking forward to it. The next second, the gate of summoning suddenly lit up with a bright white light, and 54 subjects walked out. Greetings, my lord. X-54-inch. After the 54 new subjects came out, they immediately bowed respectfully when they saw Zhou. Welcome to Blazing Sun City. Zhou smiled and nodded. Then, he opened their personal information and began to check them. A moment later, the inspection was completed. Among these 54 people, there were 34 male subjects and 20 female subjects. There were a total of 8 professionals. Among them were 1 green bronze tier intermediate grade archer and 1 green bronze tier intermediate grade carpenter. There was also 1 green bronze tier elementary grade doctor, 2 green bronze tier elementary grade sword shield soldiers, 2 black iron tier advanced grade tailors, and 1 black iron tier elementary grade blacksmith. This is still acceptable, Zhou thought. Then, he asked these 54 people to look for Zheng Yuanqi and ask him to assign them to their respective places. My lord. I've already completed the upgrade of the monster ranches with Mugu. At this moment, Zhao Changshu quickly walked over from afar and arrived in front of Zhou. Zhou was about to say that he wanted to go to the monster ranches to take a look. Then, he saw the obvious joy on Zhao Changshu's face. He immediately thought of something and opened his attribute panel. Then, he saw that Zhao Changshu's architect level had shockingly advanced from the white platinum tier intermediate grade to white platinum tier advanced grade. Chapter 84, 84 green bronze tier intermediate grade monster ranches. 84 green bronze tier intermediate grade monster ranches. Elder Zhao, you've advanced. Zhou looked at him in surprise. Zhao Changshu smiled and nodded. I was lucky to advance. The monster ranch is indeed a special building. With it, I've finally been promoted to a white platinum tier advanced grade architect. I didn't expect this. I've spent more than 10 years in the Aurora Kingdom without being able to achieve this. I didn't expect to advance successfully in just a few days. I made the right choice coming here. I have no regrets in this life now that I've reached the limit of my potential while I'm still alive. Zhao Changshu sighed with emotion. Then, he looked at Zhou. My lord, you can hand any white platinum tier advanced grade building blueprints to me in the future if you encounter them. I can learn blueprints of this level now, he said. Okay. Zhou immediately agreed. He could tell that Elder Zhao's happy expression was mixed with an imperceptible loneliness. It was a good thing that his strength had reached the limit of his potential. However, from another perspective, it also meant that this person had no other possibility of advancing. Wasn't this also a pity? Zhou did not say anything. After congratulating him, he came to the monster ranches with him. In front of the monster ranches. Greetings, my lord. Mugu, who had been waiting at the entrance of the monster ranches, immediately walked up to Zhou and said respectfully when he saw them arrive. Zhou nodded and opened the other party's attribute panel. Subject, Mugu. Territory, Blazing Sun City. Life profession, monster rancher. Profession class, green bronze tier intermediate grade. Battle class name, monster shepherd. Strength level, green bronze tier intermediate grade. Ability overview, same as before. Skills, special building, monster ranch, green bronze tier intermediate grade, fog monster, communication, green bronze tier intermediate grade, fog monster, taming, green bronze tier intermediate grade, fog monster, control, green bronze tier intermediate grade, fog monster, berserk. Green bronze tier intermediate grade, fog monster, appease, green bronze tier intermediate grade. Loyalty, dead loyal. Potential, diamond tier advanced grade. Zhou nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, he was a little envious. His advancement in strength and skills only required the territory level to increase. It was simply much easier than his advancement method. How much has your ability increased? Zhou stopped thinking about it and asked. I've something to report, my lord. After I advanced to the green bronze tier intermediate grade monster rancher and monster shepherd, I can already manage 5 green bronze tier intermediate grade monster ranches at the same time. Moreover, the upper limit of the number of nurturing per monster ranch has increased from 750 to 1000. The upper limit of the strength of the fog monsters that can be nurtured has also increased from green bronze tier elementary grade to green bronze tier intermediate grade. And yesterday, Elder Zhao, the soldiers, and I have upgraded the original 3 green bronze tier elementary grade monster ranches to green bronze tier intermediate grade monster ranches. Moreover, we built an additional green bronze tier intermediate grade monster ranch that has yet to be placed with monsters as a backup in the future. A total of 60,000 units of basic materials, 600 green bronze mist cores, and 1 origin crystal has been consumed. Mugu reported respectfully. Zhou acknowledged. This rate of consumption, other than origin crystals, was nothing to him now. Then, he looked at the 4 brand new monster ranches. They were 50% bigger than the original green bronze tier elementary grade monster ranch. At the same time, their architectural style was even more ancient than before. On the surface of its fence, were even some cravings of unknown monsters. 3 of the monster ranches had already nurtured 1,000 desert fog lizards, 1,000 black-tailed fog scorpions, and 1,000 sandmen. The last monster ranch that had just been built was still empty because no new monsters had moved in for the time being. Zhou was satisfied. His daily fixed income had increased again. After that, Zhao Changshu wanted to continue building the Aurora Tower. Zhou hurriedly stopped him. Elder Zhao, you haven't slept for a day and night. You should rest. He said sincerely. At my age, I feel that it's already very rare. Moreover, I just broke through and am at my peak. I can't sleep at all even if you ask me to rest. Why don't you let me vent my energy? This way, I can rest better after I'm done. Zhao Changshu directly refused. Zhou tried to persuade him a few more times, but he could not persuade this old man at all. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as he walked in the direction of the Aurora Tower. Zhou was a little speechless. Are all the old people in the high continent so fierce? After that, Zhou got someone to look for Bai Yi and asked her to bring all the soldiers to the monster ranches to deal with these 3,000 fog monsters. A moment later. In front of the monster ranches. Zhou and Bai Yi stood at the front. Nazario lay lazily nearby. In front of them were 4,970 soldiers. Including the 1,000 soldiers left in the desolate city. I have 5,970 soldiers under my command now. Zhou looked at the soldiers in front of him, his heart filled with ambition. Then, they began to clear these monsters. It was the same old rules. Nazario first released its dragon might to intimidate these 3,000 monsters. Then, Bai Yi asked the soldiers to split into 3 teams and hunt the desert fog lizards, black-tailed fog scorpions, and sandmen in the 3 monster ranches. This time, she did not let the soldiers who felt that they could break through prioritize hunting monsters. That was because over the past few days, most of the soldiers who could break through by hunting the monsters in the monster ranch had already broken through. What the soldiers needed now was only the accumulation of advancement energy. Therefore, there was no need for such rules now. Increasing the efficiency of killing monsters was the most important. A moment later, under the siege of Nazario's dragon might and 4,970 soldiers, the 3,000 fog monsters quickly turned into corpses. The result was 456 soldiers broke through from Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade to Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade. 156 soldiers broke through from Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade to Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. 22 soldiers broke through from Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade to Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade. 6 soldiers were upgraded from Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade to Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade. The soldiers dripped golden corpse water on these monsters during the remaining time. Zhou also activated the Conqueror's Blast Furnace and asked the soldiers to throw the corpses of these monsters into the Conqueror's Blast Furnace. During the collection of the loot, Zhou led the soldiers and doctors to the Time Ruins without stopping to complete today's Time Ruins quest. An hour later. All the loots had been extracted. From the monster ranches. A huge amount of monster flesh, water bags, potions, weapons, monster materials, various skill books, and potion formulas dropped. Zhou did not need these. They would become redeemable items in the military merit exchange system and the future subject contribution points exchange system. There were also 12,089 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores, 524 Green Bronze Tier Mist Cores, 1,125 Sword Shield Soldier Class Change Certificates, 481 Sword Shield Soldier Recruitment Books, 945 Poison Crossbowman Class Change Certificates, 567 Poison Crossbowman Recruitment Books, 2,284 kilograms of sand crystal. The gains from the time ruins would not change. Other than a fixed number of sets and scattered items, there were also 4,926 black iron tier mist cores, 20 green bronze tier mist cores, and 384 elemental archer recruitment books. Zhou then brought all the recruitment books to the Gate of Summoning and prepared to recruit new soldiers. Chapter 85, 7,415 soldiers. Prepare to set off. 7,415 soldiers. Prepare to set off. Zhou first summoned 13 elemental archers from the Gate of Summoning. Then, he threw all 481 sword shield soldier recruitment books, 567 poison crossbow soldier recruitment books, and 384 elemental archer recruitment books into the Gate of Summoning. In the following period of time, soldiers walked out of the Gate of Summoning and stood behind Zhou. A moment later, 1,432 soldiers stood behind Zhou in unison. I have 7,415 soldiers under my command now with these new soldiers. We're not far from breaking through to 10,000 soldiers. A smile appeared on Zhou's face. However, he frowned almost immediately again. There were almost more than 10,000 soldiers, but this also meant that he had reached the upper limit of the population of Blazing Sun City. Never mind. At most, we'll put a few thousand more soldiers in the desolate city. Zhou thought. At this moment, in his heart, the desolate city had already become his temporary garrison. Then, he handed the newly obtained sand crystals to Zhao Changshu and opened the exchange, wanting to sell a portion of the newly obtained monster flesh. However, when he saw the current price of monster meat in the exchange, he frowned slightly. He realized that the price of the monster flesh in the exchange had actually been suppressed to the point that a piece of black iron tier elementary grade monster flesh was only worth 8 units of basic materials. It was far inferior to the grand occasion where he dared to sell the flesh of the lowest black iron tier elementary grade monster for 20 units of basic materials. He flipped through the exchange of the other lords selling monster meat in the exchange. He realized that the prices were about the same. Moreover, there were many more lords selling monster flesh than before. It seems that most lords already have the ability to obtain food by themselves. The good time when the flesh of the lowest level monster could be sold for a high price has passed. Zhou sighed. However, he did not think too much about it. He had long been prepared for today's situation when he first sold monster meat. Therefore, he was not surprised. Fortunately, he had already earned a lot of basic materials by selling a large amount of monster flesh in the early stages. Therefore, he did not feel that he had suffered a loss now. Instead, he felt that he was very business-minded back then and knew how to seize opportunities. Then I won't sell this monster's flesh for the time being. In any case, the number of subjects in my territory is no longer a small number. The flesh of these monsters can be used as food for the subjects first. Zhou thought. Then, he returned to the Lord's courtyard and had breakfast. After filling his stomach, Zhou sat on the chair in the living room and thought for a moment. Then, he opened his friend list and found Linger's chat to send her a message. Lord of the Blazing Sun, are you there? The other party replied almost imminently. Spiritual Medicine Lord, I'm here, big brother. Lord of the Blazing Sun, the Novice Lord test is tomorrow. How's the preparation on your side? Spiritual Medicine Lord, don't worry, brother. Linger's territory already has more than 500 subjects and more than 200 military professions. Spiritual Medicine Lord, many lords on the World Channel are inferior to me. I will definitely be able to pass the Novice Lord test with my strength unless the Novice Lord test wants half of the Cerulean planet lords to die. Zhou sighed when he saw this. Perhaps it was because of their different personalities. His little sister was more confident. She felt that she could definitely pass the Novice Lord test even if there were only more than 200 professionals. He already had more than 7,000 professionals, but he was still a little worried when he thought of the Novice Lord test tomorrow. I hope tomorrow's Novice Lord test is not the kind of test where the stronger the Lord being tested, the more difficult the test will be. Otherwise, my development in the past 7 days will be shooting myself in the foot. Zhou thought. Then, he gave Linger a red packet with 200 Sword Shield Soldier Class Change Certificates, 100 Poison Crossbow Soldier Class Change Certificates, 50 bottles of Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Health Potion, 10 bottles of Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Energy Potion, 10 bottles of Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Antidote, 10 sand stealth techniques, 10 sandman summoning techniques, 10 sandification techniques, and 1 mechanostrider in it. These things were completely insignificant to Zhou. He had such gains every day with the monster ranches around. But these things might be able to save Linger's life in the novice lord test. Therefore, Zhou gave them to her happily. When Linger opened the red packet, she was immediately stunned by the contents. She was about to type something when she saw a message from her big brother. Lord of the Blazing Sun, Godbrother, don't underestimate tomorrow's novice lord test. I'm giving you these things for you to save your life. Lord of the Blazing Sun, Godbrother, remember to contact me when the novice lord test begins tomorrow. If you encounter any difficulties, I will definitely help you if I can. Lord of the Blazing Sun, Godbrother, if tomorrow's novice lord test endangers your life, and I can't help you, you can try to give up your status as a lord and see if you can escape. Linger immediately typed. Spiritual Medicine Lord, thank you, big brother. Don't worry, I'll definitely take good care of myself. Spiritual Medicine Lord, big brother, you have to work hard too. Spiritual Medicine Lord, most lords now think that you're the #1 lord on the cerulean planet. I think so too. Spiritual Medicine Lord, Linger believes that Big Brother will definitely perform the best in the Novice Lord test and obtain the supreme reward of the Supreme Will. Lord of the Blazing Sun, Godbrother, the cerulean planet Lord is filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Who can perform the best and obtain the favor of the Supreme Will? No one can say for sure until the last moment, but I will do my best. Spiritual Medicine Lord, yes. After that, she sent 1,000 sets of life potion medicinal herbs, 1,000 sets of energy potion medicinal herbs, 1,000 sets of golden corpse water medicinal herbs, 1,000 sets of blood eye medicinal herbs, 1,000 sets of antidotes medicinal herbs, and 1,000 sets of blood cleansing pill medicinal herbs to Zhou. Then she typed again. Spiritual Medicine Lord, Big Brother, there are 2 types of medicinal herbs that are special and rare in the list of medicinal herbs you sent me last time. It will take 2 days to nurture them. I can only hand them to you tomorrow morning. When Zhou saw this sentence, he immediately knew that she was talking about the medicinal herbs needed to make the potential advancement potion. It will take even Linger's divine herb garden 2 days to nurture. The potential advancement potion is indeed extraordinary. Zhou sighed. This was the first time he had seen medicinal herbs that took 2 days to nurture in the divine herb garden. He typed that it was fine. It would be the same if she gave it to him tomorrow. Then, the 2 of them chatted for a while longer. After that, Zhou walked out of the Lord's courtyard and asked Bai Yi to get all the soldiers ready to go to Fish Spring Town to destroy the 3 Scarlet Lords there. Today is the last day. I have to hurry up and continue to strengthen myself before the Novice Lord test. I wonder how many Lord Talent Crystal Fragments the 3 Scarlet Lords of Fish Spring Town can drop for me. Perhaps it could even become a complete Lord Talent. Thinking of this, Zhou was suddenly filled with anticipation for today's battle. Chapter 86, 86 Wild Sand Believers. Pudeo Soldier Types. 86 Wild Sand Believers. Pudeo Soldier Types. 2 hours later. In the area of Fish Spring Town and in the territory of the Wild Sand Boss, Windhowler. Zhou and Bai Yi looked at the Scarlet Territory not far away. Humanoid monsters wearing military armor and holding Pudos one were patrolling their territory. Zhou looked at one of the humanoid monsters. A monster notification appeared. Monster name, Fogman, Wild Sand Believer. Strength level, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade. Monster description, a monster subject under the leader of the Wild Sand Sect. Born in the Scarlet Fog, it was once a general believer of the Wild Sand Sect. Later, after following the boss of the Wild Sand Sect into rebelling, it was wiped out by the Wild Sand Army of the sect. It was transformed into a fog monster by the Scarlet Fog after death. Loots, 2 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores, drop rate, 100%, 1 Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Skill Book, Summoning Wild Sand, drop rate, 5%, 1 Gradeless Pudeo Soldier Class Change Certificate, drop rate, 0.1%. Pudeo Soldier. I remember that this seems to be a basic soldier type. Zhou thought. He had heard other lords mention this type of soldier when he was diving in the World Channel. This was an offensive basic soldier type. It was different from sword shield soldiers who could both attack and defend. The Pudeo soldier used a weapon called Pudeo. It was a very heavy saber that needed to be held with both hands to unleash its greatest power. This allowed them to have higher lethality than sword-shield soldiers among the basic soldiers. However, their defense was weaker in contrast. Among the various human soldiers, the main representatives of the basic soldiers were spearmen, puteo soldiers, sword-shield soldiers, crossbowmen, and bowmen. The 5 basic soldiers each had their advantages and disadvantages. Among the 5 basic soldiers, the puteo soldiers and spearmen are the main melee offensive soldiers of the human race. It's necessary to protect this wild sand believer with the monster ranch. A smile appeared on Jojo's face. He did not expect this. The first Scarlet Lord he found gave him such a huge surprise. In the future, he could add another basic type of soldier to the soldiers in his territory. Then, he looked at the loot drop rates of the other wild sand believers. In the end, he realized that they had the same loot drop rate as the desert fog lizard and the black-tailed fog scorpion. The number of Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Puteo Soldier recruitment books that could be dropped began to increase starting from the Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Wild Sand Believers. At the Green Bronze Tier, the elite Wild Sand Believers would drop more Puteo Soldier Class Change Certificates, Puteo Soldier recruitment books, and higher-level Wild Sand Summoning Skill books. As for the Wild Sand Boss, Wind Howler, it had yet to appear. Therefore, Jojo did not know what it would drop. He looked at the center of the territory. There was a lord's courtyard with strong wind mixed with yellow sand whistling around it. Everything was normal after exceeding a certain range of the lord's courtyard. It was as if the inside and outside of the sandstorm were 2 completely different worlds. The Scarlet Lord should be inside, Jojo thought. Fish Spring Town had 3 Scarlet Lord territories. The reason why he led his troops to the territory of the Scarlet Lord of the Wild Sands, Windhall first was because this was the only Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade Scarlet Lord territory among the 3. He chose the easiest one to deal with first. Jojo could save the remaining 2 Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade Scarlet Lord territories for later. This is the first time I've seen a Scarlet Lord's faction in human form. According to the map information drawn by Wu2, this Wild Sand boss, Wind Howler, has more than 1,200 followers. He's also a White-Silver Tier Elementary Grade Fog monster. It's similar to the territory of a Sandman Lord. But I'm not the person I was yesterday. When I attacked the Sandman Lord yesterday, I had only a little more than 3,800 people. Today I can completely destroy these monsters with more ease. Thinking of this, Jojo looked behind him. A total of 6,415 soldiers were waiting behind him. Almost all of them were soldiers at a glance. Among them, there were 1,770 poison crossbowmen, 3,045 sword-shield soldiers, 1,546 elemental archers, and 52 elven elemental archers. There was also a spearman and a cavalry. Their eyes were filled with ferocity, and they were prepared to rush down and kill at any time. Other than them, there was also a Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade Sandman Leader and a Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade Sandman Leader. They had come to him by themselves. Jojo also brought them along on this expedition. He directly ordered everyone to attack and stop thinking about it. All the soldiers rushed down accompanied by the first kill sound. Among them, many sword-shield soldiers formed a thick iron wall and charged towards the Wild Sand Believers unstoppably. The poison crossbowmen and elemental archers followed closely behind. They aimed at these enemies and drew their bows. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Poisonous arrows, woodvine strangulation arrows, and fire arrows formed a rain of arrows of 3 colors that filled the sky and shot towards the believers accompanied by the continuous sound of the string being released. In an instant, a third of the humanoid monsters died under this rain of arrows. Under the cover of the arrows, the sword-shield soldiers charging at the front looked even more unstoppable. The Wild Sand Believers fell one after another wherever they went. Their eyes were cold, not showing any mercy just because the monster in front of them looked like a human. They were just monsters condensed from a ball of scarlet fog. They would be crazy to treat them as their own kind. Moreover, as long as it was the Lord's enemy, they would kill people of the same race without hesitation. Pity for the enemy on the battlefield was the greatest cruelty to oneself. They would not make such a low-level mistake. Behind the battlefield, Jojo and the doctors looked at the situation in front of them. There was a smile on their faces. Crushing. They were completely crushing them. These wild sand believers could not resist at all facing the huge difference in military strength. At this moment, a huge and gentle energy suddenly appeared in his heart. Then, it instantly surged into his limbs, bones, and soul to strengthen his body, soul, and mental strength. Jojo was taken aback momentarily before he opened his lord's personal information. In the strength class column, his strength had shockingly increased from green bronze tier elementary grade to green bronze tier intermediate grade. I've finally broken through. The promotion of a lord is really difficult. Jojo heaved a sigh of relief. A moment later, almost all the wild sand believers were killed by the soldiers without Nazario's help. Only 3 black iron tier elementary grade believers were knocked out and tied up, preparing to be brought back to be protected. At this moment, more than 6,400 soldiers surrounded the Lord's courtyard from 50 to 60 meters away, staring covetously at the building. The door to the Lord's courtyard was opened. An old man in a long robe with yellow sand patterns, holding a staff, and with bloodshot eyes walked out of the Lord's courtyard. It was the wild sand boss, Wind Howler. Jojo was about to check his monster information and drop rate information after seeing it. At this moment, magma dragon breath descended from the sky and spat on the Scarlet Lord. 2 seconds later, a kill notification appeared. Your pet lava dragon, Nazario, has killed the wild sand boss, Scarlet Lord, Wind Howler. Promotion energy plus 200. Loots condensed. The territory of the Scarlet Lord has become ownerless. You can plunder or occupy it. Jojo. Little Nez, couldn't you have given the Scarlet Lord some face? Nazario sneezed disdainfully in the sky. A mere white-silver tier elementary grade Scarlet Lord had made it wait so long. If not for the fact that this Lord's courtyard was created by the Scarlet Lord, which something not even its dragon breath could destroy, it would have already destroyed the other party the moment it arrived. Chapter 87, 87 The Loots of the Wild Sand Boss. Continue to set off. 87 The Loots of the Wild Sand Boss. Continue to set off. The corpse of the wild sand boss, which experienced incomplete burning, was carried over by the soldiers after cooling down with cold water in no time. Jojo looked at it. An item information notification appeared. Item name, Wild Sand Boss, Wind Howler, Scarlet Lord, Corpse. Item level, White Silver Tier Elementary Grade. Item effect, contains unextracted loots. Item description, Scarlet Lord killed by the pet of the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Prompt, in 2 hours, this corpse will turn into fog and be reborn at a certain time in the future. Loots, 5 white silver tier mist cores, drop rate, 100%, 2 origin crystals, drop rate, 100%, 1 white silver tier elementary grade equipment, the wild sand staff, drop rate, 20%, 1 white silver tier elementary grade skill book, summoning wild sand, drop rate, 5%, 20 gradeless Pudeo. Soldier class change certificates, drop rate, 0.1%, 10 white silver tier elementary grade Pudeo soldier recruitment book, drop rate, 0.1%, 5 black iron tier lord talent crystal fragments, drop rate, 0%. Unfortunately, there isn't any Scarlet Lord talent sphere. But the Lord's talent crystal fragment is not bad either. Jojo nodded slightly when he saw the loot. He now had 9 black iron tier lord talent crystal fragments. He could already fuse another black iron tier lord talent origin divine crystal in addition to these 5. However, he did not plan to open another black iron tier lord talent this time. He planned to save it first and upgrade the insight defection talent in the future. Then, he placed his hand on the other party's corpse. A golden notification appeared. Do you want to retrieve the loot? Yes. The next second, a text notification appeared. Lord talent hint, you have obtained loots, 5 mist cores, white silver tier, 2 origin crystals, 1 wild sand staff, white silver tier elementary grade, 1 summoning wild sand, white silver tier elementary grade, skill book, 20 Pudeo soldier class change certificates, gradeless, 10 Pudeo. Soldier recruitment books, white silver tier elementary grade, 5 lord talent crystal fragments, black iron tier elementary grade. Whoosh. The loots were all dropped. Jojo put the mist cores, origin crystals, and the fragments of the Lord Talent Crystal into his spatial ring. Then, he checked the remaining loot. The first was the wild sand staff. It was a yellow staff nearly 2 meters long with a yellow crystal embedded at the top of the staff. The surface of the staff was carved with strange patterns, which looked like the beauty of a foreign race's culture. The equipment notification appeared. Equipment name, Wild Sand Staff. Equipment grade, White Silver Tier Elementary Grade. Equipment effect 1, Wild Sand Territory, continue to inject energy into the staff and you can cast the Wild Sand Territory at a specific location. Enemies in the Wild Sand Territory will continue to suffer damage from the attack of Wild Sand of White Silver Tier Elementary Grade. Note, the location, range, strength, and duration of the Wild Sand Territory depends on the strength of the energy in the user's body and the amount of energy output. Equipment effect 2, Wild Sand Blessing. Using it on the Wild Sand Territory repeatedly can increase the strength and purity of the energy in the user's body. This blessing is only effective on professionals below the yellow gold tier. When Jojo saw the continuous effect of the staff, he immediately thought of the scene in the Lord's courtyard. That should be the Wild Sand Territory, right? So it was caused by this staff. Jojo clicked his tongue in wonder. It turned out that the other party was receiving the Wild Wind blessing in the Lord's courtyard. Unfortunately, it's a White Silver Tier Elementary Grade staff. Otherwise I will be able to use it now. Jojo looked at the staff. He was quite envious of the effect of this staff, therefore, he could not help but try to inject the energy from his body. However, the staff did not react. Jojo felt a little helpless. His body had just entered the Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade. It could not even reach the threshold of activating the Wild Sand Territory of this Wild Sand staff. He could only use it when he advanced to the White Silver Tier Elementary Grade in the future. Then, Jojo put it away and checked the White Silver Tier Elementary Grade skill book, Summoning Wild Sand. Skill name, Summoning Wild Sand. Skill quality, White Silver Tier Elementary Grade. Skill description, summon a wave of sand at a designated location, causing area of effect sand attack damage to the enemy. The range of the sand depends on the amount of energy the summoner outputs. Isn't this a weakened version of the Gust Territory? Jojo was stunned. He could not learn this either, so he put it away. Finally, Jojo looked at the Pudeo Soldier Class Change Certificate and the Pudeo Soldier Recruitment Book. Item name, Pudeo Soldier Class Change Certificate. Item level, gradeless. Item effect, Basic Soldier Class Change Tool. After using it, you can become a basic soldier class, the Pudeo Soldier. You will also have a set of Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Standard Equipment, a year of Pudeo Soldier Combat Experience, and Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Initial Strength. Item description, Basic Military Profession Change Certificate. One is enough to allow ordinary people without any strength to step onto the path of extraordinary professions. Item name, Pudeo Soldier Recruitment Book. Item level, White Silver Tier Elementary Grade. Item effect, Basic Soldier Recruitment Book. Throw it into the Gate of Summoning and you can summon a Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade potential to become your subject. Item description, one of the sources of the Myriad Realm Lord's forces. Only the lucky among the lords can obtain it. Jojo nodded slightly. It was almost no different from a sword shield soldier's. He walked into the Lord's courtyard and took away a Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade Territory token after asking Bai Yi to break the territory tablet. My territory can be upgraded again as long as I obtain 2 more Green Bronze Tier Territory tokens. Jojo thought. He planned to conquer all 3 Scarlet Lord territories in Fish Spring Town in one go today. If nothing went wrong, he should be able to upgrade his territory before the end of the day. He took out 2 Conqueror's blast furnaces and began to retrieve the loot of the more than 1,200 believers while he let the soldiers take turns resting and guarding the surroundings. Half an hour later, all the loot had been extracted. They obtained a total of 4,154 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores, 318 Green Bronze Tier Mist Cores, 1,990 Pudeo Soldier Class Change Certificates, 752 Pudeo Soldier Recruitment Books, 1,260 Summoning Wild Sand Books, Black Iron Tier and Green Bronze Tier. Jojo took out a Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade Summoning Sand from the 1,000-odd skill books and chose to learn it. He had mastered this skill. Other than these gains, when Bai Yi and the others were cleaning up the battlefield, they also discovered 15,000 units of wood, 10,000 units of stone, 8,000 units of fine sand, and 10,000 units of metal in the warehouse of this Scarlet Territory. There were also 1,084 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores and 88 Green Bronze Tier Mist Cores. After confirming that there were no other loots to take away from this scarlet territory, Jojo led the soldiers who had ample rest and rushed towards the territory of Zipao, the purple scale murderfish Scarlet Lord. Chapter 88, 88 Purple Scale Murderfish. Lava melting the lake. 88 Purple Scale Murderfish. Lava melting the lake. Half an hour later. Jojo stood on a stone cliff and looked at the Purple Scale Lake, the territory of the Purple Scale Murderfish leader not far away while he recalled its origin. The Purple Scale Lake was not a natural lake in Fish Spring Town. It was an artificial lake. It was said that back then, after Zhang Burn used his Black Iron Tier Lord talent, Fishwater Lake, to make Fish Spring Town rich, some subjects felt that the reason why the fish produced in Fishwater Lake were fat and huge was because the water from the lake was special. Therefore, some people had thoughts of buying lake water from Zhang Burn to build an artificial lake and develop a fish farm. At that time, Zhang Ben was in high spirits because of the Fishwater Lake. When he heard this request, he knew that his subjects wanted to get rich and agreed without much hesitation. He even took the initiative to help the other party build an artificial lake. Therefore, 2 artificial lakes were built in less than a month. Just as people were looking forward to the benefits these 2 artificial lakes could bring to Fish Spring Town, they were modified by the Scarlet Fog and became the territory of the Scarlet Lord overnight. One of them became the Scarlet territory of the Purple Scale Murderfish leader in front of him. The other was the territory of the only Lord Tier Scarlet Lord in Fish Spring Town, the Water Demon Scarlet Lord. At the beginning, these 2 Scarlet Lords' territories were still relatively weak. However, they could only watch as they became stronger because it was very difficult for Zhang Ben and the others to hurt them when they were under the lake. Then, it became something that could not be dealt with now. From then on, there were no more subjects in Fish Spring Town who dared to say that they could make a fortune by building an artificial lake. The monsters under the lake are indeed difficult to deal with. Even my soldiers will find it difficult to completely eliminate the Purple Scale Murderfish under the lake without underwater combat methods. Still, I have Nazario. Jojo looked at Nazario in the sky and conveyed his orders to it. Nazario roared and rushed towards the extremely calm Purple Scale Lake. Nazario suddenly stopped when it was about 50 to 60 meters away from the Purple Scale Lake. It looked coldly at the Purple Scale Lake and flapped its dragon wings, flying above the lake. The wind formed by the flapping of the dragon wings blew on the surface of the lake, causing a large number of ripples. Purple Scale Murderfish with scarlet fish eyes emerged from the bottom of the lake one after another, trembling as they looked at Nazario. At this moment, Nazario had yet to release its dragon might. However, its size and the bloodline aura it naturally emitted alone were enough to make these Purple Scale Murderfish extremely afraid. Jojo took advantage of this moment. He chose the weakest-looking Purple Scale Murderfish and checked its monster information. Monster name, Purple Scale Murderfish. Strength level, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade. Monster description, the monster of the Purple Scale Lake was born in the Scarlet Fog. It was originally an ordinary Purple Scale Lake, but under the modification of the Scarlet Fog, it became a ferocious underwater monster that devoured people. Loots, 2 units of Black Iron Tier Mist Cores, drop rate, 100%, 1 unit to 20 units of delicious meat from Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Purple Scale Murderfish, drop rate, 20% to 1%, 1 Gradeless Skill Book, Swimming Mastery, 1 Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Skill Book, Water Spear. Technique, drop rate, 1%. After seeing its loot drop, Jojo looked at the drop rates of the other levels of the Purple Scale Murderfish. He realized that the loots of the other higher-level Purple Scale Murderfish had not changed much. However, the drops of delicious fish meat and the skill level of the Water Spear technique had also increased. When Jojo saw this, he no longer had the thought of protecting it. This was the first time he had seen the flesh of a monster with the prefix delicious, which meant that even the Supreme will approved of the deliciousness of this fish. However, he could only build one other monster ranch now. This monster ranch definitely had to place a very valuable monster in it. In addition, the Fish Spring Town also sold fish similar to it. The taste should not be inferior to it. Therefore, Jojo was no longer interested in it. On the other side, Nazario looked at the Purple Scale Murderfish below. It suddenly opened its mouth. A red light brewed in its throat. The next second, the hot and scarlet magma dragon breath spewed out of its mouth and shot into the Purple Scale Lake. Hiss 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 hiss. A large amount of steam instantly evaporated from the originally dead lake surface by the hot magma dragon breath. At the same time, kill notifications quickly appeared in front of Jojo. Your pet lava dragon, Nazario, has killed a black iron tier elementary grade purple scale murderfish. Promotion energy +2. Loots condensed. Your pet lava dragon, Nazario, has killed a black iron tier advanced grade elite purple scale murderfish. Promotion energy +8. Loots condensed. Your pet lava dragon, Nazario, has killed the green bronze tier elementary grade purple scale murderfish leader. Promotion energy +20. Loots condensed. In the blink of an eye, the information of dozens of purple scale murderfishes being killed appeared in front of Zhou. Nazario's magma dragon breath had yet to stop. It seemed to have endless magma dragon breath and had no intention of stopping at all. It continuously burned the purple scale lake that the residents of Fish Spring Town regarded as a taboo. As time passed, the number of purple scale murderfishes in the lake began to decrease at an astonishing speed. Moreover, even the depth of the lake began to decrease at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bubbles were even popping up on the surface of the purple scale lake. It was obvious how hot the lake water was. The purple scale murderfishes were steamed to death by the scorching lake water before they were even injured by the magma dragon breath. A delicious fish fragrance came from the purple scale lake and quickly reached Zhou and the others. It smells so good. I'm craving it. How is this killing fog monsters? This is clearly cooking fish in a big pot. His lordship's pet is too powerful. The soldiers could not help but whisper. This was the first time they had seen such a spectacular and unbelievable scene. They had long known that their lord's pet was very strong, but at this moment, they were also shocked by the destructive power of the lava dragon. Zhou also felt a little emotional. Pure-blooded dragons were indeed unbelievably strong. If Nazario could do this now, it might not be impossible to burn mountains and boil seas in the future, when it reaches maturity. This is only a young pure-blooded dragon. There might be dragon lords in the high continent. If it can also summon pure-blooded dragons as its subjects through the gate of summoning like us. Zhou thought about it. He immediately felt a chill run down his spine. A life form that was born to stand at the peak of all races was indeed ridiculously strong. Zhou became even more cautious at the thought that such a terrifying life form might be his opponent in the future. I might be doing well among the Cerulean planet lords. There are even some lords who say that I'm the top lord of the Cerulean planet's human race. But I'm afraid I'm still very weak in front of the lord of a truly powerful race. I still need to become stronger. Zhou thought to himself. Chapter 89, 89 Yellow Gold Tier Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere. Yellow Gold Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragment. 89 Yellow Gold Tier Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere. Yellow Gold Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragment. Zhou looked silently at the scene of Nazario wreaking havoc in the purple scale lake in the distance. Originally, he was still a little worried about the novice lord test after 7 days of development. He still felt a little proud when he compared himself to the development progress of the other Cerulean planet lords. But at this moment, the arrogance in his heart disappeared. He did not have the right to be arrogant in front of the truly powerful lords of all races. At least not yet. If a dragon lord appeared in front of him now, it probably only needed to send 4 to 5 pure-blooded dragons and it could crush all the development results he had been proud of for the past 7 days. Half a minute later. Just as Nazario had burned 400 to 500 purple scale murderfishes to death, the purple scale murderfish lord, which had been hiding under the lake and unwilling to come out to face Nazario, finally could not take it anymore. If it continued to hide, its freshwater lake was probably going to become a magma lake. Boom. A purple scale murderfish that was more than 10 meters long suddenly emerged from the water. It was the purple scale murderfish lord, Zipao. It suddenly opened its mouth the moment it flew out of the lake. Then, a water gun as thick as a water tank shot out from its mouth, attacking Nazario. Nazario only glanced at the water spear indifferently after noticing its movements. Elementary Fire Elemental Control. Whoosh. A blazing flame barrier appeared out of thin air. After the water spear hit the flame barrier, it only caused a ripple on the barrier before silently evaporating into water vapor and dissipating into the air. Then, its dragon head turned slightly, and the magma dragon breath it spat out immediately went straight for the Scarlet Lord. When the purple scale murderfish lord saw this scene, it was so frightened that it wanted to escape. It suddenly dived into the water and swam as deep into the lake as possible. Soon, it reached the bottom of the lake. It plunged deep into the soil at the bottom of the lake, wanting to burrow under the soil. The next second, The scorching magma dragon breath directly burned an underwater passageway of 40 to 50 meters in the lake and enveloped it. The purple scale murderfish lord, Zipao, died on the spot enveloped by the scorching magma dragon breath. An even more alluring fish fragrance came from its body, making everyone on the shore gulp. At the same time, a kill notification also appeared in front of Zhou. Your pet lava dragon, Nazario, has killed the white silver tier intermediate grade purple scale murderfish lord, Zipao, Scarlet Lord. Promotion energy plus 400. Loots condensed. The territory of the Scarlet Lord has become ownerless. You can plunder or occupy it. After a while, Nazario stopped spitting out magma dragon breath in satisfaction after confirming that all the purple scale murderfishes had been destroyed. There was no longer any drop of lake water. They were all evaporated into water vapor by the magma dragon breath. There were only 1,900 charred purple scale murderfish corpses left. They lay at the bottom of the lake while emitting the fragrance of roasted fish. Nazario used elementary fire elemental control again, drawing away all the heat where it spat out magma dragon breath to make it easier for the soldiers to take the corpses of the purple scale murderfish. After that, the soldiers jumped into the bottom of the lake one after another and transported the corpses of the purple scale murderfishes up. Then, they retrieved the loot from the three conquerors' blast furnace. Half an hour later, all 1,900 purple scale murderfishes had been extracted. This included 1,287 black iron tier purple scale murderfishes and elite purple scale murderfishes. 612 green bronze tier purple scale murderfish leaders. 1 white silver tier elementary grade purple scale murderfish leader, not the Scarlet Lord. In total, 4,690 black iron tier mist cores. 1,924 green bronze tier mist cores. 2 white silver tier mist cores. 51,140 units of black iron tier delicious fish meat. 20,740 units of green bronze tier delicious fish meat. 2,000 units of white silver tier delicious fish meat. 1,900 gradeless skill books, swimming mastery. 1,900 skill books, water spear technique. Black iron tier, green bronze tier, and 1 white silver tier elementary grade. Zhou took out one of the gradeless swimming mastery and the green bronze tier intermediate grade water spear technique. Skill name, swimming mastery. Skill quality, gradeless. Skill description, after learning it, you can swim freely in the water like a fish. At the same time, your lung capacity will increase greatly. You can dive to a depth of 300 meters and can hold your breath underwater for a minimum of 1 hour. Skill name, water spear technique. Skill quality, green bronze tier intermediate grade. Skill description, concentrate and guide the condensation of water elemental energy in your mouth to form a water spear with green bronze tier intermediate grade destructive power and penetrative power to attack the enemy. After Zhou read the skill description, he learned it without hesitation. When he was on the cerulean planet, he was a landlubber. After learning swimming mastery, he would not be afraid of falling into the water in the future. He could also master the basic skill of swimming. As for his ability to dive deep and hold his breath, he could easily break the world record if he brought it to the cerulean planet. The water spear technique was a very simple and pure offensive skill. There was nothing to say. While he did not need to fight personally as a lord, there was no harm in learning it as a backup. Then, Zhou looked at the corpse of the purple scale murderfish lord, Zipao. Information about the corpse appeared. Item name, corpse of the purple scale murderfish lord, Zipao, Scarlet Lord. Item level, white silver tier intermediate grade. Item effect, contains unextracted loots. Item description, Scarlet Lord killed by the pet of the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Prompt, in 2 hours, this corpse will turn into fog and be reborn at a certain time in the future. Loots, 10 units of white silver tier mist cores, drop rate, 100%, 200 units to 2,000 units of white silver tier intermediate grade purple scale murderfish lord's delicious flesh, drop rate, 20% to 0. 5%, 1 white silver tier intermediate grade skill book, water spear book, drop rate, 5%, 1 yellow gold tier Scarlet Lord talent sphere, drop rate, 0%, 3 yellow gold tier Lord talent crystal fragments, drop rate, 0%. Zhou's eyes lit up. He was immediately a little excited. Yellow gold tier Scarlet Lord talent sphere. This guy actually had a yellow gold tier Scarlet Lord talent. Moreover, there were 3 yellow gold tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. He had always thought that it was only going to be a black iron tier Lord Talent crystal fragment. It actually turned out that the Scarlet Lord Talent sphere and the Lord Talent crystal fragment could exist at the same time. He immediately placed his hand on the other party's corpse and extracted the other party's loot. Soon, a large number of loots dropped, but Jojo's eyes were only fixated at the ball of light that emitted a golden halo with a wisp of blood inside. Treasure name, Scarlet Lord Talent sphere, unknown. Treasure grade, yellow gold tier. Treasure effect, the Lord can absorb it and obtain an unknown yellow gold tier Lord Talent after being purified by the Supreme Will. Treasure description, a loot that could not be dropped. It was forced to drop under the drive of some mysterious power. Do you want to purify it? Jojo naturally chose not to purify it on the spot. They were outside after all. It might not be safe. It would not be too late to purify it when he returned to the territory. He resisted the urge to immediately purify it and put it into his spatial ring. Then, he looked at the yellow gold tier Lord Talent crystal fragments that he was seeing for the first time. Treasure name, Lord Talent crystal fragment. Grade, yellow gold tier. Treasure ability 1, gather 10 gold tier Lord Talent crystal fragments and fuse them into a complete gold tier Lord Talent origin divine crystal. It can awaken an unknown gold tier Lord Talent. Treasure ability 2, gather 10 yellow gold tier Lord Talent origin divine crystals and fuse them into a complete white platinum tier Lord Talent origin divine crystal. It can allow a Lord with a yellow gold tier Lord Talent to upgrade his Lord Talent to a white platinum tier Lord Talent. The subsequent fusion effects, and so on. Introduction, a treasure that Lords can only dream of. Jojo was extremely excited. It's not a loss. It doesn't matter even if the invasion of the last Scarlet Lord fails in the end. With this yellow gold tier Scarlet Lord Talent sphere and these 3 yellow gold tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. I didn't come for nothing today. He thought excitedly. Chapter 90, 90 Bai's Breakthrough. Vampire's Corpse. 90 Bai's Breakthrough. Vampire's Corpse. My lord, we just found the territory stone tablet here. We also found their storage resources here. There are a total of 20,000 units of stone, 10,000 units of wood, and 10,000 units of metal. Other than that, we found 30,000 units of fine sand not far from the shore of the Purple Scale Lake. In addition, 584 black iron tier mist cores, 56 green bronze tier mist cores, and 2 white silver tier mist cores were discovered. At this moment, Bai quickly walked over and said respectfully, "Bring me to the territory tablet." Jojo nodded. "Yes, my lord." Then, Bai jumped down from the Purple Scale Lake with Jojo and arrived at the bottom of the lake. After walking 100 to 200 meters at the bottom of the lake, Jojo saw a Lord's courtyard buried in sand. He walked into the Lord's courtyard. A territory stone tablet wrapped in water plants stood here. "Break it," Jojo ordered. "Yes." Bai nodded. Then, she drew her bow and fired 10 firevine arrows at the territory tablet, shattering it to reveal a green bronze tier intermediate grade territory token. Jojo went forward and obtained the territory token. "I can upgrade my territory when I return home later." A smile appeared on Jojo's face. Then, he prepared to rest for half an hour before setting off. At this moment, he realized that the soldiers were discussing the fragrance of the purple scale murderfish that they had just smelled. They were almost salivating. Jojo's heart skipped a beat. They had to rest anyway. Moreover, they had to face the most difficult water demon Scarlet Lord, and see next. Since that was the case, it would not be too late to fight after the soldiers were full and energetic. Thinking of this, he immediately took out 10,000 units of black iron tier delicious fish and 5,000 units of green bronze tier delicious fish. Then, he called Zhang Tsang over and asked him to bring a group of soldiers to distribute the fish meat to the soldiers. Let the soldiers eat and drink. They would fight after eating and resting. As for the kitchenware, there was no need to worry. He brought more than 6,400 soldiers out to fight. No matter how sloppy Jojo was, he would not forget the importance of these supplies. Therefore, he asked the soldiers to bring the kitchen utensils and the like. He even brought Qin Guang and his wife, the first pair of chefs in the territory, along. Zhang Tsang and the others' eyes immediately lit up. They were already deeply attracted by the fragrance of the fish meat when they saw Nazario destroy the purple scale murder fish. They had thought that they would only be able to eat this delicious fish after the battles. They did not expect their lord to be so understanding to allow them to satisfy their cravings immediately. "Thank you, my lord," Zhang Tsang said excitedly. "Take these fish and distribute them quickly. Don't forget to guard the surroundings while you eat. This is not our territory now." Zhou smiled. "Yes, my lord," Zhang Tsang said respectfully. Then, he went to get someone to move the fish. A moment later. "The fish soup is here." Qin Guang, who was already a black iron tier advanced grade chef, excitedly carried a large pot of purple scale fish soup to Zhou excitedly. "It smells so good." Zhou only smelled it and his eyes lit up. This large pot of fish soup was made from the white silver tier intermediate grade delicious fish meat of the purple scale murder fish leader. It had to be said. Zhou had yet to taste it, but he was already tempted just by the smell. Even the energy in his body was stirring. He was about to scoop a bowl of fish soup and taste it when he saw Bai Yi standing respectfully at the side. "Bai Yi, why are you still standing there? Sit down and eat with us." He quickly called out to the other party. "My lord, this isn't good. I'll just eat with the soldiers later." Bai Yi hesitated. "Why are you being so polite?" Zhou pulled her down and drank fish soup and ate fish meat together. Then, their eyes lit up at the same time. Not only was this white silver tier intermediate grade leader tier fish delicious and melted in their mouths, the energy contained in the fish meat that belonged to the white silver tier intermediate grade also benefited the two of them. At this moment, both of them were at green bronze tier intermediate grade. After eating the fish soup and fish meat, they felt that the advancement energy in their bodies had clearly increased. Bai Yi barely maintained her reservedness, even though the speed at which she ate was clearly faster. Zhou could no longer care about his image as a lord. He wolfed down the soup and ate the meat. He was a complete example of what it meant to wolf down one's food. Soon, the fish soup and meat in the large pot decreased at a visible speed. Qin Guang chuckled as he watched this scene. Then, he turned around and went back to work. After a while, he brought over 2 pots of fish soup and 50 skewers of roasted fish. They were all made from the delicious meat of the white silver tier intermediate grade purple scale murder fish leader. The two of them ate with joy. Half an hour later. After eating the 5th pot of fish soup, Zhou touched his swollen stomach and smiled. He looked around. At this moment, the soldiers were eating the flesh of the purple scale murder fish in full swing. Everyone's faces were filled with satisfaction. Not far away was the place where the purple scale murder fish was destroyed. Zhou suddenly thought of a poem. It was very similar to the scene in front of him. Hungry for hulu meat, laughing and drinking Xiongnu blood. This might be the pride and romance of the battlefield. Zhou smiled. He turned to look at Bai Yi. He was stunned. Bai Yi's eyes were closed and her face was ruddy. The flame mark on her face emitted a faint blood light and her body emitted unstable energy fluctuations. What happened? Zhou immediately grabbed her hand, only to realize that her hand was extremely hot. The next second. "My lord. It's coming," Bai Yi whispered. Zhou. The next second. Bai Yi's body suddenly tensed up. A few seconds later, she suddenly relaxed and a comfortable expression appeared on her face. Zhou admitted that he very nearly could not hold it in anymore looking at this scene, coupled with her elven bloodline face and figure. "My lord, I've broken through to the green bronze tier advanced grade," Bai Yi said happily after opening her eyes. Zhou coughed twice and was so embarrassed that he did not dare to look into her eyes. Bai Yi blinked. "What is wrong with my lord?" "My lord. X2 inch." At this moment, the Catgirl sisters from before quickly ran over wearing the standard sword shield soldier equipment. When they saw Zhou and Bai Yi leaning against each other intimately, they were stunned and immediately became flustered. Zhou and Bai Yi immediately separated. Ahem, what happened? Zhou's expression returned to normal. "My lord. Just now, when we were patrolling the vicinity with 5 elven elemental archer sisters, we discovered 2 sneaky human vampires. After the 2 of them saw us, they turned into a group of bats and wanted to escape, but we shot them all down," the younger cat girl said excitedly. My lord, don't listen to my sister's nonsense. Actually, it's mainly because of the 5 elven elemental archer sisters. We did want to stop them. But we couldn't do anything as soon as the 2 vampires turned into bats. The older cat girl knocked her younger sister's head and said in embarrassment. It's fine. What happened to the 2 vampires now? Jojo asked. These 2 vampires should be the subjects of the other 2 overlords in Fish Spring Town. He did not go and suppress them because they still had the novice lord's protection barrier. He did not expect the other party to come knocking on his door. But it made sense thinking about it. As the overlords of Fish Spring Town, if they had yet to react after he dealt with 2 Scarlet Lords' territories in a row, then they were really unqualified as lords. After they turned into bats and were shot down, they directly turned back to their original form and died. We've brought the corpses over. The older cat girl said respectfully. Then, the 2 of them turned around and left and each pulled a corpse to Jojo a short while later. Jojo looked over curiously. The corpses of these 2 vampire humans were not much different from ordinary humans. They were wearing medieval noble clothes and were handsome and pale. Their fingernails were slightly longer. Jojo could feel the coldness coming from their bodies even though there was a distance between them. Item name, Vampire Corpses, Low-Level Vampire. Item level, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. Item effect, contains unextracted loots. Item description, a subject of the Blood Sun Lord that was embraced by him, killed by the soldiers of Blazing Sun City. Prompt, in 2 hours, this corpse will turn into fog and be reborn at a certain time in the future. Loots, 8 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores, drop rate, 100%, 1 Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade, Low-Level Blood Clan Bloodline, drop rate, 10%, 1 Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade Racial Skill Book, Blood Bat Form, drop rate, 0. 1%, 1 Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade Racial Talent Sphere, drop rate, 0.001%. Chapter 91, 91 Blood Bat Form. Obtained Vampire Race Talent. 91 Blood Bat Form. Obtained Vampire Race Talent. Jojo raised his eyebrows. He finally saw things like racial skills and racial talent sphere again. And there was a low-level blood clan bloodline. This was the first time he had seen this. Then, he looked at the corpse of another vampire. He realized that the loots of both were the same. He half squatted down and placed his hand on the vampire corpse on the left. A golden notification appeared. Do you want to retrieve the loot? Yes. Jojo thought to himself. The next second, a text notification appeared. Lord Talent Hint, you have obtained loots, 8 Mist Cores, Black Iron Tier, 1 Low-Level Blood Clan Bloodline, Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade, 1 Racial Skill Book, Blood Bat Form, Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade, 1 Racial Talent Sphere, Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade. Whoosh. A large amount of loot dropped. Jojo put away the Mist Cores first. Then, he looked at the other loot. First, it was the low-level Blood Clan Bloodline. It looked like a beating blood-colored heart. When Jojo picked it up, he realized that the heart was cold. A text notification appeared. Bloodline name, Low-Level Blood Clan Bloodline. Bloodline level, Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade. Bloodline effect, after absorbing it, the user can obtain a Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade Bloodline, Low-Level Blood Clan Bloodline. After fusing with this bloodline, the user will gradually awaken some low-level Blood Clan Bloodline racial abilities during the period of their growth. Prompt 1. Fuse 100 units of Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Tier Vampire Bloodline and you can obtain 1 White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade, Vampire Baron Bloodline. Prompt 2. The level suppression between 2 different vampire bloodlines is very serious. Please carefully choose whether to absorb this bloodline. Do you want to absorb it? Jojo frowned slightly at the end. There was actually a serious level suppression among vampires of different levels. However, seeing this notification, he suddenly dismissed this idea of absorbing it. Unless he had the highest level of vampire bloodline, otherwise, he would rather not absorb a bloodline with such a huge drawback. Moreover, there were so many extraordinary creatures in this world. Dragon bloodline, elven bloodline, angel bloodline, titan bloodline, god spirit bloodline. All of these lords of all races were gathered here. This meant that there were the most complete bloodlines of the various races on the high continent. He had a 100% drop rate. as long as he could continue growing safely. Sooner or later, he would be able to obtain a top-notch bloodline for himself. Speaking of which, I've already fought many monsters of different races. Only Lord Potts, his subjects, and this vampire lord's subjects dropped items related to racial abilities. Don't fog monsters drop bloodlines? Is it because they're essentially made of scarlet fog? That's why there are no bloodline-related loots. Jojo pondered. He thought for a moment. He felt that his guess should be right. After that, he stopped thinking and looked at the next loot. Race skill name, Blood Bat form. Skill quality, yellow gold tier elementary grade. Skill description, after learning it, the user can master the bloodline skill of a low-level blood clan bloodline, the Blood Bat form. After using the Blood Bat form, the user can instantly turn his body into a certain number of blood bats by consuming the blood in his body and using it to fly. Prompt, this racial skill is essentially a half-growth skill. The upper limit of growth is yellow gold tier elementary grade. Any level professional can learn it. Jojo immediately came to a realization. I knew it. How could two black iron tier advanced grade vampires use a yellow gold tier elementary grade racial skill? So it was a half-growth racial skill. It was a yellow gold tier elementary grade skill, but the two black iron tier advanced grade low-level vampires could only unleash the power that was befitting of this might. Then it was fine. Jojo chose to learn it immediately. After learning it, he carefully felt his change. Soon, he realized that he seemed to be able to control his flesh and bones to change. He looked at his right hand. With a thought. Bang. Wisps of blood-colored fog seeped out of the skin of his right hand and condensed into a blood bat in his palm. Jojo looked at it. He realized that he could completely control this blood bat and even have its perspective. Whoosh! The blood bat suddenly flapped its wings and flew into the sky. Jojo looked at it helplessly. At the same time, he looked at the purple scale lake below through its perspective. A feeling that was different from his daily perspective attacked his heart. Even though the blood bat's vision was weaker, which meant that he could barely see things, he had a visual effect similar to the blood eye. He could acutely sense the blood-colored creatures in his field of vision. At the same time, it could also simulate the surrounding terrain in its mind through ultrasonic positioning. With these three observation abilities, it allowed the blood bat to have an extremely strong grasp of its surroundings. This blood bat can be used as a scout when it's not safe. Jojo immediately thought with excitement. The price of creating this blood bat was only a portion of his blood. At the same time, he could feel that if he consumed about a fifth of the blood in his body, he could turn his entire body into 20 blood bats and control each blood bat to fly away. Among the 20 blood bats, only the only blood bat would fly away with his soul. This blood bat would be the most important blood bat. If he encountered an enemy so powerful that it was difficult to resist, he could escape through this blood bat form. He could use this blood bat to condense his body again to escape death as long as this blood bat with his soul was still alive and the others died. What a powerful life-saving skill. Jojo clicked his tongue. This was only the form of a low-level blood bat. If it was a vampire baron in the form of a blood bat or even a vampire with a higher-level bloodline, not only would their blood bat form be stronger, but there would also be other derivative changes. He did not try to turn his entire body into blood bat form. Even though consuming 1/5 of his blood was not dangerous for him, who was at the green bronze tier intermediate grade, it would also cause him to fall into a weak state. There would be an even more intense battle later. Jojo did not want his strength to weaken at this time. It would not be too late to practice the blood bat form when it was completely safe for him to do so. Now, I can be considered to have mastered this vampire skill without the bloodline of a low-level blood clan bloodline. If I have a low-level blood clan bloodline, my blood bat form should be even stronger. Jojo thought. Even so, he would not fuse a bloodline with such a huge drawback just because of a skill. Then, he stopped thinking and looked at the racial talent sphere. Treasure name, racial talent sphere, blood pool. Treasure grade, yellow gold tier elementary grade. Treasure effect, after using it, you can possess the racial talent of a low-level vampire, blood pool. You can store more blood in your body. Moreover, you can store more blood every time your strength increases. You will also obtain a certain level of increase in effect when using blood element-related skills. Treasure description, the racial talent of the vampire race. After using it, you will possess the racial talent of the race. Remarks, this talent's breakthrough will last until you break through to the white platinum tier advanced grade. Jojo raised his eyebrows. This racial talent was not bad. This way, he could use the stored spare blood for the vampire skills when he used the blood bat form in the future. As long as the frequency of use was not too high and did not exceed his total reserve blood volume. There was no harm to him at all. After that, he extracted the other vampire's loot and placed it in his spatial ring. He thought for a moment and looked at Bai Yi. Bai Yi. Arrange for 2 teams to secretly monitor the territory of the Vampire Lord and the Baphomet Race Lord here. It's best to find out everything about them, he said. After the Novice Lord test ended, the Novice Lord's protective barrier would disappear. The competition for the title of Lord of all races would officially begin from then on. When the time comes, he would start with these 2 overlords first. Yes, my lord. Bai Yi did not ask further and went straight to make arrangements. Jojo watched her leave and his gaze returned to the 2 cat girls. What are your names? He asked. My name is Aliyah. The older cat girl said respectfully. My name is Atli. The younger cat girl immediately said. How do you feel about being sword shield soldiers? Jojo nodded and asked. Don't worry, my lord. We're already used to fighting as sword shield soldiers. Aliyah immediately said. We will become stronger if we don't use shields. Atli said. Aliyah hesitated, then nodded, too. Jojo was not surprised. This pair of catgirl sisters had talents in agility. They were not good at using strength. Giving up on the use of the shield was indeed beneficial to them. Actually, logically speaking, their best profession should be assassins. However, Jojo did not have a class change book related to the assassin class. Therefore, he could only arrange melee professions like sword shield soldiers for them. But now, Jojo looked at them and had other thoughts. There will be a dojo in the territory in the next 2 days. At that time, the subjects can enter the dojo and change their profession to martial artists. When the time comes, the 2 of you can change your profession to martial artists. Jojo said. Martial artists had unlimited potential as a combat profession. Moreover, they should be able to obtain agility martial arts secret manuals in the future. It should suit the 2 of them. Yes, my lord. The 2 sisters said excitedly. They were quite satisfied with being sword shield soldiers, but if they could become combat professions that was more suitable for them, the 2 of them were naturally very willing. Jojo acknowledged. Then, they saw Atli, the younger cat girl, who could not help but glance in the direction of the grilled fish. Her throat was even vaguely swallowing. Jojo could not help but laugh. You 2 haven't eaten yet, right? He asked. The elemental archer sisters and us have been assigned to patrol. It won't be our turn to eat until the shift changes. Atli was stunned for a moment before she said. At the same time, she looked at Jojo with desire. Aliyah lowered her head with a flushed face. This little sister of hers was really. Jojo smiled. Then, he turned around and brought over the plate of grilled fish meat and handed it to them. The 2 of them quickly took it. You've done a good job killing the enemy. Consider this a reward for you. Take it back and eat them with the elves. Jojo said. Thank you, my lord. The catgirl sisters' eyes lit up. How could the lord be so good? They could not help but think. Then, they left excitedly with the grilled fish after bidding farewell to Jojo. Another half an hour passed. The soldiers returned to their peak combat strength. Seeing this, Jojo asked the soldiers to clean up the trash on the spot. Then, he led the soldiers towards the territory of the water demon Scarlet Lord, and see. Chapter 92, 92 Killing the Water Demon Scarlet Lord. Mission completed. 92 Killing the Water Demon Scarlet Lord. Mission completed. Water Demon Scarlet Lord, and seize territory. The Water Demon Lake. This was an artificial lake that was 2 to 3 times larger than the Purple Scale Lake. The lake was extremely calm, like lifeless stagnant water. Jojo stood on a hill in the distance and looked at the Water Demon Lake from afar. He could not help but frown slightly. The lake was so big. Nazario probably could not replicate the burning of the entire Purple Scale Lake to destroy all the Purple Scale murder fishes. Let's see if we can provoke them out. Jojo thought for a moment. Then, he looked up at Nazario and conveyed his orders. After receiving Zhou order, Nazario, which was in the air, swooned down. When it was still 50 to 60 meters away from the water demon lake, it suddenly stopped its huge body. Then, it opened its dragon mouth and a red light brewed in it. The next second. Boom. The scorching magma dragon breath instantly spewed out and exploded into the water demon lake below. Kill notifications appeared in front of Zhou one after another. Your pet lava dragon, Nazario, has killed a black iron tier elementary grade water demon. Promotion energy +2. Loots condensed. Your pet lava dragon, Nazario, has killed a black iron tier elementary grade water demon. Promotion energy +8. Loots condensed. Your pet lava dragon, Nazario, has killed the green bronze tier intermediate grade water demon leader. Promotion energy +40. Loots condensed. Your pet lava dragon, Nazario, has killed a white silver tier elementary grade water demon leader. Promotion energy +200. Loots condensed. In the dozens of kill notifications, a kill notification of a white silver tier elementary grade water demon leader came into view. Zhou was stunned. His original intention was to let Nazario kill some water demons and see if he could provoke the water demon lord, and see out. He did not expect it to kill a white silver tier elementary grade water demon leader directly. Zhou smiled. Even if it was a white silver tier advanced grade Scarlet Lord, watching a white silver tier elementary grade leader level subordinate of its being killed would probably make its heart ache, right? That was indeed the case. The next second, a furious roar from the soul seemed to resound in everyone's ears. Some soldiers who were not strong enough fainted under this furious roar. While the remaining soldiers did not faint, their faces suddenly turned pale and they looked a little dazed. Zhou had elementary grade mental potential, and his mental power far exceeded his peers. Therefore, he was not affected much. Soon, Dr. Zhang Qianjing ran over. My lord. I went to take a look just now. I realized that the soldiers were only stunned. They suffered some mental damage, but it's not a big deal. They will be fine after resting for a while. He reported respectfully. That's good. Take care of them. Zhou acknowledged. Then, he ordered Nazario to continue attacking. At the same time, he extended his right hand and aimed his palm at the water demon lake. He did not use his black iron tier lord incite defection talent to incite them to defect when facing the first two Scarlet Lords previously. At this moment, it was activated. Boom. An invisible fluctuation instantly covered the entire water demon lake. Under the water demon lake, more than 3,000 monsters that were half ox and half horse, covered in black fur and with two black horns on their heads, were wandering silently under the water. They were the water demon subjects under the water demon Scarlet Lord. They had also seen the scene of the magma dragon breath in the distance killing dozens of water demon. However, they were not sad looking at their dead companion. Their eyes were empty and cold. They only have biological instincts and feel a little emotional. They escaped from the place where the magma dragon breath had spewed out in fear. At this moment, an invisible fluctuation instantly spread. Some of the water demons immediately froze. When they came back to their senses, their eyes quietly became lively. My lord, they said in a dry and unfamiliar voice. In the deepest part of the lake. And see, the water demon stood there quietly. Around it were 3 white silver tier elementary grade water demon leaders. There were originally 4 of them. However, there were only 3 of them left after one of them died after the magma dragon breath just now. It was also because it had witnessed that scene with its own eyes, that and see the water demon Scarlet Lord realized deeply that the terrifying attack coming from above the lake was definitely not something it could withstand. Therefore, it did not want to go out at all. It did not care about the deaths of the water demon subjects at all as long as it and its 3 most important subjects were alive. With the 3 of them around, it could make a comeback before long even if it suffered heavy losses today. At this moment, an invisible fluctuation instantly swept past. The water demon Scarlet Lord and C did not react. However, the 3 top-notch water demon subordinates beside it suddenly froze. Then, they looked at each other. They all understood each other's identity. At this moment, they were not only top-notch water demons but also top-notch spies. When they looked at the water demon Scarlet Lord and Sea again, their eyes were no longer as respectful as before. However, they did not act rashly. Instead, they silently sent a message to Zhou and told their lord the location of this water demon Scarlet Lord. On the shore. Zhou looked at the notification in front of him. Prompt: you have activated your lord's exclusive talent, Insight Defection. Insight Defection has taken effect. Lord Talent Hint: a total of 21 Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Water Demons, 15 Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Water Demons, 12 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Water Demon Elites, 10 Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade Water Demon Leaders, 6 Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade Water Demon Leaders, and 3 White Silver Tier Elementary Grade Water Demon Leaders have betrayed their lord's faction and become your loyal subordinates. Zhou looked at the lord's talent notification in front of him in a daze. He could not believe his eyes. What kind of luck did he have today? First, he accidentally killed a White Silver Tier Elementary Grade Water Demon Leader. Then, he instigated the opposing 3 White Silver Tier Elementary Grade Water Demon Leaders to defect. After he received the news from the 3 of them, Zhou realized that this water demon Scarlet Lord was already surrounded by moles. Zhou exclaimed in awe. He suddenly pitied the water demon Scarlet Lord. It was too unlucky. Then, he told Nazario the location of the water demon Scarlet Lord without hesitation. After Nazario knew the location, it directly turned the direction of its dragon breath and attacked Nc, the water demon Scarlet Lord. Under the lake. When Nc saw the magma dragon breath suddenly change direction and rush towards it, it was stunned. Then, it hurriedly called out to its 3 good brothers and quickly swam into the distance. The 3 water demon good brothers told the water demon Scarlet Lord to run in the water demon's language, showing their loyalty. They kept reporting its latest location to Zhou. Therefore, the water demon Scarlet Lord panicked. Why was this attack following it wherever it went? Could it be that the fellow above the lake was actually so terrifying? The enemy could still sense its location even though it had already dived so deep. Soon. Nc, the water demon Scarlet Lord, tried to dodge the attack of the magma dragon breath again but failed to dodge, and was directly covered by it. A soul-shattering scream appeared in the minds of every soldier on the shore again. The other party's screams gradually quietened down after more than 10 seconds. A kill notification appeared. Your pet lava dragon, Nazario, has killed Nc, the water demon Scarlet Lord. Promotion energy plus 800. Loots condensed. The territory of the Scarlet Lord has become ownerless. You can plunder or occupy it. Prompt. Mission: eliminate the Scarlet Lords has been completed. Mission reward: 300 yellow gold tier mist cores and 10 yellow gold tier aurora crystals have been issued. Prompt 1. 200 Fish Spring Town residents will submit to your territory tomorrow. Prompt 2. Your reputation in the Aurora Kingdom has increased to a certain extent. When you recruit talents from the Aurora Kingdom, you have a higher chance of success. Prompt 3. The King of the Aurora Kingdom will hear of your achievements soon. His favorability towards you has increased, and he will open the right to trade Aurora crystals to you. Chapter 93. 93 Loots from Nc, the Water Demon Scarlet Lord. 93 Loots from Nc, the Water Demon Scarlet Lord. A smile appeared on his face after Zhou saw the mission completion notification. 300 yellow gold tier mist cores. In addition, there were 10 yellow gold tier aurora crystals. These rewards alone made his efforts worth it. At this moment, Nazario suddenly roared in the sky. Its voice was filled with joy. At the same time, scorching fire elements condensed into an elemental torrent and quickly surged into its body. Nazario's body began to grow rapidly. 8 meters. 10 meters. 13 meters. It stopped growing only after it hit 14 meters tall. A moment later, the torrent of fire elements gradually dissipated. Nazario also immediately conveyed its excitement to Zhou. This is a breakthrough, Zhou said in surprise when he saw this familiar scene. He immediately opened Nazario's attribute information. That was indeed the case. Nazario had already advanced from White Silver Tier Elementary Grade to White Silver Tier Intermediate Grade. It has finally broken through. A smile appeared on Zhou's face. Nazario was his strongest main force on the battlefield. It had broken through, which meant that he would be even more confident in dealing with higher-level Scarlet Lords in the future. Then, he looked at the water demon lake. His expression became serious again. Even though NC, the water demon Scarlet Lord, was already dead, there were still more than 2,000 water demon monsters under the water demon lake. Their battle was far from over. He ordered the 3 white silver tier elementary grade water demon leaders to lead the other water demons that had been instigated to start destroying this group of water demon monsters in the water demon lake through his mind guidance. Nazario did not stop to rest after breaking through. Instead, it continued to use the magma dragon breath to destroy the water demons. After breaking through, Nazario's strength had increased further, and the power of the magma dragon breath became even stronger. The efficiency of destroying these water demons was clearly higher. At the same time, Bai Yi led the poison crossbowmen and elemental archers to a place not far from the shore to line up. Smear blood eye. Bai Yi ordered. As soon as she finished speaking, some of the poison crossbowmen and elemental archers took out the blood eye potion and poured some out. They smeared it on their eyelids and handed the remaining potions to their comrades beside them. They quickly saw the blood-red blood energy swimming quickly under the water demon lake as the medicinal effect began to take effect. Even though the blood energy of these water demon was very thin and almost non-existent, the long-range soldiers could still find their location. All long-range soldiers, shoot freely. Destroy all the water demons under the lake. Bai Yi ordered loudly. Yes. All the long-range soldiers roared. Then, they immediately drew their bows and shot freely at the blood energy shadow in the water demon lake. There were a total of more than 2,000 long-range soldiers. They only shot for a minute and 1/5 of the blood energy shadows under the water demon lake immediately disappeared. 15 minutes later. There were no longer any traces of blood under the water demon lake. All the water demons were shot dead. A moment later. Greetings. My Lord. 2 white silver tier elementary grade water demon leaders and 3 green bronze tier intermediate grade water demon leaders came to Zhou and stammered. As for the other 62 water demons which had been instigated to defect, they had already been killed in the internal strife under the lake. Zhou looked at the 5 of them in surprise. How do you know how to talk? Moreover, in the Cerulean planet language. We were sentient creatures when we were alive. After becoming my lord's subordinate, we automatically mastered my lord's language. A white silver tier elementary grade water demon took the lead to reply. Its speech had clearly become much more fluent. Zhou acknowledged. He looked at the 5 water demons. So ugly. They were completely different creatures compared to the beautiful elves. However, no matter how ugly they have also become his subjects. He had to treat everyone equally. How long can you live on land? Zhou asked. We can survive on land for 3 days if we are not injured. We have to go back underwater within 3 days. Otherwise, we'll die because we're not used to the living conditions on land. The leader of the water demons said. Then come back to Blazing Sun City with us later. From today onwards, you're subjects of my Blazing Sun City. When we reach Blazing Sun City, I'll think of a way to get you an underwater environment suitable for you. Zhou said. It was a little difficult to get an environment suitable for them to live in, but these were 5 high-end combatants after all. 2 of them were even white silver tier elementary grade water demon leaders. This was also the first time Zhou had obtained soldiers which could fight underwater. He was unwilling to give them up so easily. Thank you, my lord. The 5 water demons said respectfully. Do you know where NC's territory token, treasures, and resources are? Zhou asked. We do. Then go into the water again. Bring them all up. He said. Yes, my lord. The 5 water demons said respectfully. Then, they turned around and rushed into the water demon lake again. A moment later. With the help of the soldiers, 1 green bronze tier intermediate grade territory token, 30,000 units of stone, 20,000 units of wood, 15,000 units of metal, 10,000 units of fine sand, 3,526 black iron tier mist cores, 557 green bronze tier mist cores, and 24 white silver tier mist cores were brought up. After putting away the loot, Zhou took out the 3 conqueror blast furnaces. Then, he got the 5 water demons to send over the 3,000 water demon corpses from underwater. Then, they were all thrown into the conqueror's blast furnace to retrieve the loot. When the water demons' corpses were sent up, Jojo looked at their corpse information. Item name, Water Demon Corpse. Item level, Black Iron Tier Elementary. Item effect, contains unextracted loots. Item description, Fog monster killed by the Lord of the Blazing Sun's pet. Prompt, in 2 hours, this corpse will turn into fog and be reborn at a certain time in the future. Loots, 2 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores, drop rate, 100%, 10 kilograms water bag, drop rate, 5%, 1 Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Skill Book, Deep Water Stealth, drop rate, 3%, 1 Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Skill Book, Deep Water Heal, drop rate, 1%. Then, Jojo looked at the drop rates of the other water demons. He realized that their loot would not change much for water demons below the Black Iron Tier Advanced grade. It was just that the level of the skill book had increased. When they reached the Green Bronze Tier water demon leader, there was a skill book called Shrieking Howl amongst their loot. This should be the skill that dealt a certain blow to the soldier's mental strength just now. Soon, the corpse of the water demon Scarlet Lord, and C was brought up. Jojo looked at it. Monster name, Water Demon Scarlet Lord, and C, Scarlet Lord. Strength level, White Silver Tier Advanced grade. Monster description, the strongest Scarlet Lord in Fish Spring Town. It has many water demon subjects under its command. They are undead creatures that have mutated from dead creatures. They want to drag all living creatures down into the water with them. Loots, 20 White Silver Tier Mist Cores, drop rate, 100%, 5 Origin Crystals, drop rate, 100%, 300 kilograms water bag, 1 White Silver Tier Advanced Grade Skill Book, Deep Water Stealth, drop rate, 3%, 1 White Silver Tier Advanced Grade Skill Book, Deep Water Heal, drop rate, 1%, 1 White Silver Tier Advanced Grade Skill Book, Shrieking Howl, drop rate, 0.5%, 1 White Silver Tier Advanced Grade Martial Arts Manual, Dark Water Mystic Technique, drop rate, 0.3%, 8 Black Iron Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, drop rate, 0%. Chapter 94, 94 Dark Water Mystic Technique. Zhang Bowen's Shock. 94 Dark Water Mystic Technique. Zhang Bowen's Shock. Jojo could not help but feel disappointed after looking at its loots. There was no new Lord Talent Sphere. However, he quickly adjusted his mood. It was random to begin with. He could not force it. He laid a hand on its corpse. A golden notification appeared. Do you want to retrieve the loot? Yes. Jojo thought to himself. The next second, a text notification appeared. Lord Talent hint, you have obtained these loots, 20 Mist Cores, White Silver Tier, 5 Origin Crystals, 4,000 kilograms water bags, 1 Skill Book, Deep Water Stealth, White Silver Tier Advanced grade, 1 Skill Book, Deep Water Heal, White Silver Tier Advanced grade, 1 Skill Book, Shrieking Howl. White Silver Tier Advanced grade, 1 Martial Arts Manual, Dark Water Mystic Technique, White Silver Tier Advanced grade, 8 Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, Black Iron Tier. Whoosh. A large amount of loots dropped. The largest quantity was 4,000 kilograms of water bags. This was the first time Jojo had seen a Scarlet Lord that could drop so much water. Then, he put away the Mist Cores and Origin Crystals. He also asked the soldiers to put the water bags on the Mechanostrider loot transport team. Then, he looked at his next reward. First were the skill books. Skill name, Deep Water Stealth. Skill quality, White Silver Tier Advanced grade. Skill description, you can silently and freely wander underwater. The life forms below the White Silver Tier Advanced grade in the water are unable to discover your existence with their perception. Skill name, Deep Water Heal. Skill quality, White Silver Tier Advanced grade. Skill description, when you are injured, you can dive underwater and recover from your injuries by absorbing the water elemental energy in the water. When the strength of your injuries is lower than that of a White Silver Tier Advanced grade, the Deep Water Heal will recover your injuries normally. When the strength of your injuries is higher than that of a White Silver Tier Advanced grade, the recovery time will be extended. Skill name, Shrieking Howl. Skill quality, White Silver Tier Advanced grade. Skill description, let out a howl that attacks the enemy's mental power, dealing a blow to the enemy's spirit. There is a small chance that you will directly stun enemies below the White Silver Tier Advanced grade. There is a high chance that the enemy will be shocked by the spirit, and their combat strength will decrease greatly in a short period of time. If the enemy is a spellcaster, there is a high chance that they can interrupt the enemy's spellcasting. For enemies above the white-silver tier advanced grade, it will also cause the other party to feel mental discomfort. These 3 skills were all white-silver tier advanced grade skills. Jojo was still at the green-bronze tier intermediate grade, so he naturally could not learn it. He could only save it and learn it in the future. Fortunately, there were green-bronze tier intermediate grade deep water stealth, deep water heal, and shrieking howl drop from the other water demons. It was much weaker than the skills of a white-silver tier advanced grade, but it could also allow Jojo to master these 3 skills now. After learning 3 skills, Jojo looked at the martial arts manual. Martial arts manual, dark water mystic technique. Secret manual quality, white-silver tier advanced grade. Cultivation effect 1, dark water breathing technique. You can use the dark water breathing technique underwater to greatly extend your survival time in the water. You can last for at least 2 hours. The duration will be extended as your strength increases. Cultivation effect 2, dark water cultivation technique. You can cultivate martial arts underwater and absorb the water elemental energy in the water, turning it into your own promotion energy to break through your strength realm. Cultivation effect 3, dark water martial artist. You can fight freely underwater. You are more like a fish in water compared to fighting on land. You will also receive combat strength bonuses. Agility plus 200%, strength plus 200%, stamina recovery speed plus 200%, energy recovery speed plus 200%. Note, the Dark Water Martial Artist's combat strength enhancement effect will maintain its maximum value before reaching the white-silver tier advanced grade and reaching the white-silver tier advanced grade. When a martial artist breaks through to the yellow-gold tier elementary grade or even higher, the Dark Water Martial Artist's combat strength enhancement effect will decrease. This martial arts manual is a little unorthodox. A martial art that specializes in fighting underwater. Jojo hesitated for a moment before learning. He might not have much use for the dark water cultivation technique and the dark water martial artist cultivation effect, but cultivation effect 2 of the dark water cultivation technique was still quite useful to him. It could speed up his cultivation. Moreover, this was a white-silver tier advanced grade martial arts manual. Jojo did not want to waste it. Soon. He had grasped the dark water mystic technique. I'll try using it in the bathtub when I get back. Let's see if I can cultivate the dark water mystic technique in the bathtub. Jojo thought. Then, he opened his combat class column. Combat class name, Martial Artist. Strength level, Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade. Martial Arts Manual, Dark Water Mystic Technique, White Silver Tier Advanced Grade, Gust Blade, Green Bronze Tier Advanced Grade. Jojo was satisfied. Even though he had learned the Dark Water Mystic Technique, it didn't mean that he didn't need the Gust Blade. In fact, most of the martial artists in the High Continent practiced multiple martial arts. There were only a few special martial arts manuals which required martial artists to cultivate one martial arts technique alone. However, there were very few such martial arts manuals, and their power might not be strong. In the time that followed, the soldiers sent the corpses of the water demons sent by the water demon leaders into the Conqueror's blast furnace. More than an hour later, all the water demon corpses became loots. There were a total of 3,222 water demon corpses. Among them, there were a total of 2,375 black iron tier water demons and water demon elites. 844 green bronze tier water demon leaders and 3 white silver tier elementary grade water demon leaders. He obtained a total of 8,912 black iron tier mist cores, 2,676 green bronze tier mist cores and 6 white silver tier mist cores. 178,360 kilograms of water bags. 3,222 books of deep water stealth. Black iron tier, green bronze tier, white silver tier elementary grade. 3,222 deep water heal. Black iron tier, green bronze tier, white silver tier elementary grade. 847 copies of Shrieking Howl. Green bronze tier, white silver tier elementary grade. This was all the gains. All the Scarlet Lords in Fish Spring Town have been dealt with. I should look for Zhang Bowen next. Jojo thought. At the same time, Fish Spring Town. In the administrative hall of the mayor's office, Zhang Bowen sat at his desk. The table in front of him was piled with documents that needed to be dealt with, but his eyes were wandering and he kept looking at the door from time to time. Clearly, his mind was no longer on the pile of documents. At this moment, thump, thump, thump. There was a knock on the door. "Come in," Zhang Bowen immediately said. Soon, the door was pushed open. A young man with a mustache walked in quickly. "Mayor, here's the latest intel. Our people went to the Purple Scale Lake after the Lord of the Blazing Sun left with his troops. We found that the Purple Scale Lake has been burned dry. All the purple scale murderfishes inside have disappeared. Only a pile of purple scale murderfish bones was left at the scene," the mustached man said excitedly. Zhang Bowen looked at him in a daze. "So fast? 2 Scarlet Lords have been killed by him already," he muttered. "Yes. The Lord of the Blazing Sun is indeed one of the most famous top-notch lords in our Aurora Kingdom. He is already so strong in just 7 days. In another year and a half, I think he can challenge a Crimson Kingdom." The mustached man laughed. "Exaggeration. I don't think he can challenge the Crimson Kingdom. Do you think he can destroy the Water Demon Scarlet Lord?" After a moment of shock, Zhang Bowen came back to his senses and asked. "It shouldn't be a problem," the mustached man said. Zhang Bowen nodded. "Prepare the banquet. I guess it won't be long before our hero arrives. We must show him how much we value him," Zhang Bowen suddenly said. "Yes, Mayor. I'll prepare it now." The mustached man immediately left. Zhang Bowen was still thinking about what the man had just said. "Teacher, is this the Lord you value?" he muttered to himself. A rare look of envy appeared on his face. Then, he came back to his senses and began to write to the king. He had to report this matter to His Majesty the King. Only then could the Lord of the Blazing Sun receive the respect and importance he deserved. Half an hour later, there was an urgent knock on Zhang Bowen's door. The men from before entered. "Mayor, the Lord of the Blazing Sun has eliminated the Water Demon Scarlet Lord and is now coming towards us," the mustached man said. Zhang Bowen rose from his seat immediately. Chapter 95, 95 Excavating Talent Potential. New Face. 95 Excavating Talent Potential. New Face. After Zhou Zhou brought the soldiers to Fish Spring Town, he arranged for the soldiers to stay in the suburbs and asked Nazario to guard them. He used only one morning to destroy 3 Scarlet Lords' territories. During this period, he obtained too many loots. Zhou Zhou did not want to see his loot snatched by a passerby when he returned from a trip to Fish Spring Town. The chances were not high, but there was nothing wrong with being cautious. Moreover, with the hero by his side and his ability to telepathy with Nazario at any time so that it would immediately rush over to help him. Therefore, Zhou Zhou was not worried about his safety. Soon, Bai Yi and him arrived at Fish Spring Town. When the two of them arrived at the city gate, they were immediately stunned. Zhang Bowen, the mayor of Fish Spring Town, was standing with 40 to 50 men and women in the official uniforms of the Aurora Kingdom. Their eyes lit up when they saw Zhou Zhou and the others coming over. Then, they welcomed them with smiles. "Congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun for returning victorious. From now on, our Fish Spring Town won't have to worry about the monsters of the 3 Scarlet Lords harming people." Zhang Ben held Zhou Zhou's hand and said happily. "This is all the credit of the Lord of the Blazing Sun. The Lord of the Blazing Sun already has such achievements at such a young age. I'm really envious. Lord of the Blazing Sun, are you tired? Do you want to find a place to rest first?" These Fish Spring Town officials also said enthusiastically. "Mayor Zhang, you don't have to do this. We had an agreement to destroy the 3 Scarlet Lords. I just did what I promised to do." Zhou Zhou could not stand their enthusiasm. He quietly took a step back and said, "Lord of the Blazing Sun, you're too humble." When Zhang Ben heard his words, his impression of Zhou Zhou became even better. After that, he pulled Zhou Zhou to the banquet. Zhou Zhou could not decline seeing this. He could only eat with Bai Yi and these people in the largest restaurant in Fish Spring Town. After drinking and eating his fill, Zhang Bowen smiled. "I've already written the document requesting credit for you, Lord of the Blazing Sun. Very soon, His Majesty will know how powerful you are." When the others heard this, they looked at Zhou Zhou with envy. They knew This Lord of the Blazing Sun would probably soon become a popular person in the eyes of the king and the entire Aurora Kingdom. They were all planning to curry favor with this future big shot of the Aurora Kingdom after the banquet ends. Half an hour later, the banquet ended. Zhang Bowen wanted Zhou Zhou to stay a little longer. However, Zhou Zhou refused this time. Mayor Zhang. My soldiers are waiting for me outside the city. And there's something very important waiting for me to resolve tomorrow. I have to continue my preparations for it. So I won't stay here much longer. Let's meet again another day. Zhou Zhou said. All right. Zhang Bowen relented regretfully. He knew that tomorrow was an important day for the Lord of the Blazing Sun and the other lords of the myriad races through some channels, so he did not persuade them further. Good luck. Zhang Bowen blessed him. Thank you very much. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, he bade farewell to the other officials of Fish Spring Town and left with Bai Yi. The officials of the Fish Spring Town could only watch them leave before they could cozy up to Zhou Zhou. More than an hour later. Blazing Sun City. Zhou Zhou had just returned and had yet to enter the city when he saw Zhao Changshou instructing his subjects to build the Aurora Tower from afar. Zhao Changshou also saw Zhou Zhou. His eyes lit up. He immediately walked over quickly and arrived in front of Zhou Zhou. My lord, you're finally back. Can I lend the soldiers to my subordinates to help build the wall? He immediately said. He did not even ask Zhou Zhou if he had won or lost. Was there a need to ask? In the hearts of the citizens of Blazing Sun City, their lord was the invincible god of war. After all, when had the lord ever returned with news of defeat? He must have won against his opponent. Zhao Changshou was even more certain of this, seeing everyone's relaxed smiles. Let the soldiers rest for an hour before they continue helping out at the construction. Zhou Zhou said. Of course. Zhao Changshou nodded and left happily. It was unknown if he was happy that the soldiers would help build the wall or that the Lord had returned victorious again. Zhou Zhou did not immediately enter Blazing Sun City. Instead, he got someone to bring the 3 unconscious Black Iron Tier elementary grade wild sand believers to the monster ranches and handed them to Mugu. The 4th monster ranch shall nurture this monster. Zhou Zhou pointed at the wild sand believers and instructed Mugu. Yes, my lord. Mugu said respectfully. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. The novice lord test is tomorrow. A large number of enemies might come and attack us during that time. The sand crystal walls of Blazing Sun City can't protect you for the time being. If there's really no other way, you can abandon these 4 monster ranches and bring some monsters into the city wall to ensure your own safety. You don't have to care even if the monster ranches are destroyed in the novice lord test. After the novice lord test is over, I'll just spend some resources and rebuild the monster ranches. Zhou Zhou said. The 4 green bronze tier intermediate grade monster ranches were huge. Therefore, the sand crystal walls of Blazing Sun City could not protect this place at all. In Zhou Zhou's heart, if there was danger here tomorrow, he could abandon the 4 monster ranches. At most, he would spend some resources to rebuild them. To the rich and imposing Zhou Zhou, the resources needed to rebuild were really nothing. But Mugu was different. He could not guarantee that Mugu would be able to revive if he accidentally died in the novice lord test. Or perhaps, would his white-silver tier lord talent monster ranches be crippled because of Mugu's death? That was not what Zhou Zhou wanted to see. Therefore, Mugu's safety was very important to him. My lord, don't worry. I'm a monster rancher and also a monster shepherd. I can get all the fog monsters to be at my disposal in the monster ranches. If I really encounter any danger, I have a certain level of ability to protect myself. If it's really dangerous, I'll automatically enter the city. Mugu said respectfully. You have such an ace up your sleeve. Zhou Zhou was stunned. These were 4 monster ranches. There were a total of 4,000 monsters when it was at full capacity. If he could really command them all, Mugu's combat strength alone was probably comparable to all the soldiers under his command. Of course, that did not include Nazario and Bai Yi. But even so, Mugu's ability was also very powerful. Then can you bring all the monsters to fight with the soldiers when the novice lord test begins tomorrow? Zhou Zhou asked expectantly. Well, not at the moment. But when I advance to Diamond Tier Advanced Grade Monster Rancher and Monster Shepherd, I should be able to bring the monsters out to fight," Mugu said. Jojo was stunned. Diamond Tier Advanced Grade. Wasn't that the limit of Mugu's potential? What he meant was that as long as the White Silver Tier Lord talent of the Monster Ranch grew to its limit, what he wanted was very likely to happen. Oh my god. Jojo felt that the future described by Mugu was very shocking. It had to be known that Mugu, who was at the Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade, could theoretically control 5,000 fog monsters. When he was promoted to a Diamond Tier Advanced Grade, how many monsters would he have under his Monster Rancher command? Jojo could not help but click his tongue. He saw that every Lord talent had extremely high potential to unearth. The Black Iron Tier Lord talents in Sight Defection, Return to the City were the same. The White Silver Tier Lord talent, Monster Ranch, was even more so. Make sure you're safe. Since Mugu had said so, Jojo naturally chose to believe him. Therefore, he only reminded him before returning to the city. He had yet to use the Pudeo Soldier recruitment book to recruit Pudeo soldiers when Jing Yuanqi quickly walked over with an old man. "Congratulations on your triumphant return, my lord." After he came over, he smiled and congratulated him immediately. Jojo smiled and nodded. Then, he looked at the unfamiliar old man beside Jing Yuanqi. Who is he? Jojo was a little puzzled. Chapter 96, 96 Reputation Rating Talent, Wu Xin. Recruitment of Pudeo Soldiers. 96 Reputation Rating Talent, Wu Xin. Recruitment of Pudeo Soldiers. Jojo looked at the old man. The hairs of the old man's temples were graying, he was hale and hearty, and he was standing tall. He was clearly very old. However, his essence, energy, and spirit were not inferior to that of a young man at all. It would even be better. At this moment, he was also looking at Jojo with bright eyes. This old man was not ordinary. He thought. May I know your name, Elder One? After Jojo realized this, he immediately said politely. I'm just a retired old man. My lord, you can call me Wu Xin. Wu Xin cupped his fists. Jojo was stunned. This sentence sounded familiar. Retirement. Old man. Jojo reacted. He was the talent attracted by his reputation rating. That was indeed the case. Jing Yuanqi smiled and introduced. My lord. Let me introduce you. Wu Xin. My old friend. He was the previous great general of the Aurora Kingdom. He's also the previous commander of the Aurora Kingdom's strongest army. For the past 50 years, he has been the one who has been leading the soldiers of the Aurora Kingdom to fight against the Scarlet Kingdom. Whether it's military theory or actual combat ability. Inside the Aurora Kingdom. If he says he's second, I don't think anyone dares to claim to be number one. If it weren't for the fact that he's old and it's time to abdicate to give the young people a chance. The current position of the Aurora Kingdom's great general will definitely still be his. When Jing Yuanqi said this, his expression was quite certain. Wu Xin did not say anything. Jojo looked at the two old men in front of him. Good God. A former Prime Minister of the Aurora Kingdom and a former Great General of the Aurora Kingdom. Aurora Kingdom, Aurora Kingdom. You've almost become my exclusive reputation rating talent pool. Jojo could not help but mutter in his heart. Welcome to Blazing Sun City, Elder Wu. After coming back to his senses, he smiled at Wu Xin. I've long heard of the Lord's reputation. Actually, I've wanted to come and take a look for a long time. Now my wish has come true. Wu Xin smiled and nodded. Elder Wu, you're too kind. Jojo smiled. Then, he opened the other party's attribute panel. Subject, Wu Xin. Territory, Blazing Sun City. Soldier type, Aurora Cavalry. Strength level, Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade, he had the strength of a Diamond Tier Advanced Grade at his peak. Later, his strength fell to Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade because his old injury relapsed and he is getting on age. Ability Overview, the previous Great General of the Aurora Kingdom is good at leading troops to war, figuring out the enemy psychology, setting traps, and is best at military formations. Skills, Talent, Ability to grasp situation thoroughly, Diamond Tier Advanced Grade Military Theory, Diamond Tier Advanced Grade Military Management, Diamond Tier Advanced Grade Battle Array Theory, Diamond Tier Advanced Grade Troop Arrangement, Diamond Tier Advanced Grade Military Array, Furry Array. Diamond Tier Advanced Grade Military Array, Night Forest Array, Diamond Tier Advanced Grade Military Array, Fire Array, Diamond Tier Advanced Grade Military Array, Mountain Control Array, Diamond Tier Intermediate Grain Management, Diamond Tier Advanced Grade Royal Court Battle, White Platinum Tier. Advanced Grade Persuasion, Physical. Loyalty, 85. Potential, Extraordinary Tier Advanced Grade. Jojo looked at the skill panel and could not help but think. This Wu Xin was a top talent who was not inferior to Zheng Yuanqi at all. Without a doubt. It was just that. Elder Zheng, Elder Wu. Did you know each other for a long time? Jojo suddenly asked. The two of them were stunned for a moment before nodding. Old Zheng and I grew up together. We both joined the army together. Later on, we were even assigned to the same cavalry army and became comrades who had gone through life and death together. Later on, he was injured and retired. He turned to researching matters in the court. I stayed in the army. That continued for a few decades. He became the prime minister. And I became the great general. When Wu Xin said this, both of them had sighing smiles on their faces. Jojo acknowledged. I was wondering what was going on with skills relating to royal court battles and physical persuasion. Elder Wu. I want to invite you to be the deputy commander of the Blazing Sun Army. How about that? Jojo pondered for a moment and asked. This subordinate accepts this order. Wu Xin said respectfully. May I know who the Legion commander is? He asked curiously. She's a girl. And the first soldier to follow me. Even though she's quite strong at her age, but her combat experience is definitely not comparable to yours, Elder Wu. When the time comes, I hope Elder Wu can guide her so that she can become a qualified Legion commander. Jojo said. My lord, you're too kind. I will do my best. Elder Wu said respectfully. Old Wu. Don't look down on her just because she's a girl. That female Legion commander is a hero. Even I have to respect her when I see her. Zheng Yuanqi shook his head. When Wu Xin heard this, his old body trembled. Disbelief flashed across his eyes. A moment later. Elder Wu went to the Blazing Sun Army's encampment to understand the situation. Jojo and Zheng Yuanqi were still chatting. This old brother of mine has fought on the battlefield his entire life. His personality is still as unyielding. After he retired, he mellowed down a lot and is much less stubborn than before. But he has a lifelong regret, which was that he couldn't become a hero. Now he knows that Legion Commander Bai is a hero. I'm afraid he'll have to deal with this blow for a long time. Zheng Yuanqi said. Why did you bring this up then? Jojo said. Hee, I like to see him suffer. Zheng Yuanqi chuckled. Jojo. His good brother was being hammered down by him. He will have to know sooner or later. It's better if I say it first. Zheng Yuanqi smiled. Then, he bade farewell to Jojo and turned around to get busy. Jojo did not think too much about it. He came to the gate of summoning and threw in the 762 Pudeo soldier recruitment books he had obtained from the territory of the Wild Sand Leader. A moment later. In front of him were rows of neat Pudeo soldiers. They were wearing the standard equipment of the black and gray Pudeo soldiers and holding a Pudeo that was half the height of a person. They had a fierce and sharp aura. Ordinary people did not dare to approach easily. Jojo opened the interface information of one of them. Subject, Zhou Huanyun. Territory, Blazing Sun City. Soldier type, Pudeo soldier. Strength level, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade. Ability overview, the son of a rich businessman has yearned to make contributions on the battlefield since he was young. When he grew up, he directly joined the army despite his family's objections. After training as a recruit, he participated in 32 small-scale battles and became a qualified Pudeo. Soldier. Skill, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Decapitation Saber Technique. Loyalty, 72. Potential, White Silver Tier Advanced Grade. Jojo nodded slightly. Then, he asked these soldiers to find Zhang Tsang and join the Blazing Sun Army. After which, he returned to the Lord's courtyard and took out the yellow gold tier Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere. I wonder what Lord Talent it is this time. Jojo was really looking forward to it. Chapter 97, 97 Yellow Gold Tier Lord Talent, Mysterious Caravan. 1. 97 Yellow Gold Tier Lord Talent, Mysterious Caravan. 1. Jojo looked at the yellow gold tier Scarlet Lord Talent sphere. Do you want to purify it? Purify? He said expectantly. The next second, a golden light flashed on the Scarlet Lord Talent sphere. After the golden light disappeared, the blood-colored light on the Scarlet Lord Talent sphere had already disappeared. Its information had also changed. Treasure name, Lord Talent sphere, Mysterious Caravan. Treasure grade, yellow gold tier. Treasure effect, after absorbing it, the Lord will possess the yellow gold tier Lord Talent, Mysterious Caravan. Treasure description, a Lord Talent sphere purified by the Supreme Will. You can obtain a yellow gold tier Lord Talent after absorbing it. Mysterious Caravan. Jojo was stunned. He did not think too much about it and chose to absorb it. A golden text notification appeared. Do you want to absorb this Lord's Talent sphere, white silver tier? Yes, he said. As soon as he finished speaking, the white silver tier Lord Talent sphere immediately turned into countless silver light spots and surged into his glabella. Jojo closed his eyes. A moment later, he reopened his eyes again after some time. Then, he immediately opened his Lord's personal information. His Lord Talent column had already been updated. Lord Talent, 100% drop rate, legendary tier, Gnome Alchemy Workshop, green bronze tier, Monster Ranch, white silver tier, Insight Defection, black iron tier, Peace and Prosperity, diamond tier, Return to the City, black iron tier, Mysterious Caravan, yellow gold tier. The 7th Lord Talent. A smile appeared on Jojo's face. Then, he opened the details of the talent. Lord Talent, Mysterious Caravan, yellow gold tier. Mysterious Caravan, your territory has a mysterious caravan blessed by the Supreme Will. You can send them out to buy resources needed by your territory or sell goods made by your territory's subjects. Supreme Blessing, Mysterious Trading. In the eyes of your subjects, the mysterious caravan is just an ordinary caravan that helps the territory carry out transactions. In the eyes of outsiders, the mysterious caravan is a special caravan that will never be known. Outsiders will never know who it is working for or what their ultimate goal is. Supreme Blessing, Unlimited Rite of Passage, Kingdom Level. The mysterious caravan can conduct business in any territory below the kingdom level. Even if it's a closed area that rejects living beings from the outside world, the mysterious caravan has the right to enter and carry out their business activities. Jojo was deep in thought. Its unlimited rite of passage, kingdom level, should be the most important value of this Lord Talent. The high continent was so vast. There must be some unknown faction living in seclusion in places that the living beings did not know, and they did not welcome living beings from the outside world. Therefore there might be rare treasures or resources from the outside world. Under such circumstances, ordinary factions could not enter and obtain the treasures or resources inside. However, the mysterious caravan with unlimited rite of passage could enter and obtain the treasures and resources there. In comparison, the advantage of the mysterious caravan was naturally obvious. But how would I know where such an unknown force exists? Jojo fell silent. It seemed that he had to inquire about this in the future and see if there was any force that was unwilling to let outsiders in, but harbored special resources inside. Only then could he unleash the advantage of this unlimited rite of passage. Clang. 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 There was a knock on the door. My lord. A caravan suddenly came to the city gate and said that they want to see my lord and join your territory. They even plan to carry out long-term trade here. Zheng Yuanqi's voice sounded. It sure arrived quite quickly. Jojo thought. This was most likely his mysterious caravan. He stood up and walked over to open the door. When he saw Zheng Yuanqi, he asked him to keep himself busy while he went over to take a look. After Zheng Yuanqi left, Jojo walked towards the city gate. In front of the city gate, a group of merchants in simple clothes were surrounding a few carriages and chatting with Zhao Changsho and the others. Both sides had a pleasant conversation. Laughter could be heard from time to time. When Jojo arrived, they immediately saw each other. Greetings, my lord. Zhao Changsho and the others immediately said respectfully. Greetings, my lord. These merchants hurriedly alighted from the carriage and bowed respectfully to Zhou. After Zhou replied, his gaze landed on these merchants. They had a total of 23 people and 13 wagons loaded with goods. From the outside, they were just a group of ordinary businessmen. Especially when they looked at him with reverence and evasion, it made Zhou wonder if this was his mysterious caravan. However, when he saw the personal information of the other party's leader, he no longer had any doubts. Subject, Zheng Fuguei. Territory, Blazing Sun City. Life profession name, Mysterious Merchant, Special. Strength level, Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade. Ability overview, the leader of the Mysterious Caravan team. He is loyal to the Lord of the Blazing Sun and is proficient in trading and bargaining. Any living being who knows of the existence of the Mysterious Caravan team will respect and revere him. Skills, talent, familiarity, talent, business talent, Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade Commercial Trade, Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade Bargaining, Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade Eloquence, Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade Mental Arithmetic, Exclusive Skill, Caravan. Transportation, Exclusive Skill, Mysterious Caravans Protection. Loyalty, Dead Loyal. Chapter 98, 98 Yellow Gold Tier Lord Talent, Mysterious Caravan. 2. 98 Yellow Gold Tier Lord Talent, Mysterious Caravan. 2. Potential, Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade. Zhou looked at the others. He realized that they were also mysterious merchants dead loyal to him. A smile appeared on Zhou's face before it quickly disappeared. He let Zhao Changshu and the others leave first. Zhao Changshu and the others hesitated for a moment before obeying and leaving. However, they did not go too far away. They only stood in the distance, wanting to protect Zhou. Zhou did not say anything else when he saw this. Instead, he looked at Zheng Fuguei. His eyes were respectful and calm, no longer as fearful as before. The others were the same. Greetings, my lord. X-23-inch. All the mysterious merchants said respectfully. Zhou acknowledged. Just you guys. He looked at them and asked. I've something to report, my lord. These are all that we have for now. However, as the Lord's territory level upgrades, the strength of our mysterious caravan will also increase. Including the number of mysterious merchants, the number of carriages, the level of trade, and other commercial facilities in various caravans will be increased. Zheng Fuguei said respectfully. Zhou acknowledged. Do you know if there are any shut-off forces nearby? He asked. We just became mysterious merchants, so we don't know this information yet. Zhou was not too disappointed. He was just trying his luck. You can pay more attention to this information in the future. Don't waste the rights you have. Zhou said. I understand. Zheng Fuguei said respectfully. Zhou acknowledged. Then, he looked at them and pondered. A moment later. Our territory has just been built. Therefore, the territory is currently lacking a lot of necessary supplies for living. For example, water, vegetables, condiments, fabric, food. Our territory is very short of these items. In addition, there are also many professionals and unemployed subjects in our territory. Even though the quality of some of the goods they make is fine, it's more difficult to circulate in the territory because of the current composition of the territory. You can communicate with them to sell the excess products they make. This way, you can also earn some profits from them and use them to develop yourself and maintain the daily expenses of the caravan. I'll leave these things to you for the time being. Can you do it? Zhou looked at Zheng Fuguei and the others. Zheng Yuanqi had told him these issues in detail last night. Zhou noted everything down. Originally, he wanted to resolve it after the Novice Lord test ended. Now that he had the talent of a mysterious caravan group, why not let the mysterious caravan deal with it first? Don't worry, my lord. These are all our jobs. We're very familiar with them. I promise I won't disappoint you, my lord. Zheng Fuguei said in a low voice. Okay. From now on, you can call yourselves the Blazing Sun Caravan within the Blazing Sun City. To the outside world, you should still use the mysterious caravan as your identity. Zhou said. Yes, my lord. All the mysterious merchants said respectfully. Zhou acknowledged. After that, he let these people enter the territory and told Jing Yuanqi and the others that they had already become subjects of Blazing Sun City. If they needed anything, they could tell them. As long as they were paid, they could go out and help procure the supplies they needed. If there was no payment, they could temporarily use other items as collateral. For example, the products they made themselves. Even the basic resources collected could be sold. They could also use the Blazing Sun caravan to sell their goods to the outside world. As soon as this news was released, all the subjects in Blazing Sun City were immediately pleasantly surprised. Especially life professionals. There were already more than 100 professionals in Blazing Sun City. They had a lot of goods that had been hoarded for a long time but could not be sold. The Lord did not need these goods very much. Originally, they were still worried about what to do with these goods. Now that the Blazing Sun caravan was around, these stockpiled goods could finally be sold for real profits. The unemployed subjects were also very happy, even though they could not create professional-level goods. However, it was still possible to make some unorthodox daily necessities and sell them through the caravan to supplement the family's expenses. As more and more subjects knew about this, an increasing number of subjects walked out of their houses with their goods and happily found Zheng Fugui and the others, wanting to earn some mist cores through Zheng Fugui's caravan. Zheng Fugui was so busy that he did not even have time to rest. Zhou looked at them. He realized that every subject had a brighter smile on their faces than usual. It was as if they had more expectations for the future. He could feel that the current Blazing Sun City was more lively than before seeing this scene. That's the charm of trade and commerce. Soon. My lord, you don't have to support the entire Blazing Sun City alone. Because the subjects can feed themselves. Jing Yuanqi walked over and chuckled. Zhou acknowledged. In the past 7 days, what the subjects ate was monster flesh made from the meat that he dropped with a 100% drop rate. They also drank the water that the desert fog lizard dropped. Even though these things were not bad. However, it was not good to eat these all the time. Now that there was a mysterious caravan, he would not have to develop like this in the future. My lord should be able to tell that our Blazing Sun City will need more caravans of our own in the future. That way, the lives of the people will be better and the development of the territory will be healthier. It's better to build another commercial city to welcome guests from all over the world. This way, life professions and subjects who want to sell something to subsidize their families can have a safe place to do business. If we can build a few more safe trade routes and the subjects of the territory leave Blazing Sun City and take the initiative to go further out to trade, that would be best for business development. This will also help increase the territory's taxes. Jing Yuanqi said. Zhou pondered. What Elder Zheng said made sense. As for the caravan, he could hand it to Elder Zheng and ask him to find someone to build it. A commercial city. Zhou immediately thought of the desolate city. That place was fully built and was relatively close to Fish Spring Town. It was completely qualified to establish a commercial city there. As for the business path, he could discuss it with Zhang Bowen after the novice lord test ended. With Jing Yuanqi and Zhang Bowen's relationship, it shouldn't be a problem to establish an official business path between the desolate city and Fish Spring Town. He told Jing Yuanqi his thoughts. Jing Yuanqi readily agreed. Leave this to me. Coincidentally, I haven't seen my disciple in a long time. Jing Yuanqi chuckled. Zhou acknowledged. After that, he returned to the Lord's courtyard and prepared to upgrade it. Chapter 99, 99 Upgrade Building. Military Force Situation. 99 Upgrade Building. Military Force Situation. Zhou stood in front of the Lord's courtyard. A line of text appeared just as he received the 50 green bronze tier Aurora crystals. Do you want to upgrade the Lord's courtyard? Yes. He said. The next second. 80,000 units of basic materials, 500 green bronze tier mist cores, 3 origin crystals, and 2 green bronze tier territory tokens instantly disappeared. Boom. A golden light suddenly covered the entire Lord's wooden house. A moment later, the golden light dissipated. Zhou looked over. The area of the Lord's courtyard expanded again. At the same time, the entire Lord's courtyard became more exquisite and the courtyard became wider. A series of text notifications appeared. Congratulations, your Lord's courtyard has been upgraded to a green bronze tier advanced grade building. There is an additional study. Your territory has been upgraded to a green bronze tier advanced grade territory. Territory token durability increased to 100,000/100,000. Your territory has expanded to 15,000 m times 15,000 m times 3,000 m. All fog monsters within the territory of the new territory have been expelled. Scarlet fog will not appear in any of your territories. You have received upgrade rewards: Carpenter Shop Blueprint, Green Bronze Tier Advanced Grade, Sundry Goods Shop Blueprint, Green Bronze Tier Advanced Grade. Lord Talent Hint: the upper limit of the enemy lord's power that you can instigate to defect has been increased to White Platinum Tier Intermediate Grade. Lord Talent Hint: your monster ranches can be upgraded. Lord Talent Hint: your mysterious caravan faction has increased. Jojo looked at the upgrade notification and could not help but nod in satisfaction. Especially after seeing the last 3 Lord Talent Hints. He was even happier. As for the 2 Green Bronze Tier Advanced Grade blueprints, he did not care much. In any case, Elder Zhao knew them. He could give them to Qian Du. When Qian Du first came to Blazing Sun City from the Gate of Summoning, he was only a Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Architect. Recently, he had heard that Qian Du had contributed a lot by Elder Zhao's side. His architect level had already increased to Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade. He could give him these 2 Green Bronze Tier Advanced Grade blueprints. As long as he could master it, he might be able to advance to a Green Bronze Tier Advanced Grade Architect. Then, he looked at the materials needed to upgrade the Lord's Courtyard to the White Silver Tier Elementary Grade. Construction upgrade: 50,000 units of wood, 50,000 units of fine sand, 50,000 units of metal, 50,000 units of stone, 1,000 Green Bronze Tier Mist Cores, 6 Origin Crystals, 3 Green Bronze Tier Territory Tokens. Jojo's eyes lit up when he saw the upgrade requirements. The upgrade requirements this time were not difficult. He did not lack basic materials. He had more than 11,000 Green Bronze Tier Mist Cores now. The requirement of 2,000 Green Bronze Tier Mist Cores was nothing to him. He also had 16 Origin Crystals in his hands. This also satisfied his needs. I only need to satisfy the requirements for the Green Bronze Tier Territory Token. I have a Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade Territory Token in my hand now. I can upgrade my territory level to White Silver Tier Elementary Grade as long as I get 2 more Green Bronze Tier Territory Tokens. When the time comes, a White Silver Tier Elementary Grade territory might trigger an announcement on the entire channel. My Glory of the Pioneer I will also be upgraded to Glory of the Pioneer too. Jojo thought. He was looking forward to it. 2 Green Bronze Tier Territory Tokens were not difficult for him to obtain now. After Wu Tu finished drawing the map of the barren Gobi Desert and Thorn Dune, he could lead the Blazing Sun Army to these 2 Black Iron Tier regions and eliminate all the Scarlet Lords there to obtain the territory token. He did not believe it. 2 Black Iron Tier regions. He could not gather 2 Green Bronze Tier territory tokens. Let's not think so far ahead. Let's pass tomorrow's Novice Lord test first. Jojo stopped thinking about it. Following which, he went to the Gate of Summoning and spent 20,000 units of basic materials and 100 Green Bronze Tier Mist Cores to upgrade it. Congratulations, your Gate of Summoning has been upgraded to a Green Bronze Tier Advanced Grade building. You can summon +6 subjects every day. You will definitely summon 5 professionals every day. Prompt: under the influence of the race's unique title, Glory of the Pioneer the number of subjects you can summon every day has reached 66. You will definitely summon 7 professionals every day. And the professional levels of 2 of them will be the same as your territory level. Jojo nodded slightly. Now that the Gate of Summoning had leveled up, he was naturally very happy. However, he was no longer as excited as before. After all, he was no longer short of people. Then, he looked at the requirements to upgrade the Gate of Summoning. Construction upgrade: 8,000 units of wood, 8,000 units of fine sand, 8,000 units of metal, 8,000 units of stone, 800 Green Bronze Tier Mist Cores, territory level upgraded to White Silver Tier Elementary Grade. I have enough materials. As long as the Lord's Courtyard is upgraded, my Gate of Summoning can be upgraded immediately. Jojo thought. Then, he sent someone to call Mugu and Zheng Fugui over. He wanted to understand the situation of the Lord Talent after the territory was upgraded from the 2 of them. After Mugu advanced in the territory, his strength immediately increased to Green Bronze Tier Advanced Grade. All his skills also increased from green bronze tier intermediate grade to green bronze tier advanced grade. He could already manage 6 monster ranches at the same time. After upgrading the monster ranches to green bronze tier advanced grade, the upper limit of the number of monsters cultivated in each green bronze tier advanced grade monster ranch could also be increased from 1,000 to 1,250. Moreover, the upper limit of the monsters nurtured would also increase from green bronze tier intermediate grade to green bronze tier advanced grade. Jojo was aware of this. He asked Mugu to bring a group of soldiers and upgrade the 4 green bronze tier intermediate grade monster ranches to green bronze tier advanced grade before tomorrow morning. In this way, Mugu would be able to control 5,000 fog monsters the next day. It was also beneficial to protect his safety. If all 5,000 fog monsters died in battle tomorrow, he could directly loot their corpses on the spot and obtain loot from them to increase his combat strength. It would save the soldiers from attacking. After Mugu heard Jojo's instructions, he immediately accepted the order. As for Zheng Fugui's mysterious caravan, there were also 5 new members and 5 green bronze tier advanced grade carriages. At the same time, all their skills had been upgraded from green bronze tier intermediate grade to green bronze tier advanced grade. After Jojo understood the detailed increase in these 2 lord talents, he asked them to go back and busy themselves. Not long after the 2 of them left. "My lord. Bai Yi requests an audience." Bai Yi's voice came from outside. When Jojo heard this, he let Bai Yi in. "My lord. I'm here to report on the losses of the 3 battles today and the promotion of the soldiers." Bai Yi said respectfully. "Tell me." Jojo acknowledged. In the 3 battles today, a total of 3 Scarlet Lord territories were destroyed and more than 6,000 fog monsters were eliminated. We sent a total of 6,415 soldiers. After 3 battles, a total of 45 soldiers were sacrificed, 121 were seriously injured, and 354 were slightly injured. After these 3 battles, we have 1,542 Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Professionals, 641 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Professionals, 86 Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade Professionals, 18 Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade Professions. And I am the only Green Bronze Tier Advanced Grade Professional. In addition, I've just received 762 Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Pudeo soldiers recruited by my lord. In addition to the 1,000 soldiers you left in the desolate city. My lord, you already have 8,132 professionals under your command. Bai Yi still looked a little excited after she finished speaking. Jojo also had a smile on his face. He had 8,132 professionals after 7 days of development. If this speed of development reached the ears of the lords in the World Channel, countless people's jaws would drop. Chapter 100, 100 The Era of the Lords Alliance. Overlord Lord and Military Industry Lord. 100 The Era of the Lords Alliance. Overlord Lord and Military Industry Lord. Jojo and Bai Yi chatted for a while more before letting Bai Yi go back and rest to prepare for the Novice Lord test tomorrow. After Bai Yi left, Jojo was the only one left in the room. I've already done all that I can do. It all depends on the Novice Lord test tomorrow. He thought silently. At this moment, Jojo was neither anxious nor nervous. There was only calmness and composure and also a hint of anticipation. He opened the World Channel. Originally, he only wanted to see what the lords were doing. In the end, he raised his eyebrows after taking a few glances. Dragon Lady Lord, the Dragon Blood Alliance is officially established from today onwards. I welcome the Cerulean Planet Lords near the Dragon Crown Kingdom and the surrounding kingdoms to the Dragon Blood Alliance. Dragon Lady Lord, all Cerulean Planet Lords who join the Dragon Blood Alliance can receive the protection of the Dragon Blood Alliance in the future. If you encounter danger, you can also ask me and the other members of the Alliance for help. Undead Lord, the Undead Alliance is officially established from today onwards. I welcome the Cerulean Planet Lords near the Silent Kingdom and the surrounding kingdoms to the Undead Alliance. Overlord Lord, the Overlord Association is officially established from today onwards. If you want to join, you have to submit a fresh monster corpse as a membership fee. The Lord who joins my Overlord Association will be protected by me in the future. Night Lord, the Night Council is officially established from today onwards. I welcome Lords from the Glimmer Kingdom and the surrounding kingdoms. The Lords who join the Council can each obtain 10 Combat Spirit Knight class change slots. If you make outstanding contributions in the future, you will have a chance to obtain more Combat Spirit Knight class change slots. Military Industry Lord, the Cerulean Planet Military Industry Alliance is officially established from today onwards. All Cerulean Planet Lords are welcome to join. All military industry practitioners, technology industry practitioners, and related industry practitioners who join the Cerulean Planet Military Industry Alliance will receive corresponding benefits according to their abilities. I want to join the Dragon Blood Alliance and meet my goddess. I'm her fan. Big Boss Overlord, I've submitted the application. I've already sent you the monster flesh. At Military Industry Lord, I was once a weapons development engineer of the Chinese Defense Military Industry Group on the Cerulean planet. What kind of treatment will I get if I join you? I used to be a mercenary in the United States of America in Africa. I know a little about weapon assembly and maintenance. Can I join? I've developed a phone in Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Can I join you? Military Industry Lord, private chat. Wow, a weapons development engineer. More and more Cerulean Planet big shots have appeared after the military industry boss appeared. When will Big Boss Blazing Sun form an alliance? I want to be the first to join. In the future, there will be more and more Lord alliances. The days when the Lord of the Blazing Sun reigns supreme alone are gone. That's right. The era of the Lord of the Blazing Sun has passed. It's the era of the Lords working together. One person can't do anything. What does the Lord's era have to do with us? Think about how to pass tomorrow's Novice Lord test. That's right. They're just big shots. We small Lords have to rely on ourselves. I only have 20-odd professionals under me now. The highest level amongst them is of green bronze tier elementary grade. I wonder if I can survive tomorrow. I'm a little stronger than the previous poster, but not much stronger. Tomorrow is the Novice Lord test. Can anyone save me? I don't want to die. If I don't become stronger before the countdown ends tomorrow morning, I'll give up my status as a Lord and change my profession to an adventurer. Previous poster, bring me along. I'm a little unwilling, but there's nothing I can do. Sigh. I didn't expect this. The original intention was just an act of weak Lords banding together for strength. Now, it has actually become a good opportunity for powerful Lords to form their own Lord alliance. Zhou was a little surprised. He was not surprised at all that the Dragon Lady Lord had established the Dragon Blood Alliance. This big television star from the West had a huge desire to show off on the World Channel from the beginning. In addition, she had long revealed her epic tier Lord talent, so she was the second most famous Lord in the World Channel besides himself. The other party's intention to win over the hearts of the people was already obvious. Therefore, many Lords of the World Channel had probably expected that she would establish the Dragon Blood Alliance today. The others had also formed an alliance, so much so that all kinds of alliances had appeared among the Cerulean Planet Lords. Zhou did not expect this. What surprised Zhou the most was the appearance of two Lords. The first was the Overlord Lord. According to his statement on the World Channel, the Overlord Lord had publicized the fact that he had a legendary tier Lord talent today. He was also the first Lord to publicize his legendary tier Lord talent on the World Channel. Even though he did not announce what his Lord talent was, his legendary tier Lord talent alone had immediately caused his reputation to soar. He was no longer inferior to the Dragon Lady Lord, only inferior to him. Zhou immediately valued him. As the owner of a legendary tier Lord talent himself, he knew all too well how terrifying a Lord talent of this level was. It was no exaggeration to say that every legendary tier Lord talent in the online novels on the Cerulean planet could be used as the protagonist's cheat. There were examples like his 100% drop rate and Linger's Divine Herb Garden. Zhou naturally would not underestimate the Overlord Lord's legendary tier Lord talent. As for the second Lord, it was the Military Industry Lord. He was the only Lord without a Lord talent among all the famous Lords. The reason why he was suddenly so famous was because he suddenly announced a deal this morning. A self-made submachine gun deal. He had a total of 10 self-made submachine guns on sale. It was said that this was made by the blacksmiths in the other party's territory, and the main creator was the Military Industry Lord himself. According to the other Cerulean Planet Lords, this submachine gun was the easiest and least costly to make in the history of Cerulean Planet's firearms. However, the fact that he and a few low-level blacksmiths could forge it in just 7 days was enough to prove his ability. Moreover, according to the military industry lord's own response, this was not the only firearm he knew how to make. He knew how to make many firearms and weapons. He even dabbled in some high-end weapons on the cerulean planet. These 10 submachine guns were just a catalyst. The reason why he issued this transaction was to attract more of his kind to join him through them. He wanted to recruit more military talents to restore the military technology of the cerulean planet on the high continent. This way, he could protect himself, and he could use this to have the strength to resist the other lords and participate in the competition for the title of Lord of all races. This military industry lord is really capable. Jojo clicked his tongue in wonder. If he could really realize his ambition and recreate the military technology of the cerulean planet on the high continent, and even forge nuclear weapons, this ability was comparable to an epic tier lord talent. This lord of all races competition. As expected, the more powerful opponents appear towards the end. This is only the 7th day. How fierce will the competition be in the future? Jojo was deep in thought. He had also seen what the others said about worrying about the novice lord test tomorrow. Today is the last day. I can sell another wave of goods. I'll sell something special this time, so that the lords on the World Channel would not say that I only know how to sell monster flesh and weapons and equipment. Jojo immediately opened the exchange thinking of this.